After the wind, the rain, and the cold of Portimao, it's an altogether different picture here. We have headed about 300 kilometers north of Portimao. We're still in Portugal, and now we are at Circuito de Estoril. Hello, everybody. Welcome to rounds 3 and 4, event 2 of Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026, the fourth ever season of this wonderful championship. My name's Brian Oliver. I'm going to be bringing you commentary throughout today for qualifying and the racing. Down in the pit lane, we'll have Piers Pryor bringing us all the news and all the information. What a great circuit this is. 4.182 kilometers around, 13 turns, 4 to the left and 9 to the right. A circuit that was built in 1972. We're located in the hills just behind the coastal town of Estoril. We're about 25 kilometers from the capital of Lisbon. And the best news of all, the sun is shining. We are hoping that it's going to stay dry today. The weather has done its absolute best to wash out a lot of the practice sessions leading up to today, but finally we've waved goodbye to Storm Ingrid and we are anticipating good weather for the rest of today. Perfect conditions at this legendary circuit for a spot of racing. Last time out was only 5 days ago that we last gathered in Portimao. It may have been cold and wet, but the racing was spectacular. I think we saw possibly one, maybe even two of the best races ever in this amazing series. We're certainly hoping for something similar here today. We've got qualifying coming up in just a few moments, and then we have racing taking place after lunch today. There'll be 2 qualifying sessions. The first one, which will be starting in a moment, then the 4 races this afternoon, 2 for the sport division and 2 for the club division. I've already mentioned his name, and he's down in the pit lane at the moment. The man who does more miles than I can possibly count running up and down that pit lane. Good morning, Piers Pryor. How are you today?
I'm great, thanks, Brian. Great to be here at Estoril once again. And also, as you mentioned, the weather has come and is playing ball with us this weekend. We've had some tricky conditions last time out, as you saw in Portimao. We've also had some tricky conditions this weekend already. Actually, turning up this morning, the circuit was wet, but it's with the breeze we've got going, 15, 16 degrees air temperature, track temperature rising into the early 20s. It's going to be a great day of racing. Spoken to a lot of the drivers over the last couple of days, and they're very much looking forward to getting some slick running and some dry racing at what is a very, very fun circuit here at Estoril. It's got some tricky corners, got some overtaking opportunities, the long start-finish straight just to my right-hand side, left of shot there, and lots of subtle camber changes which make it a real unique challenge, a historic circuit, a place which we've had so much history go down over the past few years. And I'll be bringing you all the updates in between the sessions and, of course, the podiums as well throughout the day. And Brian, I'll be keeping you informed of anything that goes on here in the pit lane as well. So, yes, looking forward to some more great racing here at a dry Estoril. Brian, back to you.
Thank you so much, Piers. Yes, well, you can see there as we look down the pit straight, there are a few damp patches, but they are clearing. Air temperature at the moment about 15 degrees centigrade. Oh, I might be ready to get the shorts on before too long. Track temperature is 20 degrees centigrade. So, for Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, we have all the cars that are divided into 2 groups. We have the Sport Division and we have the Club Division. Sport Division made up of the pro drivers and the rookie drivers. The Club Division who are fighting for the Michelin Cup, that is made up of the AM drivers, and we also have GT4 drivers eligible for Club Division as well. So the Sport Division will have their race, the Club Division will then go second, and then we'll do it all again, so every division getting 2 races. But before all of that, we need to set the grid. So it's qualifying for the Sport Division first. So what will happen is the clock will start in just a few moments. The drivers will have 30 minutes of qualifying, and that is just coming up in a few seconds. 30 minutes of qualifying, and the clock is already running, has been running for about 50 seconds. So make that 29 minutes of qualifying. Now, this is an important session for all the drivers. Tyres are very restricted in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. All of the drivers and teams are allowed 2 new sets of tyres for quali and for the race over the entire day. That is for each car. So they need to manage this well. We don't want to be going out and burning up the rubber early on and having nothing left later on in the day. And with a track that has been wet and is now drying, timing when to go out for qualifying, timing when to push and to use that valuable rubber is absolutely critical. Of course, the rain has washed the circuit clean. So what the drivers will want is to see lots of rubber being laid down on the racing line as this session progresses, because the more rubber that goes down, the drier the track gets, the more grip there is, the faster the cars will be able to go. For the qualifying, the fastest time determines the grid for the first race. As already mentioned, we've got the sport division out on track at the moment. So the fastest time will determine the grid for round 3 of the season, the first race this afternoon for the sport division. But this session is not just about the fastest time, it's also about the driver's second best time, because the driver's second best times will be compared to each other, and that will determine the grid for the second race for the sport division this afternoon. That'll be round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So it's not about just one hot lap, it's about getting 2 good times on the board. Already mentioned, the tyres are limited and restricted, so they're good for about 3 laps for a really maximum time. So the drivers will need to time this correctly. They'll need to wait until they believe that the track is at its absolute fastest, when it will be dry, when there'll be rubber down. So in theory, as long as there's no more rain, and we're certainly not anticipating any, the track should be at its quickest in the last couple of minutes of qualifying. So we may well see a pole position time or a fast second best pole position time coming in the closing seconds of this session. But of course, if you leave it late in the session, you do take a risk, because you only need to have a yellow flag or a red flag in the latter parts of qualifying, and suddenly the opportunity to build the temperature into the tyres and to get it up to the front of the grid is gone. So it's a bit of a gamble. It's a bit of a white knuckle ride as the teams and the drivers try to read the conditions, read the track, and decide when is the best time to go. At the moment, it looks like we've just got about 3 cars in the latter part of the lap, but I've just looked at my screen and there's another bunch of cars that have come out as well. So we've got 9 cars out on track at the moment. No tyre warmers allowed in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So the Michelins have to be brought up to temperature on the track, and that involves circulating, weaving, using the brakes, but also just getting the heat into those tyres. Then when the drivers feel as though the tyres are into the window, it'll be time for the push lap. So quite a few drivers on their out lap at the moment. That means it's their first lap out of the pits. Then they will be having their build laps, where they'll be building the temperature in the tyres, gradually getting them into that window, and then it will be the push laps. And those tyres will be good for maybe 2 or 3 push laps, and that's when it's going to really count. So you can see cars running together on the track at the moment. When they go for the push lap, they'll want to have space out on track. They'll not want to be tucked up behind somebody else, as we can see there, as Nikola Milkovic follows Tio Elenas. And he was very entertaining and impressive last time out. So there you can see weaving, generating the heat into the tyres and into the brakes, building that temperature. To give you an indication of what we could be looking at in lap times, well, it's very hard to say, because the track is evolving. The track is a living, breathing creature. And it is evolving with every lap as the sun beats down on it, as the rubber goes down. But last year, the pole position was set by Ariel Levy. It was a 138.889. Now, we might struggle to get to that today. I don't know about that, depending on how quickly the track comes alive. At the moment, we've seen Jesse Polderdijk circulating in the Red Ant Racing number 29 car. He's one of our rookies. He's got a 141.698 on the board. Well, clearly that is going to be eclipsed as this session goes on. And as I've mentioned already, I'll mention it again, it could be the last few minutes of this session where things really come alive. Now, it may well be at the moment, the drivers are out on track looking to get in a banker lap, getting a time on the board, getting just something there so they're reasonably safe, and then going for the push later on. So much strategy involved. It's not about just going out for half an hour and tugging around. It's a lot of strategy, a lot of thinking as we look at Milan Marchak coming there in the number 96 car around turn one. He had a great qualifying last week. He scored 2 pole positions, so he has started on pole position for all of the Sport Division races this year so far. Wasn't able to turn those into the kind of results he was hoping for. I mean, a 4th and a 5th place, pretty good, but from pole position, he would have been disappointed with that. And I think the tricky conditions last week were really catching a lot of drivers out. And for Milan Marchak, still very much a newcomer on the scene. I mean, we saw him in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year, but that was his first ever car race. He's had a year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, where he won the rookie championship, but still very much learning the ropes. And in the greasy conditions, it is an incredible steep learning curve. He'll be a lot happier with the dry conditions here, I have no doubt, as Jelte Hofner now jumps to the top, the first into the 39s behind Milan Marchak. He went into the 39s. Now Jelte Hofner's into it. So 139.064. So the time's now starting to tumble. Jelte Hofner, he had a fairly torrid time last week. He was very frustrated in the first race. A non-finish. We saw him exiting the car with a certain amount of vigor. He got a 12th place in the second race, but again, that's not what he had in mind when he arrived at Portimao last time out. So he will be looking to make amends for that. And a time of 139.064 is a good step in that direction. Milan Marchak into the 38s. We saw briefly Walter Burkamp jumping up to the top with a 138.945, but that's already been eclipsed by Milan Marchak, a 138.647. So I said we might struggle to get beyond last year's pole position time. Well, in fact, we've beaten that already, so already quicker than last year. So the track really is coming alive very quickly. And you could see Jelte Hofner giving it everything around the chicane, the back end of the car just sliding slightly as he gets the power on, but you can see how hard he is hustling that car. So Walter Burkamp is up into second place, Hofner down into third at the moment, but we've got plenty more to come in this qualifying sessions. Here comes Jelte Hofner over the start-finish line to stop the clock. He goes quickest at 138.637. So Jelte Hofner, 138.637, bumping Milan Marchak down into P2. So he will continue out there at the moment. And looking at the championship coming into this event, it's Marco Giltrap who leads the way. He had a great time last time out, but he's in 6th at the moment, about 1.2 off the fastest time. But he will be closing in, and I get the feeling Marco Giltrap may well be somewhere there or thereabouts when this session comes to a close. Right, new fastest lap. Every lap that passes, someone is going quicker. Now to the top, it's Walter Burkamp, so 138.518. So he's bumped Jelte Hofner off that quickest time. Milan Marchak has peeled off into the pits. In fourth place, a driver we didn't see last week because he had an issue in practice, damaged the car, was unable to race last week. Good that he is on track now. Alex Ryman in the number 28 car for Est1 Racing, a very impressive young driver, was very disappointed not to be able to take the green flag. At least he stayed dry, but he is out on track here in the sport division here for this weekend and currently in fourth place. So that's a 139.034. So Walter Boerkamps, he was an absolute show stealer in the opening race of the season on Sunday of last weekend. If you'll recall, he came in for slick tyres in that number 30 car with the very pretty new livery, might I point out. Came in for slick tyres at the end of the formation lap. He'd sold a dummy to Piers in the grid walk, and he'd said only a lunatic would be running slick tyres in what were very greasy conditions. The whole field were on wet weather tyres, but Walter, at the end of the formation lap, ducked into the pits, chucked the slicks on. When the race started, he was some 30 seconds off last place. He came through the pack on those slick tyres on a drying track and won by a country mile. It was a masterclass on how to drive one of these cars in changeable conditions. One that we will remember for a very long time. Walter Boerkamps is such an asset to this series, and he proved that last weekend with a first and then a third place in the second race. It's moved him up to second in the point standings. He trails Marco Giltrap by just 4 points. Nick Ho, another impressive driver to keep an eye on, is in third place, and he is 14 points adrift. But Walter Boerkamps and Marco Giltrap, you get the feeling this season is certainly going to feature a lot of battling between these two. It's Team GP Elite versus Team 75 Motorsport, both legendary names in the world of Porsche racing. And Walter Boerkamps, who took his first win in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup at Monza last year, and then followed that with a win in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany at the Red Bull Ring, has shown that he is a champion in the making. So good to have him back. He should have been racing a lot more years than he has. I think budgetary reasons has meant that he's spent more time doing driver coaching. And now all those pesky drivers that he's been coaching and teaching all the tricks to are starting to show him how it's done out on track. But he is responding, and what a great driver he is. He comes around to finish this lap. It was 138.518 last time around. This lap a 138.560. So he peels off into the pit lane, which is just after the exit of turn 13, and he'll come in and maybe we'll put some fresh rubber on when we come to the latter part of this session. Right, the car you're looking at on screen there is the young protege of Walter Boerkamps. Walter, who has been coaching Nick Ho in the number 98 car for Team GP Elite. And Nick, one of the many rising stars in Porsche Cup racing, preparing himself for a season in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year. He did a guest start in the German series last year for the closing round and showed very well. He took a win in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux at Assen last year. That is no mean feat in such a competitive field, beating some very good names, showing why he is a potential champion of the future, showing why he's currently in third place in the point standings. Last week, he had a fifth place and a second place in Portimao. So he will be looking to improve on that here, but a very good showing from Nick Ho. At the moment in sixth place, so he sets some personal bests on the last lap, but hasn't set any purple times. The track is divided into three sectors, so we get a good view there in the pit lane of cars coming out. That was Jelter Hoffner, I think, that came blasting past, and there is Levin Gelf, one of the rookie drivers, and he currently leads the rookie standings. Track is divided into three parts: Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3. On our timing screens, If the timing screen goes green, it means the driver has set a personal best in this session. If it goes purple, it means the driver has set a quickest time of anybody in this session. Of course, we're looking at the timing screens, looking for purples especially, because that might be an indication that a quick lap is coming up. So Levin Gelf in the 144 car, Liquimoli Seaback Motorsport Porsche. When Piers interviewed him before the second race last weekend, he said, all I want to do is survive. Well, he did more than survive. He won the rookie race. He's got a second and a first in the rookies, and it means he leads Joop Muller in the rookie standings. And that lead over Joop is almost certainly going to grow because Joop Muller is unable to take past this part this weekend. That certainly helps Jesse Polderdijk, who is third in the rookies, and he is only 9 points adrift of Joop Muller. So Polderdijk, if he has a reasonable day today, only needs a reasonable day to certainly leapfrog Joop Muller and potentially challenge Levin Gelf as well. So the rookie championship, always entertaining. The young Chargers, the fearless young Chargers, who will be fighting for their own championship. We have the rookies and we have the overall championship as well. So Levin Gelf at the moment is in 12th place at 141.821. Right, let's head back down to the pit lane where Piers is waiting for us.
Yeah, we've got current provisional polls at Walter Boorkamps. Good lap to start the session. Actually, pretty much comparable with last year's pole time. Track seems quick this morning.
I'm not satisfied yet, but yeah, the track seems quick, but it's quite green. Of course, last year everybody was driving without ABS. Now we have ABS, so we should be like half a second to 7/10 faster. So I think the track will ramp up at the end quite a bit.
You said that you're not happy. How much more time do you reckon there is in it?
In myself, at least 2 to 3 tenths, and then in the track gripping up, I think 3 or 4 tenths as well.
Wow, the track's going up that quickly.
I hope so, but yeah, I think so, because the track is gripping up a lot now. I think we see some fast lap times at the end.
I'll leave you to it, Walter. Have a good second part of the session.
Very, very interesting. Thank you, Piers. Thank you, Walter. I don't know what they do in the Netherlands to train these drivers, but these Dutch drivers are so quick. I tell you what, when you look away, that voice sounds very similar to another very famous Dutch driver. I had to do a double take there. Walter Boorkamps. So he says there's more to come. Of course, I hadn't mentioned yet that the cars do run ABS. That's new for this year in the club division. Shortly coming up, they will have traction control as well, but not here in the sport division. So ABS introduced. That does allow a little bit of extra time. We have a few less cars on the grid than we've come to expect from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. That's not because there's a problem or an issue or a crisis or anything like that. It's purely because we have a brand new Cup car for 2026 coming in, and Porsche have not been able to produce enough of them across all series yet. They're focusing the new Cup car very much on the likes of Super Cup, Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. And it does mean that a lot of the bigger teams who would normally be on the grid for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe are focusing their attentions on the new car, which will be making its debut at the start of the season proper in the spring. It does mean that this year, and hopefully this year only, we have taken a bit of a hit on car numbers, but it certainly hasn't detracted from the racing. The racing has been absolutely spectacular, as we saw last weekend when it was the best racing probably ever in this series. So that's why perhaps a little less number of cars than we would expect, and hopefully business as usual when we get going for next season. Right, you just saw a shot down at the pit lane there. It's starting to get busy because we're into just about approaching the last 1/3 of the qualifying session. There's Theo Ellenes. He was really impressive last week. I talked about that first race being one of the best races ever. Well, he was definitely a key player in that. Theo Ellenes, who is a former Formula One test driver for Marussia back in 2013, former Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain Pro Champion in 2018, has run in Porsche Mode 1 Super Cup, so he's a real asset to this series. Now look at all that talent there. Boorkamps, Ho, Theo Ellenes and Marco Giltrap. That is some serious talent across those 4 cars, and they're all coming out now onto the track. The final 1/3 of the session now well underway. This is where we may well see those times improve. We've already heard from Walter Burkamp, who says there's more to come. Well, he's now going to show us how it's done. But keep an eye on Marco Giltrap. He is our championship leader. He had a sensational weekend. Had it not been for the wet conditions, I think he feels as though he could have got a double win last weekend. He got a second and a first. He's currently in 10th place in this qualifying session at the moment, but trust me, he's not going to be there when this session finishes in 9 minutes. He's leaving it quite late. He may well have a little bit more rubber at his disposal than some of the cars that have put in hot times already. We will see what happens there, but at the moment, the cars are out on track once again, building the heat in the tyres, in the brakes, getting them into that window, the outlap at the moment for quite a few of the cars, then the build laps. Whatever number of laps it takes, maybe 2, maybe 3 laps just to get the tyres into that window. The aim being that the push lap comes in the absolute closing stages of this session when the clock is somewhere close to 0. And that is when the track could potentially be at its fastest. So at the moment, 138.518. That is the time they're all aiming for. Currently, all cars are out on track as we ride on board now with Theo Elenis. You can see him still weaving to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes along this straight, which is about 985 metres. So getting on for nearly a kilometre, and then the heavy braking into the second gear corner, the right-hander, curve 1, and then it's up towards turn 2. It's a burst of power up to about 4th gear around this corner. Well, 3rd there, we can see from his display. That's my information out of date. Round towards turn 3 we come. And that is taken in about 2nd gear, and then it's around towards turn 4. A little bit of undulation, but nowhere near as much as we saw last weekend in Portimao. Right, now towards turn 5. It'll be up into 5th gear around here because it's a corner that is taken absolutely flat out as they head towards turn 6. Reaching about 240 kilometers an hour in 6th gear before the heavy braking of the parabolica interior, turn 6, around turn 6, then up to turn 7. Now, this is where we go uphill after turn 7 in just a few moments. And this is quite tricky. Little bit of a chicane here, a left and a right. Here it comes. So there's the right and then the left. Get it in the right order. There we go. And then to the left and then back to the right again. Up this little hill around turn 10. And then it's back on the power, taking it fairly flat around towards turn 11. Then the left-hander of turn 12. And then the sweeping Parabolica Ayrton Senna, named after the legendary driver. It's quite a technical corner, getting it right around in about 4th gear, and then back out onto the pit straight once again along that long 985 meters in towards turn 1. It's a legendary circuit. It's been reconfigured a few times. The last time was in 1999 by Hermann Tilke, the legendary circuit designer, and he has given us this circuit, which is got a lot to challenge the drivers and always provides entertaining racing. Right, let's have a look at the times. Less than 6 minutes remaining. We're still on that 138.518, so still very much in the build process with these tyre temperatures. Now, I've just seen a purple on the screen for Milan Marchak in Sector 1. So Marchak, a 19.9 in Sector 1. So he, who is currently in 3rd place, may be the first to pull the pin on the last of the push laps. So we're keeping one eye on Marchak. He will be aiming for that 138.518. His best time at the moment, a 138.647. Right, there he is in the silver car, heading in towards Sector 2 at the moment. So how is he going to compare in the previous sector, previous lap? Walter Burkamp's a 47.391 in Sector 2. We're going to see what Marchak does here in comparison to that. Just getting it all right, making sure that he hits all the apexes. Needs to be careful of track limits. Right, 47.401, so marginally slower than Walter Boerkamps in Sector 2, but a personal best. Now Boerkamps responds, a 138.2324 on his last lap. He only set a purple in the final sector, so he really found a lot of time in the final sector. So Walter Boerkamps has moved the bar once again. The bar is just a little bit higher, 138.324. And that is what Milan Marchak is going to be looking for. Is he going to improve on that as he crosses the line? And he does. So he goes quickest to 138.135. So Milan Marchak now sets the new benchmark. Walter Boerkamps down into P2, but he will be pushing hard. But we got a car out on track. That's Levin Gelf. Now, any driver who's left it late in the session may well find they've got a problem, because Levin Gelf there, the car stranded out on track. Now, can he get it going? The yellow is showing. Good. Now, he's got it rolling. So, hopefully for the drivers who have left it late in the session, the yellow flags that have been showing. Now, at the moment, Levin Gelf now rejoins. He's able to get it all going, so all good there. I think Nick Ho and Walter Boerkamps were nearby when he joined. There's Boerkamps in the background, so has it affected Boerkamps at all? Here he comes. He's behind Levin Gelf at the moment. There is Nick Ho in the 98 car. So exactly what we said could happen. When you leave it late in the session, you could risk a car having a problem in front of you. So across the line comes Walter Boerkamps, and that lap, 138.424. So he was certainly affected by what happened in front of him. He's used up valuable rubber in the first couple of sectors. He's had to back off in the final sector. So that is advantage Milan Marchak at the moment. So it was all up at turn 10, and now Nick Ho also with a problem. So the 98 car currently in third. He's up at turn 1. So what has happened to Nick Ho? I can't work out which direction he's pointing in there, but he's certainly stationary. Is this going to bring out yellow flag? Yes, it is. In turn 1, the yellow flag is showing. So drivers approaching a yellow flag will need to back out of it. Right, the yellow flag has cleared. In fact, my GPS is saying it's up on the exit of turn 2, that 98. Right, he's rolling again now. So whatever happened, he's managed to get it going. So this is high drama in the closing stages of this qualifying session. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Milan Marchak, 138.135. Has he pulled a march over his opponents by going early with his push lap? Walter Boerkamps is at 0.189 off in second place, trying to improve, but has he got any rubber left on that tyre, on those tyres? He's into sector 3 at the moment. His first 2 sectors have not been an improvement on his previous laps. So this doesn't look like this can do something dramatic in sector 3. Doesn't look like it's going to move him up into that pole position. We're going to find out in just a few moments. Here he comes out across the line to stop the clock. So it is a 138.671. So that is some 3/10, more than 3/10, about 3.5 off his quickest time so far in this session. It means that Milan Marchak remains in that pole position, trying to make it 3 poles out of 3 races this season. Boerkamps continues, but time now starting to run out. We're approaching the final minute of qualifying. Once the clock strikes 0, any laps that the drivers are on will count as long as they cross the start-finish line before the clock struck 0. So we have potentially a couple of minutes left to decide who will be on pole position. At the moment, Milan Marchak, 138.135. Walter Boerkamps with a 138.324. Then it's Jelte Hofner with a 138.528. Marchak's into the pits, so he's got as much as he's going to out of those tyres. Nick Ho is 4th despite that moment. 138.573. We continue to focus on Walter Boerkamps at the moment. 15 seconds left of timed qualifying. So he's not going to get back to the start-finish line before it strikes 0. So this is going to be it for Walter Burkamps, who's now bumped down into third place because Jelter Hofner has jumped up into second at 138.295. We can see in the red ant pit that Milan Marchak now watches on. There's nothing else he can do. He looks on from the pits. Burkamps has abandoned that lap. You can see the congratulations are starting to come. The ever cool Milan Marchak is starting to receive the congratulations from Red Ant Racing, because it doesn't look as though anybody is going to beat his time of 138.135 for the Red Ant Racing number 96 car in the closing stages. Jelter Hofner up into P2 with a 138.295. That's 0.160 slower than Milan Marchak. And then Walter Burkamps in third place with Nick Ho next. A driver who's had a fairly quiet session, Marco Giltrap, down in seventh place. So certainly we were expecting something maybe a bit quicker from him. So Nick Ho is in fourth. Fifth is Theo Ellinus. Alex Ryman making his first qualifying session of the season in sixth, ahead of Marco Giltrap. Then Mateus Comparato in eighth. Nikola Milkovic in ninth, ahead of Luciano Martinez in 10th. And then it's Jesse Polderdijk who's the quickest of the rookies in 11th, ahead of Levin Gelf. But Milan Marchak went early, avoided the dramas with yellow flags at the end of the session, and he's made it 3 pole positions in 3 races. I'm looking at the second best times. His second best time, 138.360. So I believe he will be, subject to confirmation, pole for the second race as well. So it could be 4 poles out of 4 for Milan Marchak. Right, back down to Piers, who's in the pit lane.
Milan, pole position. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels great, especially after last weekend when we also had double pole. And do I have double pole?
I'm not certain. We think maybe, let me just double check. The second fastest lap is a 3. Yeah, I think you do. Unconfirmed.
Okay, so that's great. So yeah, I can't be more happy.
I mean, you've also proven you can do it in all conditions. You had wet qualifying last week, you had dry qualifying today, double pole regardless. Amazing.
Yeah, it's great. I'm also fast in the dry, but the wet is here very difficult. So we had some struggles. So I'm glad it's dry.
Congratulations, Milan. We'll let you go away now as we look ahead now to the second qualifying session of today. That is going to be Club Division coming up in a moment.
Thank you, Piers. Milan Marchak, always cool, calm and collected. I said this last week. I interviewed him a couple of times last year, and after any kind of win or any race, he's just like, yeah, of course, yeah, 4 pole positions in a row, yeah, whatever. Love it. Love his cool attitude. Certainly looking to improve on last week's event when he had issues. So he had those 2 pole positions. The wet weather was so challenging, so he's certainly looking and sounding a lot more confident this year of turning those pole positions into podiums, into potentially wins. So good job there from Milan Marchak, and a great qualifying session. In just a few moments we're going to be getting ready for the Club Division qualifying. So the track just falls silent for a few moments, and the track continues to dry out as the sun beats down on Circuito de Estoril. So Club Division in a few moments. So already mentioned, the Club Division is made up of the Michelin Cup, which is the AM drivers, and also the GT4 category. We've only got 1 car in the GT4 category. That is Daniel Lewis, who comes from Great Britain. So he had a great time last weekend at Portimao. He was really mixing it with the Michelin Cup drivers, showing that he is very, very rapid indeed. We're just waiting for the Sport Division cars to clear from the pit lane. We can just see them in the background there. And in just a few moments, we should be getting this session underway. The wind is blowing, the sun is shining, the track continues to dry out. Hopefully, we'll have some cars out on track in just a few moments. So while we're just waiting for the club division cars to come out on track, I believe that Piers is down in the pit lanes with one Mr. Jelter Hofner.
Yeah, we've got a very similar looking front row for the races today. Jelter, second place again. Milan alongside you, who got pole position. Very close though, only a tenth and a bit.
Yeah, it was a really exciting session. I didn't really look to the other guys. I just tried to push maximum myself because we haven't really driven on a track which was this fast. So it was really exciting to explore the limits.
It must be good fun to experience this circuit. You've had it in wet conditions the last couple of days and then to push in qualifying in the dry.
Yeah, I really enjoy when we drive on a track which is completely different than when it really counts in a moment. So I was really excited to drive like this.
The lap times seem really fast compared to last year's qualifying even. I spoke to Wouter Borkamps during the session. He said that the ABS actually makes a big difference around here. Do you reckon that's why it's so much quicker potentially than last year?
Yeah, I think that helped. And in general, the track was just also really feeling well. And I'm also really happy that the team built up the car again because it was quite badly smashed after Portimao. But the boys really put in a great job to repair the car. So I'm really thankful to them.
Yeah, I think you're going to be going off second in the first race. I think third or fourth in the second race. Your qualifying in Portimao was really good, 2 second place. Unfortunately, didn't get to come away from the event with the results. Non-classification race 1 and 12th in race 2. What's your approach this weekend?
I just want to see what's possible and attack maximum.
No change in outlook then?
No, we have an extra car, so just in case I can use it.
Oh, well, I'm sure your dad hopes we don't have to think about that. But Jelter, good qualifying session. We'll let you go and get weighed and get yourself prepared for the race that's coming up after the lunch break. That was Sport Division qualifying. Up next, we have the same again, but for the Club Division.
Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. Summer wins are made in the winter. And I'm pleased to say the conditions a little bit more summer-like here at Circuito Estoril here in Portugal as we now get ready for the club division qualifying, having just watched the sport division qualifying. So I'd like to think that the track will continue to get quicker. We've got more rubber down. The rain has held off. The sun continues to beat down. So it will be interesting to see what we can generate in terms of lap times here for this. So last weekend in the changeable conditions, it was Joel Monegro, who took back-to-back wins. He was the man to beat, had really mastered the tricky conditions at Portimao in the track experience by Manthey car, the number 224 car. I believe that's him there that we are looking at. He took back-to-back wins. He also had a pole position for the first race. It was his teammate in the other of the track experience by Manthey cars, Eric Santos, who got pole position for the second race, eventually bringing it home in second place. So Club Division were a very entertaining last weekend as well, but nobody could live with Joel Monegro in that number 224 car. The wet conditions certainly favouring his driving style. Will be very interested to see whether anybody can live with him here in the dry conditions at Estoril. Looking there at Jan Klingenberg for FAC Autotech, a legendary name, FAC Autotech, the Swiss team, and Alex FAC Jr., who does a lot of coaching. He's here coaching both the FAC Autotech drivers this weekend, including that man there, Ernst Inderbitzen, who was in the Sprint Challenge, has been for the last couple of years actually, Ernst Inderbitzen in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Now, I'm told that both of the FAC Autotech cars are not running with ABS, even though they are allowed to, because they're preparing for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, their season, which comes up later on this year. And they don't run ABS in that series. So as part of the preparation, Ernst Inderbitzen, along with the other FAC car of Jan Klingenberg, not running ABS. So just an additional challenge. And Ernst Inderbitzen, who we just saw on screen, he's in his mid-70s. Just shows you're never too old to go racing. He started his racing career when he was 65 years old. Coached, as already mentioned, by Alex Fack Jr. and is a very, very quick driver. Didn't start last weekend. Just didn't. The wet conditions, I think he decided that without the ABS, he was going to be at such a disadvantage. It wasn't going to be a good move to go. At the front of the queue, coming out of the pit lane there, you can see the number 77 car, MDM Motorsport car of Levent Turkman. What a sensation he has proven to be. He turned up in Portimao to do a bit of testing on the Friday and the Saturday, and that was all it was going to be. Well, hats off to Lars Plato, series organiser, who persuaded him to come and race, and I bet he's pleased he did, because Levent Turkman came home with 2 podiums. He got a couple of third places, was something of a sensation in the number 77 car. Very pretty car. Oh, we've got a problem there, and that's Casper Hockebom, who's already lost it into the barrier. Now that is a problem, isn't it? So car number 8 in at turn 3 into the barrier. The GP Elite car clearly has come out of the pits on cold tyres, has maybe given it a little bit too much of the right foot, and the car, the back end of the car, you can see, is just switched around, made contact with the barriers. Now what is that going to do to this session as we look at the sole GT4 car out on track at the moment? But if Casper Hockebom needs assistance getting that car moved, we may well see this session coming to a stop. So we'll keep an eye on that at the moment. So he's stranded up at turn 3. I think our race director may be giving him an opportunity to get the car moving under his own power before getting any assistance. Depends on how hard the contact has been with the barrier. The yellow is still running at turn 3 at the moment as we look at Daniel Lewis for Race Car Consultants, the only GT4 driver in the field. It means that if he gets to the end of the race, he will win at the GT4 race, clearly. But really showing a clean pair of heels to many of the faster cars around him, right, as expected. Red flag in this session. That's a shame. So it means the clock comes to a stop with just 2 minutes and 40 seconds gone, and Casper Hockebom's car will need to be retrieved. So Team GP Elite will be looking, hoping that there's no damage to that car. That's a real shame. Casper Hockebom, who was in this series last year in the GT4 category, has also come through Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux last year. He was 4th in the GT4 there. He was also racing last year in Sprint Challenge Benelux and the year before in 24 in the GT4 category. So stepping up to GT3 for 2026. But it was a bit of a baptism of fire last weekend. Having said that, got a 7th place in the first race. Right now, they've retrieved the car from the barriers, but Casper didn't get to the end of the second race last weekend. But the good bit is they've dragged the car out from the barrier. Doesn't look like there's any damage. It looks like he's going to get now back under his own steam. So good job there. Thank you to our track marshals. Do a sterling job. They've turned that one around nice and quickly. So hopefully we will get indication of a restart of this session in just a few moments. And I think that's Morabi Mekvabishvili we're looking at there. My driver identification, not always great. But Morabi, who had a torrid weekend last weekend, had a non-finish in the first race after a coming together with another driver, and then a disqualification on a scrutineering issue in the second race. So came with 0 points from Portimao as we now look at Casper Hockebom making his way back to the pits. So I'd like to think that in just a few moments we'll be green again. I can already see that cars are lining up at the exit of the pit lane, getting ready to go. And there is Eric Santos, who got a 4th and a 2nd place. He comes all the way from Brazil to race here. And a very welcome addition he is too. And he getting ready at the moment. So I expect he will probably head up towards the end of the pit lane in just a few seconds. We're still under red flag conditions at the moment, but we are due to restart at 11:56 local time. Well, that's about now, according to my watch. So the clock will be getting going in just a few seconds. Right now, I make that about 25 seconds. We should be getting this session back underway. I don't have the rule book in front of me, but I believe that Kasper Hockerboom should be able to continue on his way. He's peeling off into the pits at the moment, but as long as he hasn't got any damage, I think he should be able to rejoin this session and put a time in. We'll find out about that. While we just have a gap in the proceedings, I'd already mentioned it was a clean sweep for Joel Monegro last weekend. It means he leads the overall point standings by a clean 100 points. Second in the points is the GT4 driver, Daniel Lewis, with 71. I told you he was good, didn't I? In the GT4 car, and he is second in the overall points ahead of Eric Santos, who has 66 points. In the club division itself, Joel Monegro leads Eric Santos and Javier Ripoll Jr. But of course, all that is going to change after the racing later on today. No points awarded in qualifying, no fastest lap points. So it is all about the result at the end when they cross the line. No other points are awarded. As we can see, cars now back out on track. We're back to green flag. So clock ticking away. Right, let's have a look at lap times. So, last year, pole position was set by Adrian Fernandez, or the fastest time over the qualifying session. Adrian Fernandez, he had a 1:39.792. So, we'll see whether we can get close to that. Conditions pretty good, so would expect the drivers to be knocking on the door of that as another one. So that's Levent Turkman, who's had a moment as well. It looks like he's been able to keep it going. That's out at turn 4, I believe. He's able to get it going, and no dramas there. So that is another car that has had a problem. Just shows you how tricky it is out there. Of course, no tyre warmers, and it means the drivers have to really tiptoe around, particularly when the track still has some greasy patches on it. They have to tiptoe around, just getting the heat into the tyres, not pushing too hard too soon. Also, potentially keeping it off the white lines, because not a lot of grip on the painted surfaces. So the drivers need to get the heat into the tyres before they start to push it too hard. And Levent Turkman, as I already mentioned, wasn't even intending to be part of this championship this year. Certainly had a great weekend in the wet conditions. Ironically, in the dry, loses the back end, but doesn't look like he's had any damage. So he continues on his way at the moment, and he will continue to try and generate the heat into the tyres. So at the moment, nobody has put in a competitive time. Clearly, we're going to have a few laps of building the temperature before we get into the push a lap region. And it may well be, as with the sport division, that it's towards the end of the session that we start to see the quickest times of all. So there is Levent Turkman in the MDM Motorsport Porsche, just out on track at the moment. Not just cleaning the tyres, but probably just regathering his confidence after a moment like that. The drivers really running quite often on the knife edge. These are real racing cars, proper raw racing cars, and it's all about hustling them over the curb, but it's also about looking after them when the tyres are cold. We see Jan Klingenberg there. I think we saw Marabi Mekvabishvili there. There's a driver who looked very quick last weekend. Javier Ripoll Jr. got a 2nd place and a 4th place. The Venezuelan driver for Est1 Racing did a sterling job last weekend and exited the weekend 4th place in the overall standings, 3rd place in the Michelin Cup. Has been very quick over the years. Always an entertainer, a driver who lives in Miami and nowadays races very much on the American scene of Porsche. So good to have Javier Ripoll Jr. here as part of this weekend. Here he comes in the black and green car. So 2nd and 4th last week, pretty good. We're looking to improve on that further. Was in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year. Got a 4th with 5 third places and 1 non-finish. So bar 1 non-finish, could have had a 3rd place in every single race. Quite an impressive feat in itself. Year before was 3rd in the AM category as well. There's the treble 2 car, Jan Klingenberg. Already mentioned him for FAC Autotech, preparing for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. It's been GT racing since 2019 and has guested in a lot of series. We saw him in 1 year, I'm not sure which year it was, but we saw him in British GT briefly and also in GT Open. Has also featured in the 24-hour series. So the Swiss driver certainly liking to experience lots of different categories, and we hope that he's enjoying his time in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, because we're loving having him here. He and Daniel Lewis appeared to be glued together for much of last weekend. We saw them fighting each other numerous times out on track. Daniel in the GT4 at a disadvantage, but certainly giving it everything as he competed with Jan Klingenberg. On board with Daniel Lewis now in that GT4 car. So as you can see from the previous onboards we've had, a different layout, a different kind of car, less horsepower, about 500 horsepower, no restrictors, 4-litre naturally aspirated water-cooled flat-six boxer engine, mounted in the rear, as is the case for all Porsches, with 7-speed transmission, and it's a big evolution over the predecessor of the Porsche Caymans, but still nowhere near as quick as the 911, 992 generation cars. So Daniel really showing us how it's done, and as we rode on board with him there, we reflected on a 6th place and a 5th place last week. He would be quite happy if Storm Ingrid had hung about a little bit longer, because in the wet weather it certainly was the great leveler in terms of horsepower. Right, let's have a look at the timing screens. Joel Monegro, quelle surprise. Quickest he is, a 141.743. So he has gone quickest, and it's his teammate in the sister car, Eric Santos, who is second, a 142.733. So once again, Joel Monegro almost exactly a second quicker than second place. So he has proven to be the man to beat. Certainly was last weekend. And in the 224 car, similar livery to Eric Santos in 221, the silver car, track experience by Manthey. The legendary team headed up by Olaf Manthey, of course, a legend of Porsche racing himself, a winner and a champion, now running the team. Of course, Manthey very much at the forefront in DTM and various other categories as well. And their track experience series, where they're bringing drivers through the ranks. And Joel Monegro, Eric Santos, well, they are first and second in the championship of the Michelin Cup, and they're first and second in the timing screens at the moment, with 1/3 of this session gone, apart from the red flag that we had. And still plenty more to come as the drivers circulate, generating the heat in the tyres and in the brakes. So the benchmark, a 140.787 now from Joel Monegro. So we'll no doubt be into the 39s before too long. Last year's pole time, remember, 139.792 set by Andre Fernandez. So I had a feeling that Joel Monegro might be knocking on the door of that before too long. He's got plenty of time. We've got every car out on track, including Casper Hockerboom, who had that moment early on. And a quick look there into the Manthey pit. Their expert team advising, coaching, helping these drivers in every way possible. Daniel Lewis, 4th place at the moment in the GT4 car. Now that's 5th because Levent Turkman has just jumped up to 3rd place. But Daniel, once again, just showing how quick he is in the race car consultant's car. So Monegro is quickest. Javier Ripoll Jr. now jumps up into P2, 141.341. So about half a second off Joel Monegro. So Javier Ripoll Jr., certainly my tip as a driver who could very easily take it to the Manthey cars. And as somebody who's had a moment there, Hans Frisch in the A-Works car, looks like he's had a lively exit to turn 13, the parabolic at Ayrton Senna, but doesn't look like there's been any dramas. So he's able to keep it all together, point it in the right direction and get back on it. This is the background. You see Daniel Lewis peeling off into the pits. And there is the car that is currently quickest, the one they all want to beat, Joel Monegro in 224. So everybody's out on track at the moment, with the exception of Daniel Lewis and Casper Hockerboom, who have peeled off into the pit lane. So plenty of space for everybody. Javier Ripoll Jr. Personal best again in Sector 1 of the last lap, but still about a tenth off the quickest time set by Joel Monegro. So Monegro very much on his own at the moment, the only driver in the 140s. 141s for Javier Ripoll Jr. and then we're 142s for Eric Santos, a 142.1. And he in that third place there. Another entertaining driver that we've seen over the last few years for Hadeka Racing, Alexander Dobik in the number 33 car. Was probably disappointed with last weekend, certainly didn't realise the potential that he had as we look at Marabi Mekvabishvili into turn 1. Just behind him, Javier Ripoll Jr. continued to circulate, continues to improve his times, but still 0.554 off the quickest time of all. And getting up behind Marabi Mekvabishvili is probably not going to help him, because although he can pick up a slipstream along the pit straight, through the corners, very much in the dirty air, and that is not going to improve his lap time at all. So I think Javier Ripoll Jr. will be quite keen to get past Marabi Mekvabishvili, get some clear track in front of him. But of course, Mekvabishvili, down in P8 at the moment, is trying to put in a quick lap himself. He's not interested in being behind Javier Ripoll Jr. So this is not ideal for qualifying. Two cars running so close together, and Javier Ripoll Jr. will either want to get past, flashing the lights furiously, or he'll end up dropping back and leaving a space. Now, I hope they're not going to get together here. Well, finally, Javier Ripoll Jr. works his way past. A bit of practice for the racing, but not ideal for qualifying. So Marabi Mekvabishvili now staring at the back of the Javier Ripoll Jr. car. We got some speeding during the red flag being investigated, 92 and 8. So that'll be Casper Hockerboom. Well, he brought out the red flag and he managed to speed during it as well. That was an impressive feat. And also Hans Frisch. So they are being investigated after the session for potentially speeding under the red flag. So I think Casper Hockerboom may be heading back to the pits, which is where Javier Ripoll Jr. is going now. It might be that Casper was a little bit eager to get back to the pits. So Javier Ripoll Jr., I'd say for him, that was probably not what he was hoping for in that section of quali. He'll come back in now, and it may well be that the team put some fresh rubber on the car. So he comes in, keeping to the pit lane speed limit, looking for the Est1 Racing pit, and out comes the championship leader, the driver that's won every race so far, currently the fastest time in this session as well, Joel Monegro, the driver who comes from the Dominican Republic. I've still yet to learn how to say that. With that clean sheet of paper in terms of race wins, coming out to try and improve on the 140.787. Can he get it into the 39s? Well, we'll find out in just a few moments, because we're in the second half of this qualifying session now. Sole GT4 car with Daniel Lewis in 6th place. So again, showing a clean pair of heels to many of the quicker cars around him. So hats off to Daniel. Very pleased we've got a camera in that car now. That's an interesting view of turn 5, which is the corner. We call it a corner, but it's taken absolutely flat out. They come out of turn 4, which is something of a hairpin, and then that turn 5 where we go under the bridge, it's kind of more of a kink, and it's taken at about 200 kilometers an hour in 5th gear. So that'll wake anybody up, that will. And then they head towards the heavy brake, another kind of hairpin of turn 6. Really interesting track here at Circuito de Estoril, and we've seen many exciting races here over the years. It's a venue that Niki Lauda won the Formula 1 title by half a point from Alain Prost, if I remember rightly. And it's also, of course, the venue that Ayrton Senna won his historic first ever Formula 1 race in the pouring rain. And that is why turn 13 is named after Ayrton Senna, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, as Hans Frisch peels off into the pits as well. So we're into that kind of no man's land bits of qualifying where not a lot is happening, but in about 3 minutes or so, I think it's going to get quite busy out on track. In fact, Javier Ripoll Jr. fancies a little bit of space on the track. Maybe he's learned after that lap behind Marabi Mekvabishvili that he wants space. So he's coming out reasonably early. There's Kasper Hockebom trying to come out as well and improve on his 10th place at the moment. He needs to find about 2.7 seconds to get somewhere up near the front row. So a lot of work to do for Kasper, and he'll be mindful of his moment at the beginning of this session, which saw him into the barriers. But Javier Ripoll Jr., if anybody can take the fight to Joel Monegro, it could be this man here. So he's out once again. It's that build time once again. It's the out lap into the build laps. Then it'll be the push lap. I haven't seen anything about track limits so far, which is very good news. Track limits have been especially monitored, I'm told by peers, on turn 1, 4, 7 and 13. So the first turn, the last turn, and then turns 4 and 7, which is where track limits are most likely to be exceeded. I'm pleased to say, though, I haven't seen any track limit warnings at all yet, actually. Probably done it now. We'll probably get loads. But that's all important here. It's not about just getting around the track as quickly as possible. It's about keeping it within the white lines. And we've seen many times over the years drivers losing laps as a result of exceeding track limits. So there's Javier Ripoll Jr., one of 6 cars that are out on track at the moment. So just 6. But I think that in the next few moments, it's going to get a lot busier. In fact, I see all the remaining cars now heading towards the end of the pit lane and heading out on track. So this is where it could potentially happen. The 140.787. Those are the magic numbers that we have in our mind at the moment. That is what every driver is aiming at the moment. Remember, as with the previous session that we saw in the sport division, it's not just the fastest time that the drivers are interested in, it's also their second fastest time, because those second fastest times will be compared to determine the grid for the second of the club division races later on this afternoon. So very important to have a couple of consistent laps. That's what Joel Monegro has at the moment. He has the quickest lap, and he has the quickest of the second at best times as well. His quickest lap, a 140.787. His second best time, a 141.219. So if things remain as they are now, it's a double pole position for Joel Monegro. But we've got 10 minutes for it all to change. I think Javier Ripoll Jr., a contender. Eric Santos, a contender. Keep an eye on Alexander Dobic as well for Hadeka Racing. He's in 4th at the moment. He is 1.3 seconds off the fastest time. So he's got a lot to find there. But if anybody can do it, Alexander Dobic can. So we'll keep one eye on what he's doing. The Ukrainian driver got an 8th and a 9th last time out. There he is, just coming over the hill in the background. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. For my money, the driver who could start to attack Joel Monegro's pole position. So at the moment, he's still building that temperature. So having a look at his time. Yes, very much in the build process at the moment. I don't think it'll be this lap, but it may be in the next lap, or maybe the one after that, where he's going to really start to push. So the speed starting to build, the temperature starting to build as well. Every car is out on track with the exception of, I was going to say the exception of Ernst Inderbitsen, but he's out on track as well now. Looking, oh no, he has just peeled off into the pits. So yeah, he was shown as in the pits. So Ernst Inderbitsen into the pit lane at the moment. Everybody else is out on track, building the temperature. Don't go anywhere, because 8 3/4 minutes remaining of this session. It could all change. 224. That's the man with a target on his back. Joel Monegro, the driver who last year was in the 24-hour Middle East Trophy. The year before was in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. He's a graduate of the Rennes Sport Academy. The legendary, historic Rennes Sport Academy produces great drivers. Joel Monegro certainly taking on that mantle at the moment. has a perfect score so far in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. 100 points out of 100 in the overall championship. 50 points out of 50 in the Michelin Cup. Looking to keep that clean sheet of paper going. Currently, the fastest of anybody, 140.787. Out across the line he comes. The clock is running. We will see how he does as he continues out. Javier Ripoll Jr., the driver who's doing all the chasing. Everybody's still building at the moment. Not sure why Ernst Inderbitzen is into the pits. It may be he feels as though he's got the most out of the car that he can. He's currently in 6th place, the only driver who is in the pits at the moment. Nobody is improving with the exception of Jan Klingenberg, who is currently last with a 143.621. So he now improving quite significantly. He's done personal bests in Sector 1 and Sector 2, so he may well move up the order in just a few moments when he finishes this lap. And he doesn't actually, because his Sector 3 was not particularly quick. So Jan Klingenberg remains in that 11th place. Our quickest GT4 car and our only GT4 car, Daniel Lewis, is in 7th place. So we continue to focus on Joel Monegro. Up over the hill he comes. Not that much undulation here at Circuito do Estoril, but that is the section around turn 8 and 9 and 10 where there is quite a climb. Certainly the biggest change in gradient on the entire lap. 6.75%, whatever that means. Out along the pit straight we come once again. Right, 140.787. That was a 141.539. So I think he was still building there. I think now we are going to start to see the push for Joel Monegro. Still the 140.787 on board with the GT4 car of Daniel Lewis. Looking to improve on his 7th place. Daniel has come from the UK, preparing for another season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain in 2026. He came through from 21 to 23 in the Fiesta Junior Championship, then moved up to the Fiesta ST240 Championship. An altogether different beast to what he's driving now, but he's certainly got the best from the Porsche Cayman GT4. And to do well against the GT3 cars around him, he's got to be pretty proud about that. 7th place at the moment, so really good. Right, Javier Ripoll Jr. has just gone purple in Sector 1. We're seeing the competition now stepping up. 5 minutes remaining of this session. Are we about to see a challenge for pole position? Joel Monegro jumped to the top at the beginning of the session, has locked out that pole position. Now at the moment, the gap 0.268 between first and second. So Javier Ripoll Jr. in the green and black number 91 car, purple, quickest of anybody in Sector 1. What's it going to be as he comes out of Sector 2, which will be in just a few moments? Joel Monegro has still not improved. A 140.787 is still the time to beat. Right, not purple for Javier Ripoll Jr., but a personal best in Sector 2, 48.664. Sector 2 is the longest sector of the lap. So how's he going to do in Sector 3? Now Joel Monegro responds, a personal best in Sector 1 himself, but not as quick as Javier Ripoll Jr.'s Sector 1. So Ripoll Jr. still holds on to that quickest of anybody in Sector 1. How is this going to shake out? Here he comes out across the line and he goes quickest. Javier Ripoll Jr. a 140.476. So Javier Ripoll Jr. now on to provisional pole position for the first race. Joel Monegro looking to respond. What's he going to do? He's into Sector 2 at the moment. It was a personal best in Sector 2 for Joel Monegro. What's he going to be when he comes around to complete that second sector? We might then get an indication of whether he's going to be able to retake that pole position. And he has not improved in Sector 2. So Joel Monegro into P2 for the first time in this session. and not looking like he's going to get out of it on this lap. We've still got 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining of this session. You can see now how hard Joel Monegro is pushing in the 224 car as he finishes the third sector of this lap. His best time so far, a 140.787. He's going to come out and stop the clock, and it is a 141.207. So he does not improve. Our quickest time is still a 140.476 for Javier Ripoll Jr., Joel Monegro in second, Eric Santos in third, Alexander Dobic in fourth. Sensational stuff in the closing stages of this qualifying session. Now, Javier Ripoll Jr. on this lap has not improved in any of the sectors, so maybe that is the best we've seen from him in this session, the 140.476. We've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds for somebody to respond, for somebody to improve. Joel Monegro is the leading contender to do that on account of what he's been doing over the last weekend and in this session. But at the moment, he is not improving. So Joel Monegro, can it be what looked like an odds-on certain pole position? Could it be that he's bumped down to P2 at the moment? Javier Ripoll Jr. looking secure with that 140.476. Monegro, 0.3 of a second off. Now, is this going to be an improvement this time around? Last time he did a 141.207, but he's got traffic in front of him through the S's as well. The very moment he wants to have a clear track, he's got Casper Hockerboom just ahead of him. He's going to want to clear the number 8 car as quickly as possible in the final stages of this lap. Out across the line he comes, is 140.787. He has improved, but not enough to get up onto pole position. So 140.753. So maybe that traffic at the end of that lap slowed him down just a little, but Javier Ripoll Jr. remains still on provisional pole position. Joel Monegro remains now in second, having closed the gap to 0.277. Eric Santos a little under a second back from pole position. And Javier Ripoll Jr., he's done. He's out of the car. So now all he can do is watch and wait. It will be a nervous last minute or so, because when the clock strikes 0, anybody who's on a lap, the lap will count. And at the moment, Joel Monegro continues to improve. He's done a personal best on the last lap, but no, he hasn't in Sector 1. So he hasn't improved in Sector 1. So he's going to have to do something pretty dramatic in Sector 2 to move up into that pole position. So at the moment, it's looking pretty solid for Javier Ripoll Jr. We continue to watch Joel Monegro trying to extract everything he can. This is the last lap for him because the clock has now struck 0. Here he comes in the 224 car, but it doesn't look like he's going to improve. It was a 23.7 in Sector 1, which was a lot slower than Javier Ripoll Jr. I don't think anybody is going to get anywhere near the number 91 car. Javier Ripoll Jr. walks now back to the garage. He's done all that he can. He now has to wait. The checkered flag is out of the session. So as the cars cross the line, I can't see anybody improving. I'm just keeping one eye on Joel Monegro as he comes across the line. His last lap was a 140.753. Is he going to improve on this? No, he's not, because his Sector 2 was very slow. So Joel Monegro has given it all, but it's going to be a pole position for Javier Ripoll Jr. for Est1 Racing. He picked his time right towards the end of the session to take that 140.476. Now, the quickest of the second best times, I believe, is still going to be Joel Monegro. So, subject to confirmation, I think it's going to be Javier Ripoll Jr. on pole position for the first race and Joel Monegro on pole position for the second race of this sprint challenge, rounds 3 and 4. Brilliant qualifying there. Javier Ripoll Jr. waited to exactly the right time, knew when to pull the pin when the track was going to be at its quickest. A 140.476 was his time that he set, and he was never to be beaten from that. Joel Monegro came close with a 140.753. Those were the only two drivers who made it into the 40s. Then it was Eric Santos, Alexander Dobik on the second row, Hans Frisch and Morabi Mekvabishvili, who will occupy the third row for the first race after lunch today. Then it'll be Levent Turkman ahead of Kasper Hockerboom. After that moment at the beginning, did well to come back for an 8th. Then Ernst Inderbitsen, Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car will line up 10th ahead of Jan Klingenberg, who will be 11th. So a very compelling and exciting qualifying session. That rounds up qualifying for both the sport and the club division here. The grids are set for the 4 races that are going to be coming up this afternoon, and we are almost certainly in for a blinder. Back down to Piers now, who's in the pit lane.
I've got our pole sitter, Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier, that must feel pretty good. Obviously last week, I mean, Joel was uncatchable.
Yeah,
this week you've pipped him.
Yeah, we did some changes in the car, and then we've been testing, and finally it's dry. So, well, let's see, we're fast all the practices, and then the first section of the quali, we had a car that was blocking us a little bit. We changed the tires and we prepared for the second stint, and then that's it, we made it. So.
And you like it around here, don't you?
I like it. You always like to be P1. That's true.
It's a good track, though. I feel like it gels well with your style because you were quick here last year as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here 3 times and 3 podiums so far, so hopefully we can continue doing this, and then let's go for the first place.
I could see, though, when I spoke to you just before we were on camera, that you didn't get double pole. You're pipped by Joel for second fast lap. Yeah. I can see how much you wanted that double pole.
Yeah, I wanted double pole, but it's okay. I mean, inside and outside this track is a sharp turn to the right, so we have to be careful, and that's it. And it's a long race, so 30 minutes plus all the stuff that could happen. So let's see, it doesn't rain in the afternoon, so hopefully for a dry track.
Yeah, it's good weather so far today.
Yeah, it is.
Javier, congratulations. Pole position will be going from pole in race number 1, and then second place in the second of the club division races. That's our pole position club division. That's qualifying done. I'll hand back to Brian, who will then hand us over to the lunch break while I get myself ready for that pit walk.
We're looking forward to that one already. Thank you, Piers, and Javier Ripoll Jr. Understandably delighted with that pole position. You've got to work pretty hard to put one over Joel Monegro in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here in 2026. So that's qualifying done and dusted. In a moment, Piers is going to be limbering himself up for his pit walk over the lunch break. We've got 4 races coming this afternoon, 1:30 local time. The sport division will have their first race. Hopefully, shortly after 2:30, all being well, the club division will have their first race, and then we'll head into round 4. We do 2 rounds per day for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and race 2 for the sport division will come up at about 15:40 local time, and then it all comes to a close back 4:45 local time this afternoon for race 2 in the club division. Right, lunchtime. It's time to head down to the pit lane for Piers Pryor.
Brian, thank you so much for taking us through the qualifying sessions this morning. It's been very close, and we were looking forward to some exciting racing this afternoon. And why don't we start the pit walk with a quick interview with Ernst Inderbitsen. Ernst, not the best weekend for you last weekend, but I can see you're still enjoying things this weekend.
Yeah, well, after I've recovered, I enjoy it really, and Estoril is a very nice track, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
No worries. Ernst Inderbitsen going in the club division. He's, as Brian said earlier on, one of the eldest. I think he is the eldest driver on the grid, but still no lack of enthusiasm. We've got a shorter pit lane here, actually, at Estoril than we had in Portimao, and also a slightly shorter lunch break. So I'll only be taking about 25, 30 minutes of your time, should you wish to hang around. We're going to have an opportunity to chat to many of the drivers who have just been out in qualifying, and also talk about some of the things that have been going on. And I might as well grab a word with Eric Santos. Eric, another quick qualifying session from yourself there, P3 in the end. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. So this weekend started with rain conditions, so we had only basically 2 practice in the dry. I was okay in the first practice yesterday. The last one wasn't so good. Like we needed to find some pace and adjust the balance of the car too. Today the early session was really better, and I felt confident to push. Made a little bit of mistake there. I could have gone a little bit better, but overall happy with the result.
Yeah, and it also looks like you guys, both Joel and yourself, working really well with the track experience by Manthai team. They've got so much experience, haven't they?
Yeah, they're the best. I mean, they really help us not only with the basic stuff, that a team usually does, but also trying to work throughout the year in all the things and issues that we face. So I'm really happy with the evolution since last year that I started working with them.
Well, Eric, so those who don't know you, tell us a bit about what you've done up before this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season. You've raced in Iberica and GT cars, I believe. You've raced Porsches before, is that correct?
So yeah, I started racing like 5 or 6 years ago in go-karts. I made a transition to cars in 2022 in Porsche Cup Brazil with the 991 model, no ABS, no TC. So that was a fun year for me, a lot of learnings from that year. And then the last couple of years, I've done a little bit of Porsche Cup Brazil too, Sprint Endurance Championship, and last year I did the Swiss Cup with the Manthai team.
Yeah, and you clearly have been learning quickly. I mean, last time out in Portimao, qualified second and first, fourth and second, so good results. You get up there again, third place in this qualifying session we've just had. You've come on a long way in a short amount of time.
Yeah, I'm also happy that it looks like it won't rain, so it would be better for a race. Even though like I have good pace in the rain, but racing is always hard when it's raining. So I think we're gonna have some fun.
I think Pro Speed have organised some good weather for this afternoon. But Eric Santos, looking ahead to this year, we've got, of course, this round and 2 more in the Sprint Challenge. What about 2026 for you? What are you looking ahead to?
So apart from the last 2 races here, I already have the Porsche Cup Swiss season with the Manthai as well, and I might do the same thing that I did last year, which is the just endurance race for Porsche Cup Brazil. So last year they came to Portimão and Estoril, but this year I think it's only going to be Portimão and Interlagos, 2 races there. So I think it would be a handful of opportunities to learn more and then to keep improving.
Plenty of air miles this year then.
Yeah. The family is not very happy with that. I try to bring them along whenever I can, but my son is here too now. But we try to make the best of it.
Anyone watching at home? Anyone you want to say hello to in your mother tongue?
Yesterday was my mom's birthday, so parabéns de novo, mãe. Mia, Nara, beijo pra vocês.
Amazing. Eric Santos, we'll let you go and get weighed and prepare for this afternoon. Great to catch up with Eric Santos. He was actually one of the drivers I wanted to catch up with because we didn't get a chance to chat to him in Portimao. A lot of drivers coming over from South America. Of course, Javier Ripoll Jr., who we just spoke to, pole sitter in qualifying. He's from Venezuela originally, now hails or lives in Miami. And we'll start our proper pit walk now with the MDM team, who are the first guys we come across. Levent Turkman, who was one of the stars of last weekend, actually, I would say, in Portimao. Qualifying actually today didn't go as well, maybe as he was hoping for. 7th fastest in qualifying in that session. I think he'll be racing forwards from there because his pace in practice has been better than that. So watch out for the white and lime green MDM car of Levent Turkman. His teammate, however, is having an excellent season so far. Jelter Hofner in the 919 in the sport division. You can see with the white and red highlights. He is at a very, very fast. I think he's got a double second place, or at least a second in the first race. We spoke to him briefly after that sport division qualifying, and he will be looking to push on. If you caught that interview, he said, "I'm going to be pushing hard." He actually had poor results last weekend after first race contact damage, didn't finish the race. Second race also didn't get the result he wanted. He was ended with a non-finish in race 1, a 12th place in race 2 when he qualified second in those races. He'll be going from the front a couple of rows of the grids today, so watch out for him. I think he'll be pushing hard. I was going to try and wave down Levent Turkman actually, because Levent over there would be good to talk to and hear about why maybe his pace wasn't quite there, but he's deep in conversation with Casper Hockebom. Casper unfortunately had an unfortunate qualifying session as well, spun on the cold slick tyres, easily done. These Michelin tyres, when they are brand new, they are very, very slippery. They take a lap or 2 to warm up, but once they warm up they are very, very grippy indeed. But before they do, it's even less grip than you would experience on a road tyre. They're deep in conversation. Why don't we grab a word with Jelter Hofner, seeing as he's here. Come on, Jelter. We've already spoken to you once, but we can chat to you again. It's on my right-hand side. Jelte, we spoke to you after qualifying. You were happy, but obviously want to go one better, don't you? You said that you were going to push hard regardless. Of course, unfortunate weekend last weekend. Does it weigh on you mentally when a tough weekend like that happens, or what's your mindset?
Well, of course it wears you out mentally, but yeah, the more you race and the more setbacks you have, the more you get used to it, and the ups also really deliver. So that's the philosophy.
Amazing. And okay, looking ahead to the races now, you've had qualifying, you know the pace is there. How does your mindset shift? You know, if someone at home is watching, they've never raced on circuit, what are you thinking about now in going into the races?
Consistency. It's just all about trying to create a consistent setup that the car just keeps on going for the 30 minutes plus one lap.
Do you get nervous before the races?
No, not really. I've done quite a few of them, so I'm quite used to them.
It's just like going to work.
Yeah, exactly. It is basically work. So
amazing. Jelte, I'll let you go and chill out with the team. We've got a fair few drivers to get through in a shorter lunch break than we had in Estoril. So great to chat to Jelte Hofner again. Definitely a talent for the future. Still only 19 years old and racing at some of the highest levels in Porsches. At number 92 here, we're now in garage number 5. That means that this is the A-Works team with Hans Frisch, the very easy to spot A-Works car there, the Dayglow yellow with the black highlights. Keep an eye out for Hans Frisch. Where did he qualify in this morning's? Actually, very strong qualifying from Hans Frisch. 5th place he'll be going from in Club Division race number 1. Compare that to his results from the previous event. He had a disqualification, unfortunate disqualification from the first race, but then a good finish in the second to come 7th. So he'll be looking for more top 10s. And you know, it's always a professional when they come out before I have to ask them. Come this side for me, Dan Lewis. Unfortunately, just over here, mate. It's okay. We can work it out. Still, unfortunately, our lone GT4, but you're making the most of it.
Yeah, of course I am. I don't think we did it as well as I thought we'd do today. Obviously, expecting to come last, but
you weren't last.
We weren't last. Yeah, which is not bad. I'm happy about that. Yeah.
Amazing. Just a reminder for everyone at home. Dan is driving the slightly different. This is the Cayman GT4. It's slightly, which in theory should be slower than the rest of the 911 cars. He's the only one. Easy to spot from the race car consultants team there with the orange highlights and your matching suit. Well, I say suit. Well, it is matching suit and T-shirt as well. Very much on brand.
Very orange. Yeah, it's my favourite colour.
We caught up with you last weekend at Portimao. What was your experience of Portimao? Have you changed your approach coming into this weekend at all?
So Portimao is it's a track where you basically just hang on the entire lap. But this one's a bit more technical, and a bit more difficult, more corners to do.
Yeah, of course.
It's
also, I feel like Portimao, there's a lot of large undulation change, hills, big gradients. However, here, as much as it doesn't go up and down so much, there's a lot of subtle cambers that you have to make the most of.
I'd say, it's definitely more camber here. And less G-force, which is nice, which basically means I get a little bit of a break compared to Portimao, yeah.
But I can see you're a fit man. You'd be able to pound through it anyway. Potentially a better preparation this circuit for your year ahead, because we know that you're racing in the UK, a lot of tight, technical, twisty circuits in the UK. Is that something that you think as well?
Definitely, yeah. Well, any practice I get here is I'm grateful for to bring into the UK and hopefully put my experience into practice.
Absolutely. Well, we'll look forward to that. I've got a lot of drivers to get through. So Dan Lewis, is Dan okay, or do you prefer Daniel?
Sounds good, yeah.
We'll go with Dan. Dan Lewis. We'll let you go and chill out, have some lunch, and get yourself prepared for that first race, which is coming up very shortly. The first race this afternoon will be the Sport Division race. Actually, he's in the second, my mistake. The GT4 is running the Club Division race. Just to our right-hand side, Javier Ripoll's car, the number 91 for Est1 Racing Team. Is the fastest car in the Club Division this morning. And we would have the Hideka Racing Team to your right, my left here. But if Luke, camera operator, keeps turning to the right, that car is all the way over there. Alexander Dobik's car is currently weighing at the weighbridge for the scrutineering bay. Of course, all the cars identical apart from Dan Lewis's GT4, all the cars identical, 992 Cup cars, the Gen 1 version. We're looking ahead to see the Gen 2 version make its debut this season in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, also the Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and also I think it's in Asia, the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, and also America as well. So if you're a Porsche fan of racing, then keep an eye on the biggest championships in the world for Porsche, the new generation 2 of the Porsche. But we're still running the first generation, which is very popular, still plenty of cars around. And Alexander Dobik for the Hideka Racing Team will be pushing on today. He had a decent qualifying session, P4. Good from Alexander Dobik, using the experience of the previous seasons in this championship to best use. Now, championship leader in the sport division. This driver here, number 66, Marco Gilchap for Team 75 Racing. I've got a question for Marco. I don't know whether it's a question for him or the team, but I was going to ask him about his number. Could I potentially grab a word with Marco? I think he's deep in conversation with driver, coach, friends, team manager. I'm not entirely sure. But I did want to find out why they chose the number 66 when their team number is 75. Can I interrupt, Marco, do you reckon? I'm going to Am I all right to interrupt, Marco? Sorry, you're deep in conversation. We'll drag Marco out of the garage. I know it's probably very important, and my conversation is going to be far less important, but we are live. So, Marco, championship leader. Good weekend last weekend. A win in the second place puts you in the championship lead. I assume your goal is just to retain that leaving Estoril.
Yeah, exactly. We missed the mark a little bit in qualifying, unfortunately, which isn't always the way you want to start, but we've still got the races, no points yet, so we'll put our heads down, put our thinking caps on and attack in the races.
When you say miss the mark, of course you guys work on a lot behind the scenes, and people involved in motorsport behind the scenes know that you're going to work on the setup, you're driving, and you're going to bring things together. But what actually are you looking at? How can you go from being one of the fastest drivers in Portimao and quick and testing, and then maybe just things, how can in qualifying it just not go right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close, so it doesn't take a whole lot, and to be honest, I think I had the car to be at the front, at least the top three for sure, and I just didn't quite put it together. I got a little bit unlucky, with maybe traffic and a yellow flag, but there's always scenarios like that, so yeah, I just didn't put the lap together ultimately.
So you think that your pace actually isn't representative of where qualifying was?
Yeah, I think we should be able to punch our way forward a little bit. I'm not going to say we're the fastest car on track at the moment. We're going to try to be, but I think we're not 7th place. I think we're easily top 5 and hopefully further forward.
Amazing. Right, I had a question. Team 75, we spoke to you last weekend about Team 75, a great team, you enjoy working with them. You're number 66. There isn't actually a number 75 on the grid. I was just a bit confused as to why didn't you choose 75?
Yeah, I know. I sort of thought about that after. I'm like, I probably should be 75, but
too late now.
Yeah, it's too late. And I've been 66 for a few years now. And 1966 was when my grandfather founded our company back in New Zealand, Giltrap Group, and has supported a lot of young Kiwi race drivers over the world. So I've just decided to take it on and sort of just stuck with it.
Do you know what? That's a good enough answer for any. I understand now why you've chosen 66. Marco, congratulations on a successful weekend last weekend. We'll hope to see you push your way through in the race later on. That's Marco Gilchap there for Team 75 Motorsport. The Kiwi driver from New Zealand comes over. He joined this championship not last year, but the year before, and was fast in that. And he's come on as a driver, I think, since then, and that shows now leading the championship. And moving further on, Ombra Racing. We spoke to David, the team manager, and both of their drivers last time out in Portimao. I asked them this weekend, their tagline there, Storia e Passione. History and passion. That's their motto, and they very much do that in buckets. They have a history of success. They've been racing for many, many years. We heard from David last time out about how much they work together. They're a team that definitely do physically gel together. I can see it feels almost more like a family, the way that they work together. So it's great to see them again. Very, very easy to spot with their blue and yellow livery for Matias Comparato, and then Luciano Martinez has the orange highlights. Always run this similar livery, and very popular it is indeed. We also caught up with Keegan Masters last time out. He's their driver coach for this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Has raced for the team as well. And I chatted to him yesterday, actually. He says that he reckons this weekend the rear Michelin tyres are going to be the ones that potentially could fall away as the race goes on in both of the races we have coming up this afternoon. These Michelin tyres, very quick on the first couple of laps. The second heat cycle, which all the drivers will be running through in the race conditions, because they have to use the same tyres they use in qualifying in the races. Only 2 sets of Michelin tyres for the one qualifying session and the 2 races. Most drivers will use both of those sets in qualifying because they are fastest when they're brand new, and then they will use those 2 used sets, one for the first race and the second for the second race. And those rear tyres, if you abuse them in qualifying, you abuse them on the first few laps of the race, you could be having some hairy oversteer moments towards the end of these fairly long sprint races. 30 minutes is pretty long. Especially for a set of tyres that have to deal with all the power of these Porsche 992 Cup cars. Porsche Experience by Manthey now in Garage 11 and 12. A very successful weekend they had indeed at Portimao, leaving the championship in the club division in first place with Joel Monegro. Eric Santos also had a good race as well. Joel Monegro, running out of superlatives. Pole position in race one, race one. Second place on the grid in race two, only pipped by his own teammate Eric Santos, who we caught up with earlier, then finished in first place. A double win means obviously he is our championship leader. He will be hoping to do that, but he's going to have a harder time this weekend. His pace advantage is not what he saw at Portimao last time. It's good to see actually the grid very, very close together in qualifying, and if I look at the times, it really was close. I mean, top three were separated by just 0.6, but I think Javier Ripoll, he did one fast lap. His second fast lap wasn't good enough for pole, so I think we're going to see those three especially do battle, and then down the order as well. There was a cluster 4th through 8th place, so that was Alexander Dobic down to 8th place, Castor Huckabum, only 3 or 4 tenths between those as well. So I'm looking forward to a mid-race battle in the club division. And in that will be Marabi Mekvabishvili. He qualified 6th place for the lap time performance team, the 218. Marabi, unfortunately, last time out, I think didn't have the best weekend, did Marabi. Had some issues, yet not classified in race one, and then a disqualification in race two. Despite his good pace, he was 4th on the grid in the first race, 6th in the grid in the second. He will be going, as I mentioned, from 6th place on the grid in the first race this afternoon. I think he's just going to look for some clean racing. He's got Sebastian Freimut as his driver coach this weekend, a driver that's raced in the sports division of this very championship previously and races in Porsches. I pried Sebastian yesterday to find out what his plans for the season ahead are going to be. He doesn't know yet. Hopefully racing a Porsche is what he said. Next up, the Fach Auto Tech team, a two-car team this weekend. You've got the 222 of Jan Klingelnberg. It's a pretty of a mouthful for my British tongue, but he had a decent race weekend last time out. Qualified 8th in the first race, moved up to finish in 5th place, and then 7th converted to 6th. So he always races better than he qualifies. Watch out for him going from, actually not the best qualifying for him, Jan Klingelnberg, going from last place, 11th place on the grid in the club division. The man we spoke to at the start of this show, of course, the number 9, the driver that loves racing so much, Ernst Inderbitzen. Again, a difficult weekend for Ernst Inderbitzen last time out. 2 11th place starts, and then 2 did not start. So 2 11th place in qualifying, and then did not start either of the races for various reasons. Good to see him back. He's looking energised, looking refreshed, looking ready to go. And Ernst faster this weekend, 9th place in qualifying, so see him going from the outside of row number 4. The man of the moment today so far is Milan Marchak. As far as I'm aware, double pole position, just based on the provisional times from qualifying. The young driver, still only 17 years old, if does me correctly. He, very, very fast young driver. He made his car racing debut. The first car race ever at this very event 1 year ago, so pretty much a year to the day. And how far he's come on in that time is quite incredible. To go from literally driving the car on circuit for the very first time to then putting it on pole position ahead of the driver, a really, really competitive grid. I mean, he's ahead of Jelter Hoffner, another fast driver. 3rd place was Wouter Borkamps. Don't forget, Wouter won the last race of the season in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, the pinnacle of Porsche Cup racing and one of the most competitive championships in the world. So if Wouter's out there pushing and you beat him, then you know you've done well. And for a 17-year-old driver, very, very impressive indeed. I don't think Wouter is in... I don't think Milan is in the garage, but that's okay because we caught up with him after qualifying. But a driver that I did want to talk to is Jesse Polderdijk, the number 29, his Red Ant Racing teammate. Jesse, can we have a chat, please? It'd be great to catch up with Jesse, another young driver from karting. We're going to get Jesse on my right-hand side. Stay there, mate. That's all good. We'll get you framed up with the garage in the background. Jesse, we didn't get to chat to you in Portimao, but here we are, chatting in Estoril. How was your weekend in Portimao?
I learned a lot, but it wasn't... It could be better, but... Yeah.
It's okay.
In race 2, but race 1 I stalled. It's just a rookie mistake. And in race 2, Joep drove me off, so... yeah, not much to do about it.
Not much to do, but we'll forgive your rookie mistake because effectively you are still effectively a rookie. This is some of your first races in cars, some of your first races in this car as well. You're a young driver. Just tell us about your experience up until now.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in at the moment, but we learn and I hope to get better every race I do. So Yeah, it's fun to drive.
And you've not done many races. Is it was last weekend your first race in the 911?
The last week was the first race in the car ever. So yeah, I have a lot to get to the other ones, but I will get there.
You will get there. As I mentioned to you yesterday when we first spoke, Milan made his racing debut at this event last year, and in a year he's gone from first race to pole position. I suppose you're going to try and emulate that.
Yeah, I have one race ahead of him, so hopefully I can do it too.
Hopefully you can. You're also, I believe, having a busy race schedule this year. Yeah. You're racing the Porsche. Tell us which championship you're racing it in, but you're also racing something else as well.
Yeah, I will be driving Benelux, so that will be fun. And I also gonna do shifter karting and rental karting for fun. So it was a busy year, but I hope to get to drive every weekend because that's what I want to do.
And that's how you improve the fastest as well.
Yeah, so the more you drive, the more you learn, the better you get.
Absolutely. Now, what about qualifying today? How did that go for you?
Yeah, I need to drive. This is the third time I think that I drove on the slicks, so I need to learn a lot on slicks still. But in the wet, the pace is there, but in slicks, not yet. So I hope the race will get better and learn a lot.
You're still fairly new to car racing and new to the Cup car. The slicks are something else, aren't they? The wet, I remember you mentioned to me yesterday, you think the grip is incredible in the wet, but in the dry, so much grip with the slick tyres.
I just didn't find the limit at all on the slick tyres yet, but I need to gain confidence with them and get better with them and be one with them, and then you go faster. So I hope I can get that this season.
Yes, sir. You're a young driver. We're looking forward to seeing your journey in the sport. Thanks very much for chatting to us. Good luck this afternoon.
No problem.
Yes, sir. Paul de Dijk there for the Red Ant Racing team. Another young driver. A very young team in Red Ant, but not holding them back, clearly. Milan Marchak on pole position. Yes, sir. Making improvements with every session out on circuit. And that is the difference between the likes of, Wouter Borgkamps, who I've spoken to, who's a very, very experienced driver, has driven a lot of laps in coaching, driven a lot of laps on circuit, has got the life experience as well. And then you've got drivers like Milan last year and Jesse this year making their car racing debuts in this championship and then using it as a learning opportunity for the year ahead and also just to get their racing experience up with each race. We're now onto the S1 racing team. S1 back with is it 3 or 4? I'm going to say 4-car garage here. We've got Nikola Milkovic, who is technically Spark Racing as well, or Spark Team Serbia, but he's under the S1 Racing banner and awning garage. Having a pole position on the right-hand side, we've spoken about him. Nikola Milkovic, he actually was very, very quick in some of the practice sessions, especially in the wet conditions. The dry conditions maybe not suiting quite as much. 9th place he will go from in the first Sport Division race this afternoon. That is the first race that's coming up later on in just over half an hour's time, for about half an hour's time from now actually. So the drivers and teams actually having had their lunch are just starting to get wound up ready for the race. And then a driver that we didn't chat to a huge amount last weekend because he didn't make the races is Alex Ryman. He's back again. We'll grab a quick word with Alex. Alex is a driver that's been in this championship with us for a number of seasons. I'm just going to scooch this side. Yes. Alex, really unfortunate not to see you on racing last weekend. You were in practice, you were going to race. Unfortunately, just a tiny error ended your weekend early.
Yeah, sadly it happened like that in Portimao, so I touched a bit of, overpushed a bit. Touched a bit of curb on the exit of the final corner. And yeah, basically nothing could be done by this point and I just lost it and sadly it was as it was, yeah. But
great job from the S1 Racing team to get you back out this weekend and I think actually you've not been, your confidence hasn't been dented. You were really quick when it first dried out yesterday and then qualifying not too bad either.
I couldn't practice in the private test because the car was repaired and basically we did some laps yesterday. We did 1 wet session and 2 dry sessions. The pace was really good and in qualifying today I struggled a bit honestly with the car balance, but it is what it is. P6 for the race 1 and let's see, it should be quite good.
Yeah, and you're right next to your teammate Theo Ellenas. He's a very experienced driver. A few years your senior, he's won in these cars in different championships, the UK, and has raced in Super Cup for example, but to be 300ths away from him must feel pretty good as like a driver still, I would say, at the early phase of your racing career.
Yeah, for sure. I'm learning a lot from him, and in the race we're gonna work as a teammates, and we're just gonna try to do maximum together, and let's see how it go.
What have you been learning from Tio? You mentioned something there. Of course, he's got a wealth of experience. What sort of things can you learn from a driver with that much experience?
Well, basically on track, how to work with the team, how to work with people and stuff, but also off track. He learned me quite a lot, to be honest, and he's just a good mentor, really nice guy, really nice friend. He's like a big brother to me, so. Let's see how it would go today. Yeah,
and I believe that you're going to be working together a fair amount more because you've been with S1 Racing for a long time. I believe your season ahead you will be. Tio has signed up as well, so you're going to be working together a lot more. That must be nice that you get on so well, knowing you're going to have to work together going forward.
Yeah, for sure. We're really bonding really well, and so this is like a test for us together, and then Curry Cup France and Benelux is going to be like our main series together with Tio. So should be quite fun.
And what's your goals for the season ahead?
For sure, would of course be like top 3. Overall would be really nice, but of course you cannot expect anything, so should be quite nice overall.
Absolutely, it's great to see actually your progress over the last few years because you were Pro-Am champion in 24. Then last year you started getting into the mix in the proper sport championship in the pro division, and then now step up into the top 5, top 10s. Is that going to be your goal for the season, just consistency and in the top 10?
Yes, for sure. That's going to be the main goal for both of us, 2 cars, and hopefully being like top 3 overall. 2 cars on top 3 would be really nice. Yeah.
Amazing. We'll see if we can get that happening. Alex Ryman, I'll let you go and chill out ahead of the first race this afternoon. Tio Elnas in the back of the garage there. We'll grab a quick word with Tio, seeing as we've got a few minutes. Tio, have you got 1 minute? Amazing. Tio, the Cypriot driver. We spoke to Tio. We'll just have a quick chat, Tio, because we spoke to you last weekend. Really nice that you and Alex seem to be working together so well. And he was just saying he learns a lot from you.
Yeah, I mean, we're a good pair. We are working hard together just to find the best solution for the car. And we're bonding nicely together, so everything is a plus.
Only half a second away from the fastest time in qualifying. You and Alex separated by basically nothing. Yeah. What are you working on to just find that little bit extra pace?
Basically, as you know, we had only 10 laps in Portimao with slick tires, and that have put us a little bit on the back foot of what's going on and to the program. And now, since yesterday in the afternoon, finally we got some dry running, and we're just working non-stop in the car to dial it in to my driving style, to Alex's driving style as well. And slowly we're getting there. I'm getting the mileage back just to come back into it. It's a little bit harder in slicks, but it is what it is.
We saw your racecraft and your experience playing Portimao, working your way onto the podium positions there, especially in the tricky conditions. I suppose that's an advantage you may have over some of the younger drivers at the start of their career.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I raced a lot of races in the UK also that is quite damp or wet conditions. So for sure the experience played some role, and making the right decision at the point, the right racing lines, and it's all part of the process and part of the game. But now I need to get my eye back into it with slick tires, which I'm getting there slowly. Every time I put new tires, I improve quite a bit. So I'm a little bit on the back foot, and I'm playing the catching game at the moment, but I'll get there in the end.
I'm sure you will. Tio, thanks so much for taking time to chat to us during the lunch break. Tio Elnas there, also for the S1 Racing team. Tio will be in the 27 car to the right of your shot there, and the 28, the returning driver after the incident last weekend, is Alex Ryman. Moving further down, Team GP Elite, the newly livery number 30, Wouter Borkamps. He's got the livery of the Fresh real estate business, and actually Guido Schmidt, one of the owners of Fresh, was here this weekend, and Guido is being coached by Wouter, and they were sharing the car yesterday. Wouter had a very busy day yesterday. Basically didn't leave that car because in the sessions, the sport division sessions, he was out on circuit. In the club division sessions, he was in the passenger seat coaching Guido. So that's had to work hard for his racing this weekend, but it's great to see Wouter back on the grid and also having some more support for the season ahead. As I mentioned, very much informed driver, the driver that won the final round of the pinnacle of cup racing in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. Last event of the year, Monza. He's back for a full season in the Carrera Cup, Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, and also Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, so look out for him. He didn't qualify as well as I thought he would. Halfway through that qualifying session, he was fastest by a little margin, and then unfortunately in the second run on new tyres just didn't quite find the pace he needed. He'll be going from third place, so I think that the 30 here of Wouter Borkamps with the maroon and orange and white flashes will be a drive to look forward to. A look at for moving forward, as will the driver directly behind, the number 98 of Nick Ho. He'll go from 4th place. We saw him drive through the field at a couple of times last time out. His qualifying wasn't the best in Portimao, 2 8th places, but managed a 5th and a 2nd. So very good racecraft, a driver that's going to be having a full season this year ahead of us. And then Casper Hocheboom. We spoke to Casper as well. He's the driver that's moved up from the GT4 category in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe last year, now making the step up to the Michelin Cup in the club division with the big proper 992 Cup car. How was Casper's weekend? Well, Casper actually very strong. 6th place in qualifying for the first race, finished in 7th, and then unfortunately in that tricky second race, started 5th, didn't get a classification in that one, didn't finish that race. But Casper, always entertaining on and off circuit. Tricky qualifying actually, had a small issue on cold tyres, had a little spin, ended up in the barrier. The car looks to be fixed, so we'll see him out again, I'm almost certain of it. Casper at lunch at the moment, so we'll catch up with him later on, I'm sure. Didn't have the strongest of qualifying, as I mentioned, with that spin, which led him to lose a bit of confidence, I think. He'll be going from 8th place. And then the final driver on the final team in the pit lane, of this shorter pit lane here at the Estoril circuit, is the 144 Levin Gelf. Levin, another driver who hasn't got a huge amount of racing experience, certainly less than many of the other drivers on the grid. He's in the back of the garage there, he's taking a bit of a sip of some juice. Maybe there's electrolytes, I think, potentially. Come to my right-hand side for me, Levin.
Don't have much time.
Don't have much time. Okay, we'll be quick. Electrolytes, juice?
No, some energy.
Some energy drink. Well, it's getting yourself ready for the event ahead.
Yeah.
How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Pretty good. Happy that it's dry. So, yeah.
Happy that it's dry. That's actually been a lot of what people are saying.
Enough rain. Yeah.
We've had plenty of rain this year so far. A good circuit to race at in the dry, though.
Yeah, old school. Pretty hard to get the hang out of it. So yeah, looking forward to race here.
What's your mindset going into this first race?
Just do my laps. It's warm up for the real season. So yeah.
Levin, thank you very much. We'll let you go and get ready with your energy drink. And the team is Ziebach Motorsport. Ziebach, a very experienced team, been racing for, I think, up to or including 20 years now. Porsches for at least the last 8 or 9 years, and they have a few Porsches. They race in different championships. They have these 992 Cup cars, one of which you can see right in front of us. They have a couple of those. They have GT4s. I think they race in Benelux and in many of the championships in Europe. And Levin will be racing with this team in at least this championship. I think he's also doing Creventic. I think Mugello 12 hour, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this year. So Levin preparing for a season of racing both in Carrera Cups or Porsche Cup cars and also in some other events as well. So that ends our pit lane walk here this lunchtime. We've spoken to some of the drivers you're going to see on circuit this afternoon. We've had some incredible racing this season already, especially from the sport division. Those 2 races we had in Portimao were out of this world. I'm hoping for some more of those, and the first race coming up this afternoon will be that first race of today, the 3rd round of the sport division, the sport division here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. I'm going to hand over to a short countdown, and then Brian will pick us back up ready for the start of that first race.
Welcome back to Estoril. We are getting ready for round 3 of Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. And if this race is anything like either of the 2 races that we had on Sunday of last weekend, we are in for an absolute treat. We've already had drama. We've seen Milan Marchak continue his clean sweep of pole positions this year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've seen Walter Boerkamp's qualifying in 3rd place. He wasn't especially happy with his push lap in qualifying, and we see championship leader Marco Giltrap down in 7th place. So he's got a bit of work to do there. You heard Piers talking to him during the lunch break, and he said, we just didn't get it together. The car's quick, but we just didn't get the lap together. So I think he is going to be pushing through from that 6th place starting position. It was also nice to hear Marco Giltrap talking about his grandfather as well, actually, Sir Colin, and his father Richard, the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia 2026 driver in Earl Bamber's team. A real racing family, and it's great to have the Giltraps on the grid once again, and certainly with Marco at the wheel this year. A very welcome addition. Right, I do believe that Piers is down on the grid, so over to you, Piers.
Yes, I am down here on the grid. First time here at Estoril this season, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. For round 3, pole position, Milan Marchak, the young driver who made his debut here just 1 year ago. And not just his debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but his debut in car racing. What a year he's had to go from new to pole position. It was a well-earned pole as well. I think he'll be going from pole in the 2nd race. Let's jump in and grab a quick word with Milan. Milan, feeling good ahead of the race?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. It's still dry, so so I think we just try to pull away and let the guys behind fight, and then we will see what happens.
You make it sound so easy. I'm sure it won't be quite that easy in practice, but Milan Marchak going from pole position will be chased by another young driver, Jelte Hofner. We've spoken to Jelte a couple of times already today, so we'll keep him concentrating in the car for the MDM team. Look out for that driver. This race 1 year ago, Jelte started further down the grid. I think he was just inside the top 10. Actually jumped the start, ended up coming out of turn 1 in 3rd place, didn't get to keep that position. He'll be hoping for a good start, but not quite that good this year. The driver in 3rd place, Walter Boerkamp, he was provisional pole at the halfway stage of qualifying. Unfortunately didn't get the best laps in he potentially could have done in the 2nd part of qualifying. Walter, you said there was a lot of time on the table, didn't quite find it. Was that yellow flag potentially a slight cause of that, or something else?
It was mostly the yellow flag, and the car that spun was quite in the way afterwards. So and it was in the last corner, so it messed up that lap and the lap afterwards. So there was a lot on the table. It was certainly not a mistake-free lap, so there was a lot more on the table. So it's a challenge again.
Still close though. I mean, the guys in front of you, you know them. You've raced against them. You know Jelte as well. You've coached him before. I remember you saying that you think because you've coached them and you've helped them that they're more predictable. Can you race your way to the front in this one?
I'll let them do the hard work, I think, and I hope something opens up. But no, I won't take any risk. But the race, it's a long race. 30 minutes is long. We'll focus on having a good race car at the end, and every opportunity I get, I'll take, of course. But no risk, just proper racing.
So what I hear is you're going to let the young guns fight and then pick up the pieces.
Yes, and every opportunity I can take, I will take. But we'll see. I hope my reaction time is still good. So. Maybe I do something at the start already.
You're not that old. You're not that old. You're only in, are you 30? Is it 30?
30,
yeah, 30. That's not that old. You've still got quick reaction times. Walter Boerkamp's talking down his chances there, but we know what a formidable racer he is. Nico, his teammate for GP Elite, teammates of Walter Boerkamp's going from P4. A better qualifying this time than in Portimao. You had to work your way from 8th on the grid there. 4th place this time, a view to the front. Much better starting position.
Yeah, it's better than the last race, so let's see what we can do from here.
You raced through well in the wet conditions. Of course, it's dry now, sun's out, very, very different race conditions. What's your best opportunity to get on the podium or even better?
Those guys ahead will probably fight with each other. let's see if we can profit from them.
I reckon you and Wouter have had a chat, because Wouter said exactly the same thing.
Yeah, for sure. Let's work together.
Work together. Team GP Elite filling out the second row of the grid. It's a 1-by-1 stagger here. Pole on the left-hand side for the driver, so it'll be right-hand shot as you look down towards turn number 1. And actually, let's look towards turn number 1. A very, very long downhill run there. So the start, whether it's a good start or a bad start, will be amplified here. Very, very long run down to the heavy braking at turn 1 as well. So if you have a bad start, you could expect to lose a fair few places. A good one, and you could be jumping a row. Theo Elenas, we spoke to briefly in the lunch break. He's going from P number 5. The sun is out. I can feel the heat. Do you think that the sun out now at the moment is going to make a difference to how the tyres react? Will you have to think about that?
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, long 20 laps. So, yeah, at the beginning, I'll try to be a bit patient with the tires, and then mid-stint I will try to push a bit more. So yeah, depending on where I am and who I'm battling with, I will try to manage the race.
Do you think a podium's doable from here?
Yeah, I'm aiming for that. I'm aiming, if I can go P3 and make some ground at the beginning, then we'll see. It's a tight track, it's pretty narrow, very difficult to overtake, but we take it one step at a time and we'll see.
You haven't had a huge amount of racing here before, have you? Or have you?
I never raced here again. I just tested here 14 years ago, once in Formula 3, and that was it. So pretty new for me, everything with the car. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes indeed. This is your first opportunity to feel how a race goes, because different circuits have different characteristics for racing, don't they?
Yeah, for sure. So I just try my best at the beginning, and yeah, as I said, I'm keep on learning all the time. So I'm playing a little bit of a catch-up game from the guys in front that they have so much experience last 2 years. So let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. You said you'll try your best. We don't expect any less. Theo Elenas always tries his best. Going for the S1 Racing team, the outside of the grid here. So he's in P, what does that make it? Well, P5. My maths is slow today. His teammate, we spoke to Alex Ryman a few moments ago. We've already spoken to Alex, so we'll leave him to his concentration. This is his first race start this year. Unfortunately, was with us in Portimao, but didn't get to take the starts after the damage he sustained in the practice session, which meant he couldn't get out for qualifying on the races. Let's keep an eye out for him as a driver that we know is experienced around here. It's a good track for him. Marco Giltrap as well. We spoke to Marco, so we'll leave him to it. Well, a driver we haven't spoken to yet this weekend is Matthias Comparato. This, I expect... Actually, I think Matthias Comparato has raced here before, because as far as I'm aware, the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, in which he raced last year, visits Estoril circuit, sharing the Portuguese language. Matthias, am I right in thinking you have actually raced here before, because it was part of the Carrera Cup Brazil? Is that right?
Yes, we have a race here last year, and I hope to have a good race now.
Absolutely. So you know how the racing goes around here. Interestingly, Theo Elenas, who's just diagonally to your left there, he has 10, 15 years more race experience than you, but hasn't raced here before because he's never raced in a championship that's visited here. So it's interesting to see the dynamics of different experience among drivers.
Yes, of course. Let's try to be consistent and finish in top 5.
Matthias Comparato there for the Umbra Racing team, the number 11 driver. He'll be one to watch in this one. Third place in the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil last year, so he's raced this car at this circuit before to a success. He came third in that championship, had a strong weekend here. And then Nikola Milkovic, the 1-1 for S Racing and Spark Racing team for Serbia as well. Nikola Milkovic going from 9th place. What can you do from P9 on the grid? Are you going to be going forwards?
Yeah, first of all, we need to survive the first run, and after that to try to catch the guys in front and make the as good as possible place through the race.
Do you have much racing experience here at Estoril before?
No, it's my first time and maybe the third session on the dry in the last two weeks, so we are still learning the car on the dry tarmac, but let's hope that we can improve through the race.
It's going to be a very different race experience here this weekend. Of course, last weekend, very tricky, changeable conditions. You've got the sticky, slick tyres on. It's a very dry circuit out there now. Is it going to feel different to be on circuit in a dry race?
We are a little bit more relaxed now when we know that the conditions are dry and that we know thinking about the tyres, is it wet or dry. So we can focus on the race pace and try to improve myself, the car, and result to the races.
Amazing. That is the 1-1 there. Nikola Milkovic, the Serbian driver, going from P9 on the grid. Interesting to hear that how much mental space it takes up when there's uncertainty about whether it's wets or dries, which we experienced for basically both races, didn't we, last time out in Portimao. Wouter Boorkamp's, a reminder, won that first race by being the only driver to go on slick tyres. Every other driver on wets. He was 35 seconds off the lead at one point, came through to win. I don't think there's any chance at the moment of changeable conditions in this one. That's the 3-minute board, so I have potentially one chance for one more interview. Let's... actually, I don't know if we do have time. No, it looks like the drivers behind us are already pretty much in the zone. So for the first time this weekend, we're going to be going racing in the sport division. That's round 3 here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Brian, over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Get yourself out of there before you get run over. Right, well, there is a real tension in the air. When the cars are sat silently on the grid, the drivers just focusing themselves, getting ready for that run into turn 1. It's 480 metres from the start-finish line into turn 1. 480 metres to try and gain an advantage on the car around you, but 480 metres in which to get mugged as well. It's a really, really good run into that turn 1. Great to hear Wouter Boorkamp and Nick Ho both saying, oh, we're going to let them fight it out in front of us and then we'll just sail through and pick up the pieces. I think it might be a little less simple than that, but the cars are now silent on the grid. In very few moments, the engines will burst into life and we will be getting ready for round 3 of the Sport Division Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. To remind you, coming into this weekend, championship leader was Marco Giltrap. He leads by 4 points from Wouter Boorkamp. Obviously, Boorkamp starting ahead of him on the grid. Nick Ho is third in the championships. He is 14 points back from Marco Giltrap. And then Teo Elenas, who's 16 points back, and Milan Marchak is next in the championship in fifth place. And he starts on pole position. Can he turn the pole position into the podium? Can he turn the pole position into a win? It's his third pole position in 3 races. This time, he has a dry track ahead of him. This time, he wants to put it to rights, sounding a lot more confident today than he was this time last week. On board with Teo Elenas there, you can see the view out of the window as he gets ready very, very shortly to start on the formation lap. We are at Segundo de Estoril, a track that is 4.182 kilometers around. We have 13 turns, 4 to the left, 9 to the right. We run in a clockwise direction. It is an FIA Grade 1 circuit, fairly wide in places, about 14 meters on the main straight, which means there are opportunities to overtake, especially into this first turn. But with that nearly half a kilometre run in towards turn 1 from what will be a standing start, this is going to be a very interesting and a very compelling start to the race. In Porsche Cup racing, it's short, it's sharp, it's sprint racing. It's Milan Marchak on pole position with Jelte Hofner alongside. Wouter Boorkamp has teammate Nick Ho for company with Teo Elenas and Alex Ryman joining each other on row 3. Then it's Marco Giltrap, championship leader, with Matthias Comparato alongside him on row 4 of the grid. On row 5, Nikola Milkovic and Luciano Martinez. And then the rookies, the rookie pole, Jesse Polderdijk has Levin Gelf alongside. But Levin Gelf, the championship leader in the rookies, some 9 points clear of Jesse Polderdijk. So they will be very much mindful of each other. Here come the cars now, out along towards turn 5, generating the heat in the tyres and in the brakes, so that the next time they come around here, they've got some grip in the Michelin rubber. Looking after the tyres in this short, sharp sprint race, really important. If you go too hard, too soon, you may find that by the end of the race, you have nothing with which to attack or indeed defend. So it's also about looking after the rubber. 30 minutes plus 1 lap, a standing start for all the races in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And this is the first of 4 races this afternoon, round 3 for the sport division, and we will get to see what is going to happen in the championship. We're pretty optimistic it's going to stay dry. Certainly the sun is shining at the moment. It's lovely and warm, so great conditions to go racing. And on board now with Theo Elenas in the latter part of the lap, just heading into turn 13, Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, the last opportunity, weaving the wheel, just generating that heat, getting as much heat as possible into the tyres, also into the brakes, because the heat from the brakes then travels through the rim of the wheel and transmits into the tyre as well. Jelte Hofner, who starts on the front row, will be looking to make amends for a difficult weekend last weekend, and will be looking to try and beat Milan Marchak off the line. These two young chargers, neither will give an inch, so it's going to be a really interesting sprint in towards that turn 1. Walter Boerkamp's, Nick Ho on row 2, they've already said they're going to let the two in front beat it out amongst each other and then try and come sailing through. But you know that if a gap presents itself, they will be there. Are you ready? We are getting ready to go racing for round 3, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2026. The green flag is shown at the back. We wait for the lights to come on, and the lights are off, and we are go. And a dreadful start for Jelte Hofner. A great start for Milan Marchak leading in towards turn 1. Keep an eye on Walter Boerkamp's to the inside. A little lock-up from Milan Marchak. 3 abreast into turn 1. Jelte Hofner trying to come back. He's got Theo Elenas just by him as well. We're riding on board with Theo Elenas, but a great start from Milan Marchak. Jelte Hofner now starts to come back. There is Alex Ryman in the mix as well. Nick Ho on the inside of Ryman. But Milan Marchak, a great run into turn 1. There was a little lock-up, a little puff of smoke, but he held it all together. Jelte Hofner getting swallowed up by the pack, has managed to come back into that 3rd place now through turn 5, taken absolutely flat out. Here come the cars under braking in towards turn 6. The Parabolica interior, beg your pardon, and out they come single file at the moment, still trying to generate the heat in the tyres. Marchak in control at the moment, but Walter Boerkamp's looking very dangerous in that 2nd place. Jelte Hofner having dropped back just a little bit in towards turns 9, 10, and then into 11 and 12 they come. Getting ready to complete the first lap of the race. They'll come along the pit straight. They'll pick up a slipstream from each other, and then there'll be the opportunity to challenge into that turn 1. Everybody's kept it together. Everybody's off the line. Our leader in the rookies is still Jesse Polderdijk at the moment, although I think Levin Gelf may have just got past him. So out along the pit straight we come in towards turn 1. Milan Marchak's 0.382 is the gap between 1st and 2nd. Jelte Hofner a little bit back, so the first 2 just breaking clear. Those are the 2 rookies running side by side. Levin Gelf to the inside of Jesse Polderdijk. We heard from Polderdijk in the lunch break. Last weekend was his first ever car race, so brilliant job from him. Very much emulating teammate Milan Marchak from last year with his first car race in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. They're bookending the field at the moment. Marchak at the front and Polderdijk at the back. Walter Boerkamp's at the moment in 2nd place, but looking very, very dangerous. A lot of experience behind the wheel of car number 30. You can see him taking a tighter line into turn 6, and now lining up Milan Marchak, waiting for his moment. Marchak had those 2 pole positions last weekend, could not turn either of them into podiums. Will be desperate to do something similar today. He said he was going to try and get the run into turn 1 and let everybody else fight amongst themselves behind. But Walter Burkamps has fought with everybody behind and is now up with the race leader, Jelter Hofner, a little bit further back, but certainly not too far back to strike. Nick Ho there as well. Alex Ryman now starting his first race of the year. Marco Giltrap, though, on his back bumper. Keep an eye on Giltrap. He said he was disappointed with qualifying and he was going to try and move forwards. Theo Elenis in 7th place at the moment. Out across the line they come. The gap is down between first and second. Burkamps looks to the inside, under braking. Marchak, can he shut the door in front of him? He does on this occasion. Walter Burkamps with the fastest lap of the race. Meanwhile, Marco Giltrap is up into 5th place. He's found a route past Alex Ryman, picking him off one by one. But now Ryman is coming back and he's got Theo Elenis for company as well. The two S1 racing cars sandwiching Marco Giltrap in the Team 75 cars. So suddenly Ryman back into that 5th place. Giltrap's going to have to do it all again. They head towards the flat out turn 5 once again. Look how tight through the corner comes Marco Giltrap. He ducks to the outside, then back to the inside, tries to sell the dummy. But Ryman has him covered off. Ryman goes to block the 66 car. Now Giltrap once again holding a tight line through the corner. But Ryman has anticipated it well. Giltrap to the outside into turn 6. They will come and around towards turn 7. Still Ryman holding off from Marco Giltrap, the driver from New Zealand, in 6th place at the moment. The championship leader coming into this race. But if things remain as they are now, it will be Walter Burkamps who jumps to the top of the championship lead. So Marco Giltrap is trying to get past the car in front as quickly as possible and set about after Nick Ho, who's currently in 4th place and pulling clear of this battle. Matheus Comparato rushes to join this fight as well. We're on board with Theo Elenis, the number 27 car. Out along the pit straight we come. In towards turn 1. Marchak has responded with the fastest lap of the race. Giltrap to the inside into turn 1. Alex Ryman this time unable to defend that position. Giltrap through into 5th place. Ryman now has his teammate Theo Elenis just behind him. There also Matheus Comparato ready to fight in this battle. Giltrap will try to put some space between himself and Ryman as quickly as possible. Nick Ho up the road from him, about 0.6 of a second ahead. So he's going to have a bit of work to catch up with him. He'll be trying to do that. Still plenty of time at the moment. A little over 24 minutes plus 1 lap. Ryman's not done yet, is he? Still menacing Marco Giltrap. So Ryman in 6th place, quite keen to get that 5th place back again. Meanwhile, Milan Marchak with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.226. He has clean air in front and he's a little under 0.6 of a second clear of Walter Burkamps. Jelter Hofner is about a second back from that battle. So round 3, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Sport Division. At the moment, the pole sitter leads the way, having fended off the close attentions of Walter Burkamps, the driver who stole the headlines last weekend in Portimao. But Burkamps will be waiting, will be picking his time. The experienced driver for Team GP Elite in 2nd place. Jelter Hofner started on the front row for MDM Motorsport in 3rd place. Marco Giltrap now has dispatched Alex Ryman, opens up a bit of a gap in that 5th place, closing down on Nick Ho. Out across the line they came. The gap between them was up to 2.383, so an awful lot of time left and on the table, just trying to get past Alex Ryman. So Marco Giltrap now will be trying to put in qualifying laps to catch the 4th place Nick Ho. Looking down from turn 5 once again. There goes our race leader, Milan Marchak, under control. Walter Burkamps in 2nd. Then a gap back to Jelter Hofner, looking a little bit vulnerable to Nick Ho. Last time across the line, the gap was 0.546. To my eye, it looks like the gap has come down. I think Nick Ho is going to start to put the pressure on Jelter Hofner before too long. At the moment, Hofner in that position. The two Dutch drivers fighting together on track for the last of the podium positions. Marchak leads, Boerkamp second. Meanwhile, in the rookie race, Jesse Polderdijk leads Levin Gel. So Polderdijk still the leading rookie. Here comes Nick Ho in that fourth place, bearing down on Jelte Hofner. Ho, the more experienced of the two drivers. They've raced against each other in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year. But Nick Ho, a race winner in that series, gearing himself up for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany this year. And with the mentoring of second place Walter Boerkamps, has learned a fair few tricks of the trade as he tracks down the 919 car of Jelte Hofner. But the one thing we've learnt about Jelte Hofner is he does not give up. He gets his elbows out. He's not scared to get stuck in. And Nick Ho, if he tries to make a move for that third place, he needs to be solid. He needs to make it stick, because Jelte Hofner will come back fighting if he does get alongside. Track limit warning has been given to Jesse Polderdijk up at turn 13, the final turn. So Jesse Polderdijk with a track limit warning from our race director. Here we come up over the brow of the hill into the corner. Jelte Hofner in the last of the podium positions. The lead two having broken clear. Milan Marchak up to 0.770, so has opened up the gap on Walter Boerkamps. His last lap was the quickest lap of the race, a 1:39.14. So in control at the moment. Remember though, the tyres have got to go the distance. He needs to have the grip at the end of the race. It may well be that Walter Boerkamps is just biding his time, waiting for his moment. And waiting for his moment out along the pit straight, Nick Ho has Jelte Hofner in his sights. The gap is down. They head in towards turn one, flashing the lights, ducks to the inside, back to the outside, trying to get Jelte Hofner to take an unusual line into the corner. Hofner has it covered off. The gap between them, 0.244. So about 2.5 tenths of a second between these two cars, but that looks like it's closed up even more. 19.5 minutes remaining of this race. Around turns 3 and 4, they will come. Still, things remain as they are, but is there going to be a change for third place? Is Jelte Hofner going to get bumped off the podium? Nick Ho starting to look impatient. In towards turn 5 they come, flat out in 5th gear, reaching 240 kilometers an hour into 6th gear before the heavy braking of turn 6. A 2nd gear corner taken at about 88 kilometers an hour. Then back on the power towards turn 7. They will come up to about 200 kilometers an hour in 5th gear. Then heavy braking once again, back down to 2nd gear, about 90 kilometers an hour out of turn 7. And then this is the windy bit, the right, the left, the right of turns 8, 9 and 10. The S's up the hill they come, around towards turn 11 and 12, a fairly technical part of the circuit. Then into Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, named after the legendary Brazilian driver, turn 13. And then it'll be out onto the pit straight. And it'll be here that Nick Ho will have 985 meters to do something about the 919 car in front of him, but he's too far back. He might get something of a slipstream there, but he doesn't look to have the speed difference heading into turn 1 to make a challenge. Hofner has it covered off at the moment, but look who's in the background. Championship leader Marco Giltrap in 5th place is broken clear of Alex Ryman. So Giltrap closing in on this battle. Nick Ho may well be aware that if he doesn't dispatch Jelte Hofner soon, the 2-car fight may well become a 3-car fight for the last of the podium positions. The race leader at the moment, Milan Marchak, has opened the gap to 1.283, but this is a compelling battle here in Porsche's Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. The fight for third place, the young new driver Jelte Hofner. Nick Ho climbing through the ranks, has been racing for a few years now in the McDonald's car, closing in on 919 under braking, but the driver who's come the furthest to be here is bearing down on him in his mirrors. The driver from New Zealand, Marco Giltrap, knows that he needs to catch up with this group because he is the championship leader. And after things remain as they are now, Walter Burkamps will jump to the top of the championship standings. Marchak still in control at the front. Burkamps is 1.283 back. Then this fight we're looking at here is 2.86 back from the lead duo. So there, Marco Giltrap, you can see how hard he is hustling that car. The car that is prepared by Team 75, Timo Bernhard's team. Jenny Leising, Timo's sister, runs the team, but they know how to prepare a car. The Team GP Elite car in front, also one of the most rapid Porsche Cup cars that you can get, with Nick Ho at the wheel. Jelte Hofner for MDM Racing ahead of them. Hofner driving with one eye in front and one eye on the mirrors because Nick Ho trying to distract him, but Hofner said he didn't get nervous before the races when Piers spoke to him before the race. Keeping it solid, not allowing nerves to come into the equation, just focused on what's ahead and trying to protect from what's behind. Out along turn 5 they come once again back into the hairpin turn under braking. 3rd, 4th, 5th, all running together here. Giltrap continuing to close in on this battle. 1.2 seconds back from Nick Ho last time around, but you can see already that gap has come down. So now Nick Ho is no longer just focused on trying to get past Jelte Hofner. He's going to have to defend. This may well be a gift for Jelte Hofner because now that Nick Ho has got his attention on the car behind, it will allow Jelte Hofner just to break clear a little bit. You can see the gap has opened up, maybe just a little, as we approach the halfway point of the race. Meanwhile, Walter Burkamps has responded to Milan Marchak's fastest lap. The gap is down. He's taken a couple of tenths out of the lead. So you get the feeling Walter Burkamps is just biding his time, waiting to make the challenge on the young Polish driver of the Red Ant Racing number 96 car. Into turn 1 once again. Marchak, Burkamps, Hofner, Ho, Giltrap, Ryman a little bit back from this battle. Theo Elenis in 7th place. So Ryman and Elenis, the two teammates running together. Right, Ho's back up with Jelte Hofner. He knows it's possibly now or never because Giltrap is into the equation. Giltrap's dropped back a little bit, so the urgency is on for Nick Ho to get past Milan Marchak just while there's that gap behind him. This is his opportunity into turn 5. If Ho doesn't get the job done soon, Giltrap may well be there and fighting as well. So for whatever reason, Giltrap had dropped back a little bit. He closes up under braking into turn 6. Out of 6 they come towards turn 7. Great racing here. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. Jelte Hofner, the last of the podium position, still holding on to that 3rd place. Suddenly Giltrap is back in the game again. Whatever happened to cause him to drop back, he's recovered from it. Ho did have an opportunity. He did have the gap behind, but now suddenly the hunter is becoming the hunted. He is the meat in the sandwich. And that once again allows Hofner to open up that gap. We've been here before. Giltrap starting to look impatient. The New Zealand driver putting the pressure on the Dutch driver just ahead of him. Track limits warnings have been given to Nikola Milkovic as well, and that's up at turn 4. So Nikola Milkovic in 111. He's currently in 9th place with a track limits warning. Nick Ho tucked up behind Jelte Hofner. What does he do? Does he make a challenge on that 3rd place and risk getting shuffled down the order? We're into the final 12 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap of this race. Milan Marchak continues his march forwards. He's opened up the gap again, about 6 tenths on Walter Burkamps in the last lap. So whether Burkamps had a problem or whether Marchak has just put in an absolute brilliant lap, whichever way, the gap is up to 1.638. So Marchak has this under control. The pole sitter has led every lap of the race. Needs to keep it there for another 12 minutes and 20 seconds, plus the 1 lap to take his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Burkamps, if things remain as they are, will jump to the lead of the championship. But that all depends on what happens here with these cars that we're looking at. The three drivers running together. Hofner has held on to that third place since the opening lap. He started on the front row, had a poor start, got swallowed up by the pack, but came back into that third place. Nick Ho will be aware that Jelter Hofner can be fairly merciless when it comes to defending and attacking. He won't want to risk an impact. He won't want to risk damage. Right, out along the pit straight. Is this Nick Ho's opportunity? He's in the slipstream, running past the pits. In towards turn one they come. He looks to the inside. Hofner goes to block. He sells the dummy. To the outside goes Nick Ho. But Hofner moves back and blocks that position. Marco Giltrap senses the opportunity, closes in on the both of them, but still things remain exactly as they were. Into turn two they come, and then it'll be into turn three, the right-hander. Jelter Hofner holds on to that third place still. How much pressure can this young man hold on? Still Nick Ho there in fourth place. Giltrap just behind. They're all well clear of Alex Ryman. He's some 2.9 seconds further back down the road in sixth place. The fight for third rages on. This is the fight that has been raging all race long. Marco Giltrap was disappointed with his qualifying. Said the speed was there, but we didn't just hook it up in a lap. They're now trying to make up for it, trying to come through the pack. You can see how close he is to Nick Ho. So now, once again, Nick Ho has that problem, because if he tries to make the challenge on Jelter Hofner, he will just open the door for Marco Giltrap to come sailing through. Around turn 12 they come, and into 13. Here we go, and then into 13 once again. Still, things remain as they are. Milan Marchak's opened the gap to just under 2 seconds over Walter Boerkamps. He looks to have this under control. We're at the 2/3 distance of this race. Still plenty more racing to come from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here at Estoril in round 3 along the pit straight in towards turn 1. Once again, look at this. Third, fourth, fifth, nothing between them. In the background, Ryman and Elenas, the two teammates, too far back to challenge this trio at the moment, but if they get together, they will be there. Jelter Hofner still holds on to that third place, but he's had a warning for track limits. Jelter Hofner into turn 1 with a track limits warning from our race director. So the race director, Max Brahms, who keeps a very close eye and does not tolerate drivers exceeding track limits, has issued a warning to the third place 919 car. At the moment, everything is good. No penalties, nothing like that. But the drivers must keep it within the white lines. There is Walter Boerkamps in second, just ahead of him, Milan Marchak. Boerkamps takes about a tenth, a little over a tenth out of the lead, but doesn't look to be a challenger at the moment. Could it be that second place is what he's settling for? It would be enough to move him into the lead of the championship if things remain as they are, with second place and Marco Giltrap with fifth. It would be a 5-point lead in the championship for Walter Boerkamps going into round 4 later on this afternoon. But we've still got plenty of racing to come. Giltrap, frustrated by the two cars in front of him, out along the pit straight once again. Third and fourth, break clear of Giltrap just a little bit. Ho to the outside. Is this the challenge? Under braking, can he get it slowed down? Hofner has it covered off. Is he going to try and duck back to the inside? No, he doesn't, but now Giltrap senses the opportunity. Ho looks to the outside of Jelter Hofner. Giltrap's in there as well. Third, fourth, fifth, all running as one. Ho looks to the inside, but now Giltrap moves to the outside of him. Is he going to get past? No, he doesn't. Everybody remains as they are. Brilliant racing, loads of respect being shown from all of these drivers, giving each other the room. They remain as they were at the moment, but for a moment, Giltrap had his nose in front of Ho. Ho managed to work it back though. You can see how quickly this can all turn around. And of course, while this trio are fighting alongside each other, they're running slower. It's allowing Alex Ryman and Theo Elenas to close in on this battle. You can see them in the background in the blue cars. So Jelter Hoffner's held it off. You can see he's 7.627 down from the race lead. So not a contender for first or second unless some tragedy befalls the first two runners. So this is the fight for the last of the podium positions. But for Marco Giltrap, this is the fight for the championship as well. Hoffner breaks clear again. Nick Ho, it just keeps seesawing, doesn't it? 1 minute, the lead two break clear of Giltrap. And then suddenly it's Giltrap who's there with them, and Hoffner has broken clear. It keeps changing every lap, every driver needing to put in perfect laps. Another warning flag has been issued to Jelter Hoffner. This time, track limits at turn 13. So Jelter Hoffner with his second warning from the race director for track limits. His third place is solid on the track at the moment. He does not want to lose it in the steward's box at the moment. He is still in the last of the podium positions. He needs to hold it there for 6 minutes and 1 lap, but he also needs to not get any more track limit warnings for the next 6 minutes plus 1 lap either. Nick Ho may well be aware of that, maybe putting the pressure on. Giltrap still in 5th place, frustrated by the 2 cars in front. Towards turn 6, once again around 6, and then towards 7 they will come. Our race leader is still Milan Marchak, started from pole position, still about 2 seconds clear of Walter Boerkamps. Then it's this battle here, some 7 seconds back from the race leaders. A compelling battle that has raged on for the full 25 minutes of this race so far. Still another 5 minutes remaining, still all to play for. Jelter Hoffner holding on to that 3rd place for all he's worth. Nick Ho holding on to that 4th place, trying to challenge for that 3rd. But now Marco Giltrap looking even more impatient. Here we come again, out along the pit straight. Are we going to get a challenge? Everybody looks to be just a little bit too far separated to challenge this time around. In towards turn 1 we come, but in the background, Alex Ryman, Theo Elenas rushing to join this battle. Behind them, Mateus Comparato, Nikola Milkovic, Luciano Martinez. Jesse Polderdijk continues to lead in the rookies ahead of Levin Gelf. Polderdijk looking for his first ever rookie win, which he will get if things remain as they are now. Levin Gelf a little way back from him, so Polderdijk in a solid position. Here we come again around turn 5. Is anything going to change in the next 4 minutes plus 1 lap? Our race leader continues to stretch his legs. Now the gap 2.131 between first and second. Milan Marchak looking for his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The driver who won the rookie championship in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year. Such a competitive field to win the rookie championship there. Now looking to move up through the ranks, move up through the order. Leading this race by now over 2 seconds, 2.131. Walter Boerkamps, the winner in Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup, a winner in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany, in that second place. Getting ready to jump to the lead of the championship if things remain as they are now. 3.25 minutes plus 1 lap as they head in towards turn 1 once again. Brilliant stuff. Such good racing, such clean racing. This is what we love to see. Drivers respecting each other, giving each other space, not beating the doors off. And still, Jelter Hoffner holds on to that 3rd place. I think Piers is going to try and grab a word with him after the race. It will be interesting to know how much pressure he has been under, how hard it's been holding off the mights of Nick Ho and Marco Giltrap combined, bearing down on him. 2.5 minutes. At the moment, Milan Marchak looking like he's heading towards his first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Walter Boerkamps 1.865 behind. But third place is still not done and dusted yet. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all running together in the same shot. Ryman and Elinus rushing to join this battle. So still, Jota Hofner, up the hill he comes once again, holding off despite all the pressure. In the rookies, Jesse Polderdijk is some 15 seconds clear of Levin Gelf. So looking good for a rookie win. And that would be his first rookie win in only his second ever weekend of car racing. Right, out along the pit straight. Once again, Jota Hofner, third place. And now Nick Ho has a little look to the inside, flashing the lights, trying to distract Hofner into missing his braking point. Look at Ryman and Elinus closing in on this battle in the background, but maybe a little bit too little too late here because time is starting to run out. 1 minute and 10 seconds plus 1 lap remaining in this race. Marchak Boerkamps, that's looking solid. The fight for third is still on. Jota Hofner has held on to that third place since lap 1. Under immense pressure, the combined might of Nick Ho and Marco Giltrap. And now he just breaks clear slightly, 45 seconds remaining. Our race leader's up at turn 7 at the moment. Once the clock strikes 0, it will be whatever remains of the lap that he is on, plus 1 more before we see the checkered flag. Marco Giltrap would really like to have a few more laps to try and get past Nick Ho. Ho now looking to defend hard. That's allowed Jota Hofner to break clear. Looking at our race leader out of the final turn. I think he's going to get to the line before the clock strikes 0. So in which case, it will be 2 more laps. It's going to be a close run thing. Out he comes across the line now with about 2 seconds remaining. He wanted to have backed off from that one because it means he's going to have to do an extra lap. Track limit warning has been given to Walter Boerkamps in second place. So he's clearly pushing, but the gap of 2.679. So as far as I can tell, I don't think Milan Marchak got to the line. I think he got to the line with about a second to spare on the track, on the clock, which means he's going to have to do that extra lap. It'll be what remains of this lap plus 1 more. And that's what Marco Giltrap wanted. Suddenly to the inside of Nick Ho, a big gap, but he can't get it slowed down into the corner. And Ho comes back at him. The 2 cars are running side by side. That's allowed Jota Hofner to break clear. It's brought Alex Ryman into the battle as well. So there was that gap on the inside. Momentarily, Marco Giltrap was passed, but he couldn't get it slowed down into the corner. Here they come again in towards turn 6 on the outside. Marco Giltrap, he needs to be careful because suddenly Alex Ryman is looking to relegate him. What looked like a certain 5th place now looking under threat, but Giltrap is not done. He looks to the outside of Nick Ho. Brilliant stuff from Nick Ho defending into the corner. Still, things remain as they are. This has allowed Jota Hofner to break completely clear of this battle. Meanwhile, our race leader is about to start the last lap of the race, which means it's going to be a little over 1 lap remaining for these 4 cars as they now fight over 4th place, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. There is nothing between them, glued together on the track. Suddenly, Jota Hofner has a gift because Nick Ho is having to defend. It's allowed Jota Hofner to break clear as we start the last lap of the race. Here we come across the line once again. Milan Marchak now less than 4 kilometers from home. In towards turn 1 we come. Look at this, almost 3 abreast in towards turn 1. Giltrap having to defend. This is allowing Nick Ho to break clear in that 4th place. Alex Ryman, Teo Eleanor sense an opportunity with less than a lap remaining. They sense a chance to get some points. Still, Hofner breaks clear. Ho holds on to that 4th. Giltrap in 5th. Brilliant racing. Alex Ryman in 6th, Theo Elenis just behind him. We look down from turn 5 once again. You can see that Giltrap is not done. He has not been intimidated by the 2 cars behind him because he looks to the outside into 6. He ducks back to the inside, under braking. He's through, but can he get it slowed down? No, he can't. Ho is through, back on the inside once again. Giltrap once again had the nose in front, but this time he has the line going into the next corner. Look at Alex Ryman. He senses an opportunity as well. Giltrap finally gets the job done. Shuffles Nick Ho down into 5th place. Now Nick Ho has Alex Ryman and Theo Elenis. Meanwhile, Milan Marchak, he started from pole position in every race this year. The first 2 races of the season did not go the way he wanted, but here in Estoril, it's a first ever win for Milan Marchak in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Second across the line, Walter Boerkamps. It's going to be Jota Hoffner in 3rd. What a battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Out across the line we come. Hoffner with the last of the podium positions. Giltrap somehow wrestling 4th place away from Nick Ho in the closing stages, ahead of Alex Ryman, Theo Elenis, Mateusz Comparato, Nikola Milkovic and Luciano Martinez rounding out the top 10. We're going to wait for Jesse Polderdijk to come home because that will signal his first ever win in the rookies for Jesse Polderdijk, number 29, his second ever weekend of car racing. And it'll be Levin Gelf who will come to bring the end to what has been a sensational round 3 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. In the end, Milan Marchak winning by 3.7 seconds over Walter Boerkamps. Jota Hoffner breaking clear of Marco Giltrap and Nick Ho in the end to get the last of the podium positions. And Giltrap, championship leader, no longer in 4th place. I mean, it's not a total disaster. So that will mean that it will be a 3-point lead for Walter Boerkamps. Nick Ho in 5th did so much. Maybe 5th wasn't a just reward for the amount of effort he put in. Alex Ryman, his first race of the year, in 6th place ahead of Theo Elenis, his teammate. Mateusz Comparato for Umbra Racing, a fairly quiet race, in 8th ahead of Nikola Milkovic and Luciano Martinez, the other of the Umbra Racing cars, and then Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelf. Once again, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division delivers the goods and provides us with a fantastic race. Good to see the rain holding off. A dry track. First time this year we've been able to see these drivers fighting with each other on a dry track. But Milan Marchak, I know Piers is going to try and have a word with him in a bit. I predict he will be as cool as anything and he'll go, oh yeah, all in a day's work. So into the pit lane he will come now in the number 96 Red Ant Racing car. So a double win for Red Ant Racing. They take the win in the overall race and they take the win in the rookie race. The roar of the Porsche 911 992 generation car sounds like a dinosaur as it echoes around the grandstands here in Estoril. And here comes Milan Marchak. It's what he dreamt of last weekend. The weather put paid to that. But this weekend, he's put it right. Receives congratulations from friends, family, and team. A first ever win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We saw him win last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in the rookie category. This is his first overall race win that I'm aware of. Believe it might be his first ever overall race win in a car, period. Sure we'll find that out at some point. And there, his teammate, Jesse Polderdijk, who is only in his second ever race weekend driving a car. So they congratulate each other. And there's Jota Hoffner's car. And there, Walter Boerkamps jumps to the top of the championship. Although it wasn't the win, it was exactly what he needed to do. Right, I can see Piers is there with Walter. Down to you, Piers.
Yeah, I was going to grab a word with Milan Marchak, but he wants to make sure he consolidates the victory. He's already gone to Way. He'll be back in a second. I'll grab a word with our second place driver. Walter, you made a position on the start, not the best start for Jelta. You pushed Milan, but the pace was pretty strong from him.
Yeah, he didn't make any mistake. So I put some pressure on him on the beginning, but from halfway the race I got some fuel pressure problems, so the car started holding back, especially in the last corner. So every time I wanted to attack, it held me back. So that was we need to analyze what happened. But for the rest, the pace was pretty consistent. It's really difficult to follow. So I torched my front tires, I think, early in the race already. And he didn't make any mistake. I put pressure on him, but fair play to him. Really good.
Really good. Championship lead for yourself as well, going into the next race. Well, congratulations, Walter Borkamp's second place. I'm going to grab a word. Let's wander through the cars now, if we can, Luke, as we grab a word with our second and third place drivers. Let's get round. There's a lot of admin that needs to go on with the cars, the setup, and everything needs to be checked and make sure it's all legal. And I'm going to grab a word with our eventual winner, Milan Marchak. His first, as far as I'm aware, his first win, not only in this championship, but in car racing. Milan, congratulations. That must feel really, really good to get a win in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
It feels really good to to start from pole and finish in first with quite a large gap. So it's great, and we try to do the same in the second race.
Amazing. You had to soak up a lot of pressure from Walter at the start of the race, especially.
Yeah, on the start of the race, I had a lot of pressure, but when 10 minutes, and then I pulled a small gap, and then it was under control.
Am I right in thinking this is your first car racing win, not only in the Sprint Challenge, but also ever?
Yeah, I've won some rookie wins, but never overall.
Amazing. That must be a great feeling, and your first podium in the Sprint Challenge as well. So congratulations, winner Milan Marchak.
Thank you very much.
And also I'll grab a quick word while he's here with Jelta Hoffner, if that's all right. I'm going to interrupt the conversation he's having with Lars and Jaap van Lagen. Jelta, good result for yourself. Not the start you would have wanted, but a podium still good nonetheless.
For sure, yeah. The start was shit, but for the rest, I think the race was okay. So I got some track limits quite early in the race, so I really had to manage it. But overall, the result is okay.
Pretty good. I'll let you go to the podium. Sorry if Jelta's language is a little colourful there. It's okay. The adrenaline of racing is still high there. We'll now hand over to Brian, who will talk us through the podium ceremony for the Sport Division Round 3.
Thank you, Piers. Yes, the emotions run high. Pleased we didn't have Jelta mic'd up after the last weekend. Right, well, there we can see the track falls silent once again, and in just a few moments we'll be heading towards the podium. But let's have a look back on round 3 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sports Division. And it was that start that Jelta beautifully described that saw him dropping back into the clutches of the cars behind. Milan Marchak, no such problems. He was out of the blocks like the rat up the drain pipe. Walter Borkamp's into that second place. And then we had a fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th that was going to rage on all race long. That was the fight for the rookies you just saw there. Levin Gelf briefly in front of Jesse Polderdijk, but Polderdijk eventually coming through to take that rookie win. Marco Giltrap, after what was a difficult qualifying session, having to work his way through the pack, and boy did he work. Alex Ryman was the first driver he had to try and get past. He found a route past into turn 1, but Ryman was not going to make it easy, was he? Eventually he did find his way past. Nick Ho had just an empty track behind him while he was challenging Jelta Hoffner, but Marco Giltrap was reeling him in lap by lap, and eventually 3rd, 4th and 5th were going to be running as one. 3rd, 4th and 5th. It was Hoffner who was defending from Nick Ho, but now with Marco Giltrap in the equation, suddenly the dynamic changed. For a while, it looked like Giltrap could get past both of them. He had a nose in front of Nick Ho on several occasions, but Nick Ho held the tight lines through the corners and kept that position. That was going to be until the latter part of the race. The challenges kept coming, but then suddenly Alex Ryman was also rushing to join this battle, and that changed things. Nick Ho getting back in front, even though Marco Giltrap had the nose in front. But eventually Giltrap did get past, but it was Milan Marchak who led every single lap of the race to come home and take his first ever win in a car race, his first ever overall win, his first win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. A Polish driver turning his third pole position of the season into a win. He'll be looking to do exactly the same again later on this afternoon, because word on the street is that he'll be starting from pole position once again for round 4. But that is still yet to come. We've got podiums to come up in just a few moments. We've also got 2 club division races to come. But what a great round 3 here at Estoril. Unbelievably, after today, we're going to be at the halfway point of the season. And by my calculations, subject to confirmation, Walter Burkamps jumps to the top of the championship, leading Marco Giltrap by just 3 points. Piers Pryor is down on the podium with our race winners.
What a race we had in the sport division once again. And we'll start with the overall podium. Third place, the number 919 from the Netherlands, Jelte Hofner. Congratulations to the MDM team. Second place, the 30 from the Netherlands, Wouter Boorkamps. But please put your hands together for our eventual winner. His first win in this championship and in car racing, the first of many. The number 96, the Polish driver with a Dutch license, Milan Marchak. Red Ant Racing helping Milan take the victory. And we will now have the Dutch national anthem for Milan. Oh, and also, before then, my mistake, of course, we also have a rookie driver as well, the number 29 from the Netherlands for Red Ant Racing, Jesse Polderdijk. Now we will have the Dutch national anthem for our winner. Congratulations to our top 3 and our rookie winner. The trophy is now handed out by series organiser Lars Plato. Third place, Jelte Hofner for Team MDM. Second place, championship leader Wouter Boorkamps for Team GP Elite. And our eventual overall winner and rookie winner, both from the Netherlands. A full Dutch podium. Milan Marchak for the overall win, Jesse Polderdijk taking the rookie victory. Trophies in the air. One round of applause for our podium in the sport division, round number 3 here at Estoril. And they'll all gather on the top step of a podium now for the photo opportunity. And I don't think we'll get any champagne spraying, because the second race today for the sprint sport division, 4th of the championship, will be coming up in just over half an hour's time. So they will be keeping themselves ready. And of course, Jelte always making sure he gets that podium selfie in position. Congratulations to all our drivers. I'm sure they'll get an opportunity to spray that bubbly later on. Well done, all of you. Congratulations. We'll see you go again very shortly. So that is the conclusion of the sport division for their podium. We have them coming up, as I mentioned, in just over half an hour's time for their round number 4 of the championship, second race of the day. But before then, we have the club division, and that's coming up next.
So, after a fantastic sport division race, we now get ready for our second of 4 races this afternoon for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Entertained by the sport division, now it's time for the club division to show us what they can do. Cars currently making their way out onto the grid. So while they're doing that, we'll have a quick look at the championship. And it has been a clean sweep in the overall championship for Joel Monegro. 100 points out of a possible 100 with those 2 wins in Portimao. But this morning in qualifying, we thought it was going to be a pole position, but Javier Ripoll Jr. really bided his time, picked his moment, and stuck the number 91 Est1 racing car on pole position. And that means that Joel Monegro is going to have to get past car 91 if he wants to keep his perfect record going. And Javier Ripoll Jr., not always an easy man to get past. So it's going to be an entertaining race. Javier comes into this race 34 points back in the overall championship in 4th place. In the Club Division Championship, he is currently 3rd, some 17 points adrift. In GT4 Championship, we have just one runner, Dan Lewis. So we heard from him in the lunch break with Piers. We're going to call him Dan, not Daniel. Okay, Dan Lewis, for a race car consultant from the UK, has shown that you don't need a GT3 car to mix it with the superstars. So he's been doing a sterling job there. He will be starting this race from 10th position. Unlike the previous category, these cars not only have ABS, but also traction control, apart from the fact Autotech cars, which are choosing not to run them. These cars also have a rolling start as opposed to a standing start, which we saw in the last race. So a slightly different dynamic. This category, racing for the Michelin Cup, and that is made up of AM drivers, and the GT4 Cup made up by the GT4 driver. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. just coming through, and there is Joel Monegro as well. Not starting staggered because, of course, it is the rolling start. Right, let's head back down to the grid with Piers Pryor.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yep, down on the grid, the driver's just pulling up onto the pre-formation. We've got our pole sitter here, Javier Ripoll Jr. We spoke to him after qualifying, very happy with the lap he got in. And of course, it's a rolling start, as Brian just mentioned there. So inside of the grid for pole position, 2x2 rolling start. Javier, best view of anyone down towards turn number 1. Rolling start means you should have the advantage going into turn 1, but what are you expecting to happen?
Well, hopefully people behind will behave. Try to get inside and just push as hard as I can to leave some gap to P2. That's it.
We know that Joel especially has got some pretty blistering pace this year. You were best at him in qualifying. Do you have what it takes to do it in the race as well?
Hopefully, yes. I mean, he's younger. Let's see if I can keep up with getting exhausted, pushing, and if I can get away. Let's see what I can do.
Age is just a number. You've got the experience.
It's true. Age is a number.
Javier Ripoll Jr. for the S1 Racing Team, going from the inside of the first row, so pole position. Outside of the first row, who will be alongside him, will be Joel Monegro, the driver that is leading the championship. An unblemished record this season so far, the 2 races we've had so far. He won this race 1 week ago by over 30 seconds. Very different conditions now, though. Very much dry on circuit. No threat of rain that I can feel in the air. He's getting a few words of advice from his race engineer, so we'll move on and leave Joel to his preparations as we head to the second row of the grid. His teammate, Eric Santos, in the 2-2-1 from Brazil, who we spoke to during the lunch break. He is going from 3rd place on the grid inside of row 2. And I'm hoping I can jump in and grab a quick word with Eric. Is that okay? Eric, are you okay for a chat? Quick word? Yep, amazing. Thumbs up from Eric. Eric, inside of row 2, what's your plan for the race?
Well, the plan is to attack for the first corner, but try to do it in a clean way and try to stick with the guys in the front. I think we have a good pace in consistency, so that's a plan, and see how the race develops.
Your pace in qualifying and in practice was very close to the 2 in front. Do you think you can stay with them during this 30-minute race?
Yeah, I think so, because I think in quali my overall pace was improving, and I think I can manage to hit consistent laps, so that's what we were aiming for. It wasn't like a one hit lap, so I think we're excited to see how the opportunity develops.
I'm excited to see how it unfolds. Eric Santos going from the inside of row number 2, 3rd place for the Track Experience by Manthey team. We've spoken many times about the experience that Track Experience by Manthey have. Alexander Dobic, can we have a quick chat, Alexander, from the 4th place on the grid for the Hideka Racing team? Alexander, 4th place, good qualifying. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good.
Are you looking forward to the race? Can you get a podium?
Yeah, I want.
He wants Alexander Dobic going from the outside of row number 2, 4th place for the Hideka Racing team. Very easy to spot. One of the best liveries, I'd say. In fact, do you know what? my favourite livery, Hideka Racing. Black with the day glow yellow, easy to spot. Alexander, a big part of that team. I believe he's team manager actually, and racing as well in this championship this season. Great to have Hideka and himself on the grid. Hideka actually have had a really good couple of years. They had made their debut in the Porsche Mobile One Super Cup this season. Some great results from drivers like Michele Scona, who was in top 5s and top 10s in the pinnacle of Carrera Cup racing, or Porsche Cup racing. Inside of row 3, this is 5th place for Levent Turkman. Levent, I would say, strong qualifying, P5, but we've seen you higher this year already. Can you move forward from here?
Yeah, but I left at P5 then also, so you never know.
That's a very good point. It's a very good point. How would you expect the racing to be here at Estoril? It's a very different circuit to Portimao in different conditions 1 week ago.
Yeah, well, it's dry, and yesterday I crashed in the training, so I missed a little bit of dry track experience. So it's going to be a tough race for me, but I'll try to get on the podium.
I expect you to get faster and faster as the race goes on, as the experience builds. So Levent Turkman going from 5th place inside of row number 3 for the MDM team. Then we've got on the outside of row number 3, Marabi Mekvabishvili for the lap time performance team. I'm going to wonder and see if I can grab a quick word with Marabi if he's wondering. Currently deep in conversation with Sebastian Freimer. I think they are going to be chatting ahead of the race, so we'll leave Marabi to his preparations with driver coach there. Sebastian Freimer, a driver who's joined us in races previous and seasons previous of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Very talented young driver indeed, and turning his hand to coaching. Inside of row number 4 is Hans Frisch. So this is the 7th place. I wonder if Hans is okay to have a quick chat with us once he's finished his conversation with the race engineer. He's listening intently over the radio. Are we all right to have a quick word, Hans? Can I have a chat? No, not yet. No, not ahead of the race. He wants to maintain his focus. That's absolutely fine. Good luck to Hans Frisch going from 7th place. 8th place on the grid. Number 9 for Fach Autotech, Ernst Inderbitzen. Oh, I was just bumping into the door. Sorry, guys. Ernst, P8 for the start of this one. How are you feeling? Are you looking forward to the race?
Well, all these ABS guys, I have to try to push without our ABS, and let's see.
Let's see. I know you're preparing for your season, which is why you haven't got ABS, but is it a big disadvantage, do you think?
A big difference? Yeah. Well, I think it is between a half and a whole second, yes. But I think all these guys have to go through all the corner as well.
It's not just braking. Ernst Inderbitzen going from 8th place on the grid for the Fach Autotech team in the livery that we've seen him run the last few years, the grey livery with the red highlights. He loves his racing, and even despite no ABS, he's still willing to push. He points out correctly and accurately that, yes, of course, ABS is important for braking, but you still have to carry the speed through the corners. Casper Huckelboom, can I have a word, Casper? Casper's always entertaining to talk to for the GP Elite team. Casper, not exactly the qualifying you were hoping for.
No,
but
absolutely not.
Say that again for us.
Yeah, no, and I got the penalty as well. Otherwise, I would be with Levent right now. So we had identical time. We had identical time, and so yeah, penalty on the red. Fine. It is what it is. We're going to go for it.
Well, you're going to go forward then if you're pacing.
Yeah, only forward.
Eyes forward only. Casper Huckelboom for GP Elite going from 9th place. That is a slight amendment to the qualifying times. Casper, unfortunately, getting a penalty on top of his spin for, I think it was slightly too fast under the red flag conditions. I'm going to jump in with Dan Lewis. Dan, we spoke to you in the lunch break. Again, you're our undercard to those around you, but I think what you'll lack in car speed, you'll make up for with effort, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely hope so. It's going to be an exciting race. Hopefully I'll get on it quicker than everyone else and just make the best of it.
Make the best of it, of course. How do you find the advantages and disadvantages of the GT4 compared to the 911 around this circuit? Where do you think are your opportunities?
I think my opportunities would definitely be in the first couple of laps, where their tyres take a little bit longer to warm up, and that's where I'll make my moves. But after that, I think they've got the advantage everywhere else. Yeah.
Noted. All right, well, good luck, Dan. I'll see if you can make some moves on those first couple of laps. And we head to the last row of the grid, which we have the single Jan Klingenberg, who will go in the number 222 there, also for the Fark Auto Tech team. That's our grid for round 3 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the club division. Brian, it's over to you.
Thank you, Piers. Good job as always. I know it to be a harbinger of doom, but as the sun got in and it's clouded over, I sincerely hope the rain is going to stay away. Really good to hear from Dan Lewis to say, yeah, I'm going to try and make up a few places before everybody else gets their tyres in the window. Whichever way, there's going to be a lot to look at. We've got a camera on board Dan Lewis's car for this as well, so hopefully we'll get some great shots. We clearly knew what we were doing, or they knew what they were doing when they put the camera in that car. You can see the crew just getting the car ready, just taping up the gaps, trying to make that car as smooth as possible when it runs down this long straight. Especially, you don't want anything to create any drag or any wind resistance. The obligatory gaffer tape, colour matched for the cars. And I mentioned it in the previous race. I mentioned it again. This straight, which is getting on for a kilometre long, just a fraction of a kilometre long. So really is a good opportunity. That's a nice little curtsy there. Good opportunity to overtake heading in towards turn 1. It's a slight drop downhill into that turn 1. It does make it quite tricky under braking, and we have in previous season seen cars tripping up a little bit with that downhill section and hitting the braking point and the speed that they're carrying. Anything up to about 260 kilometers an hour in 6th gear heading into that braking point. So it really is quite a tricky corner, but it's also a great overtaking opportunity. It's a place where many places can be gained, but also where many can be lost. It's what makes Circuito Estoril such a great place to visit. It's such a varied circuit with some really interesting technical corners and some really good fast sections as well. So you can see the cars lined up side by side on the grid, and in just a few moments we'll be starting on the formation lap. As with all previous races, it's the opportunity to generate heat in the tyres and the brakes. And of course, with the cars running on the slick tyres, the grip comes from the heat being generated into that rubber, and the heat comes from the rubber making contact with the road. But also, when the brakes get hot, the heat from the brakes transmits through the wheel rims and into the tyres as well. So the formation lap that is about to start, very critical to get the tyres as close to the operating window. I mean, they're never going to be up to full temperature, but to get them as warm as possible so that when they approach the corner next time around at racing speed, they have something with which to stop and to turn through the corner. It is a great circuit, 4.182 kilometers around, 13 turns, 4 to the left and 9 to the right. And coming into this race, as I've already mentioned, it's Joel Monegro who leads in the overall championship. He has a clean 100 out of 100. Daniel Lewis is second in the overall championship. He is 29 points back, with Eric Santos third. He is 34 points back in the Michelin Cup. Joel Monegro leads Eric Santos and Javier Ripoll Jr. Santos and Ripoll Jr. actually tied on 33 points each in the championship. So they're kind of joint second place. But Monegro with a 17-point lead over the two of them. So lots to play for in the championship on this round 3, and then we will head towards round 4, which will be our final race of the day coming up later on this afternoon. So the horn has sounded, so I think that in just a few moments we are getting ready. In fact, I've just been given an indication the formation lap starts now. So safety car pulls away and we start on that critical lap to generate the heat in the tyres and in the brakes. The cars tend to hold back from the safety car a little bit, allowing them just to accelerate and try and, certainly the front row can determine how fast they go, just to generate that heat wherever possible. They can't drop too far back from the safety car. The race directors don't take kindly to that. So there's Javier Ripoll Jr. just leading the field around now. Headlights on, the light just starting to drop a little bit as we see Ripoll Jr. on pole position, Joel Monegro alongside Eric Santos and Alexander Dobik line up on row 2 of the grid. Then Levent Turkman has Murabi Mekvabishvili for company, and then Hans Frisch and Ernst Inderbitsen minus ABS lines up next. Then Kasper Hockerboom trying to make up from a penalty in quali where he was caught for speeding under the red flag. Daniel Lewis, our sole GT4 racer, lines up 10th, and then Jan Klingenberg, also without ABS, lines up in 11th place. So Jan Klingelberg and Ernst Inderbitsen, both for FAC Autotech, both being coached by Alex Fack Jr. We saw him briefly on screen there. It was good to see Sebastian Freimuth, Piers mentioned him, who is coaching Murabi Mekvabishvili. So some wisdom coming there. We've seen Sebastian Freimuth in many series, primarily Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany over the years. So a lot of the drivers from the more senior championships passing their wisdom on to many of the other drivers here. I know that Dino Zamparelli is doing some coaching here. He's coaching Jan Klingenberg. So Dino Zamparelli, the 2008 Ginetta Junior champion, has come through Formula 3, Formula 2, Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. We saw him here coaching last year as well. Kasper Hockerboom is coached by Rudy van Buren. And he is the F1 sim driver for Red Bull Racing. We've seen him in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. A very useful pilot, and he is doing the coaching for Kasper Hockerboom. Will have no doubt given him detention after that moment in qualifying this morning. But everybody survived, and we're all good. So everybody now lined up and getting ready to start as the cars conclude their formation lap. In just a few moments, the safety car will duck off into the pit lane, which is situated on the pit straight. And the cars will then be running side by side. And when the lights go out, the race will start. It's Javier Ripoll Jr. who will determine when to hit the accelerator. At the moment, Joel Monegro just wants to stay alongside him. And when the lights go out, we will be racing for round 3, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Javier Ripoll Jr. wants to get this drag race done into turn 1. He has that inside line. Joel Monegro had a look on the outside, left himself a little bit vulnerable to his teammate Eric Santos, but Santos has his own problems because he has Alexander Dobik challenging him. Look at Monegro trying to put a move on Javier Ripoll Jr. early doors in this race. And Santos looks like he's got problems. We see the 221 car dropping back through the pack. So has he had a problem? Has he got a puncture? Whatever it is, his teammate is challenging in that second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. holding on to the lead, but for how long? Joel Monegro has been devilishly quick in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Now along turn 5 they come. He looks to the outside into turn 6, trying to go the wide, long way around the corner. Ripoll Jr. has it covered off, and you can see that Santos has retired into the gravel. So clearly a problem for Santos. This may well bring out a safety car because they won't be able to leave the 221 car there. Monegro will want to try and get past before any kind of safety car might be shown. So Monegro putting the pressure on. Javier Ripoll Jr. doing exactly what he said he wanted to do, and that is to get in front and to stay in front. So heading up towards turn 11 and 12 they come. Javier Ripoll Jr. in front at the moment, but Joel Monegro challenging through turns 11, 12 and 13. Monegro gets a nose in front. How long can Javier Ripoll Jr. hold off this much pressure as they head into the Ayrton Senna Parabolica turn 13 and out onto the pit straight? Javier Ripoll Jr. may well feel the wrath of Joel Monegro as they head in towards turn 1 at the moment, but Ripoll has him covered off. Good stuff there. In the background, Levent Turkman has made his way up into 3rd place. Murabi Mekvabishvili in 4th ahead of Alexander Dobik and Ernst Inderbitsen. So a lot of drama been going on further back. A bit of shuffling around. The yellow flag is still shown at turn 4. And I think, looking at the pace here, I've had, full course yellow. So full course yellow is out. So the drivers now having to drop their speed down to 80 kilometers an hour. And they all have a warning system on the dashboard, the Genioma warning system. They will have seen that before any of us did, certainly before I did, that the full course yellow is out. They need to then not hit the brakes, but just lift off and allow the car to drop down to 80 kilometers an hour. And then they will get from the Genioma system a countdown when it's time to go back to racing. But clearly the issue with Eric Santos, who we saw stranded at the side of the track, needs to be moved for safety reasons. So the car's now just circulating at that 80 kilometers an hour. The important part for the drivers is to keep the heat in the tyres. So whatever happened to Santos, well, you can see the front left wheel is pointing in a direction that appears to be different to the rear left wheel. So maybe there was contact in that first corner. We saw him dropping back through the pack. And the fact that the car is pointing in the wrong direction would indicate that perhaps something eventually broke, but we can see that the steering on the left, and it may well have been contact with another car. It's always a bit of a scramble into that first corner, and a track rod, very easy to break one. Fortunately, doesn't look like there's been much else in the way of damage, so they'll haul that car to safety. As we look in the garage, some great shots there, reviewing the previous race, reviewing that race from the garage. Some great onboard shots there, and the team's obviously monitoring all the data. Right, we're back to racing already. So while we were looking at that, the full course yellow came to an end, and you saw Javier Ripoll Jr. just having a twitch under braking in turn 13. The back end just sliding slightly. He is on the knife edge. Joel Monegro senses something of a pass in the making here. He goes to the outside. Monegro under braking, tries to shut the door, but Javier Ripoll Jr. is having none of it. Comes squeezing back through. Great defense, but Ripoll Jr. looking nervous on the brakes. Monegro looking menacing. He made that move on the outside. It wasn't going to stick. And now Javier Ripoll Jr. goes deep into the corner. He's got the faster line, the momentum out of the corner. But Monegro tries to get through. This is for the lead of the race. Monegro to the inside as they head towards turn 5. Ripoll Jr. will try to give him the squeeze around turn 5, flat out. Javier Ripoll Jr. now with a disadvantage because Monegro has the line into turn 6. On the inside they come, under braking. And it's a change of lead. Javier Ripoll Jr. very tempted to maybe give him a punt through the corner. He doesn't do that, but Monegro jumps to the lead of the race. He took the advantage out of turn 4 into turn 5. He got that line through turn 5, so that he had the racing line into turn 6 and was able to steal the lead away. But it's not all over yet. Javier Ripoll Jr. will not just lie over, turn over and play dead. He will be ready to jump if he gets an opportunity. We're on board there briefly with Levent Turkman in the number 77 car, who had a grandstand view of that all unfolding in front of him, but he will be more interested in what's happening behind because Alexander Dobic is bearing down on him for that third place. The last of the podium positions. Levent Turkman is there. Now Joel Monegro opens up a gap about 0.6 of a second. Can Javier Ripoll Jr. come back? Alexander Dobic has closed in on Levent Turkman, and as was the way in the Sport Division race earlier on, it's starting to look like this could be a race-long scrap for third place that's going to be going on here. The rest of the cars running behind. Marabi Mekbabishvili is there a couple of seconds back. Hans Frisch is in there. Daniel Lewis has done a great job, up to 7th place in the GT4 car against the big brother GT3. So he said he was going to try and take advantage before everybody's tyres got in the window. He's done exactly that. So up into 7th place for Dan Lewis. Kasper Hockerboom in 8th. And then it's Ernst Inderbitzen and Jan Klingenberg, the two cars that are running without ABS, very much getting themselves up to speed for their season in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse this year. In the garages, the teams look on intently as their drivers do the business. These teams that work so hard preparing repairing, building these cars so these drivers can race, and track experience by Manthey certainly know what they're doing as the lead car, Joel Monegro, at the wheel of one of their cars. We're on board with the MDM Motorsport Levent Turkmen car, the driver who impressed so much last time out with a third place and then another third place. Is it going to be 3 third places from 3 races? His first 3 races ever in this series for Levent Turkmen. He's in that third place at the moment, but Alexander Dobic is not going to make it easy. Dobic, who is less than 0.3 of a second behind, at least he was last time they crossed the start-finish line, he's not going to let him get too far ahead. So on board with Levent Turkmen, you can see him heading up towards turn 3 and then round to the hairpin of turn 4. And there is Alexander Dobic in the very pretty yellow and black livery. Alexander Dobic, the owner of Hadeka Racing, the Ukrainian driver who we've seen over the last few seasons competing. So here he comes again in towards turn 5. This is the fight for third place at the moment. At the front, Monegro has only opened up a little under 0.4 from Javier Ripoll Jr., who now has the fastest lap of the race. So anyone who thought Monegro was going to disappear off into the distance are very much mistaken. That's a bit of a wobble under braking for Turkmen, but I don't think Dobic was close enough to take advantage there. So Turkmen clearly under pressure. Right, this is for the lead. So if you thought that Monegro was going to get in front and clear off, you are much mistaken. Javier Ripoll Jr. is keeping him very much within his sights. It was 0.339 last time across the start-finish line. Ripoll Jr. has the fastest lap. Could he put one over Monegro? Right, across the line they come. The gap reasonably similar to what it was. In towards turn 1. Monegro having to keep an eye on his mirrors. Any mistake at all, and Javier Ripoll Jr. could well be through. Monegro now takes the fastest lap, so he's stolen it back from Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier Ripoll Jr., when Pierce spoke to him on the grid earlier, said that age was not on his side and that Joel Monegro might have an advantage there. But when you're racing, when the adrenaline's flowing, we know how good Javier Ripoll Jr. is. There's Levent Turkmen in third place. Alexander Dobic for Hadeka Racing. Behind him in fourth place. Keeping him within his sights. Heading towards turn 5 once again, and then into turn 6. Still Levent Turkmen in the last of the podium positions. So if the race finished now, it would be a clean sweep this season for Joel Monegro, but we've still got a little under 20 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and certainly the fight for third place is by no means done and dusted. On board the MDM racing car, a Levent Turkmen up the hill, through the S's he comes. Alexander Dobic really putting the pressure on now. Through turns 12 and 13. The Parabolica Ayrton Senna out onto the pit straight. Right, now this is going to be an opportunity for Alexander Dobic. He's tucked up in the slipstream. Can Levent Turkmen hold this off? He's opened up a bit of a gap as they head in towards turn 1. Will we see a challenge from Dobic? He looks to the inside. He ducks back behind Turkmen. So no challenge this time around. He's still got plenty of time to try and work his way up into third place. Anything more than that might be a bit of a stretch, because this battle is now some 4.4 seconds back from second place. Javier Ripoll Jr. now finally losing a bit of time to Joel Monegro. 1.689 is the gap between first and second. So Ripoll Jr. having put the pressure on, now just starting to drop back a little, but still very solid in that second place. The third place battle some way back down the road between these two cars. Levent Turkmen, Alexander Dobic, third and fourth. They're well clear of Marabi Mekvabishvili. He is 3.79 seconds back from this battle that we're looking at here. Track limits warnings have been given to car 77. So Levent Turkman with a track limit warning into turn 1. So he's got to be careful because, again, the race director's starting to get involved. They've issued a warning to car 77 in 3rd place, especially into turn 1. At the moment, it is just a warning, so no penalties have been issued. But Alexander Dobic doing what he needs to do, putting the pressure on, trying to force number 77 wide. So apparently Javier Ripoll Jr., I'm told by Piers, got a wheel in the gravel in the last sector. So that is why we got a gap. But look at this to the inside into turn 3. Alexander Dobic shows his nose. Levent Turkman has it covered off, but Dobic now senses the last of the podium positions. The two cars almost running side by side. It's still advantage Levent Turkman at the moment. So just to go back to the original point, we saw the gap suddenly opening up between 1st and 2nd. It was a wheel in the gravel for Javier Ripoll Jr. that caused him to drop back. So 1.289 between 1st and 2nd. Can Javier Ripoll Jr. find a way back onto the leader? This is close for 3rd. Levent Turkman with Alexander Dobic. I don't need to tell you what the gap is. You can see it. Dobic almost got a nose in front at one point. Turkman under braking into 6. Dobic taking a wider line around the corner, then in towards 7 they will come. Still, Levent Turkman holding on to the last of the podium positions. 16 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. You're looking at the fight for 3rd place. Levent Turkman withstanding so much pressure, relatively inexperienced compared to the car behind him. The Hadeka owner in the car of his team, car 33, Alexander Dobic, now breathing down the neck of car 77. You saw the wobble under braking. Levent Turkman goes deep into the corner, and that was all that Alexander Dobic needed to steal that 3rd place away. Just heading into turn 9, a slight wobble under braking, and that was it. Alexander Dobic through into 3rd place. Turkman relegated down to 4th. And now he sets about after Javier Ripoll Jr. But all of that has allowed the lead duo to break clear. But this now, Turkman coming back on the inside. What an audacious move. Into the corner they come. We saw the two cars sliding, maybe a slight contact. Turkman getting back in front. He caught us all napping there. Levent Turkman back into that 3rd place. Alexander Dobic's going to have to do it all again. So, Levent Turkman into 3rd place once again. Alexander Dobic having to do all the hard work. Into turn 5 they come. Marabi Mekvabishvili starting to close in on this battle while they're fighting side by side. I thought that when Dobic had got through, he'd probably break clear, but no. Levent Turkman really proving to be something of a sensation in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Finds a route past the 33 car, and it is, as you were, Levent Turkman in the last of the podium positions. Alexander Dobic in 4th place. Monegro continues to open the gap at the front. It's 2 seconds between 1st and 2nd. Then about a 7.5 second gap back to this fight for 3rd. What a compelling battle this has been. Don't take your eyes off the screen. This one could rage all the way to the end. Turkman pulled a move on Alexander Dobic when we were least expecting it and retook that position. Right, now Dobic's going to try it again. Out along the pit straight they come, picking up the slipstream. Is he going to go to the inside? He tries to sell the dummy to the inside, then goes to the outside. Levent Turkman has the tight inside line though. Can he get it slowed down? Yes, he can. Alexander Dobic cannot get past again. And still, it is Turkman in 3rd place, withholding so much pressure. Marabi Mekvabishvili in the background. Dobic with a tighter line into the corner. And now Levent Turkman goes deep once again into that corner, still with the nose in front. Who's going to come out in front? It is still Levent Turkman with his nose in front of the 33 car. Into 5 they will come once again. This has proven to be an interesting corner. Heading into 6. Onto the outside goes Alexander Dobic. Is he going to cut back to the inside to try and go for that gap? Levent Turkman has it covered off. Hits the apex of the corner out of 6 towards turn 7. He will come once again. 12.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Look, Marabi Mekvabishvili is in the background closing in on this duo. Could it be that Marabi Mekvabishvili could be in with a challenge for the last of the podium positions in the closing stages of this race? Because these two are holding each other up now. Levent Turkman, Alexander Dobic. Turkman goes deep into the corner up towards turn 9. Still, he is there in front of his rival, Alexander Dobic, almost pushing him around turns 11 and 12 into turn 13. They're going to come out onto the pit straight. He's got the inside line out of turn 13. Dobic now with the advantage. They race side by side past the pits. It's going to be last of the late breakers, but Dobic has the line into turn 1. They run absolutely neck and neck. Mekvabishvili in the background. Turkman's going to try and break late into turn 1. But it's advantage Dobic. Once again, Dobic is up into that 3rd place. Now, will Levent Turkman try and steal it back like he did before? We ride on board with him. We can see how close he is to Alexander Dobic. Focused, looking ahead, trying not to be distracted by Marabi Mekvabishvili. Turkman under braking, making a mistake. The back end of the car sliding out. That's allowed him to fall into the clutches of Marabi Mekvabishvili. It's allowed Alexander Dobic to break clear. So now Marabi Mekvabishvili is going to put the pressure on for 4th place around the flat out turn 5. 11 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Great stuff here. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Levent Turkman is not giving up on 3rd place. Alexander Dobic is going to have to watch what he does. He's going to have to make sure he hits every breaking point, every apex exactly right, because Levent Turkman wants revenge. He wants that 3rd place back, but Marabi Mekvabishvili has now joined the battle. He's made it more complicated for Levent Turkman to get past, because if Turkman makes the move and it doesn't stick, Mekvabishvili will be through. Turkman picking up an awful lot of curb, the back end of the car jumping up into the air. That allows him to fall back into the clutches, and Marabi Mekvabishvili, Dobic goes deep, and both of them go through. Alexander Dobic with a mistake into the corner, and then Levent Turkman retakes 3rd place, but this time Marabi Mekvabishvili is through as well. Alexander Dobic is now going to have to overtake 2 cars if he wants to get on the podium. In towards turn 1 we come. Turkman, never say die. Marabi Mekvabishvili in 4th place. Alexander Dobic there now behind him. He's got a mountain to climb to get himself onto the podium in the next 9 3/4 minutes. Our leader is Joel Monegro. He is 2.6 clear of Javier Ripoll Jr. And they are well clear, some 13 seconds clear of this battle, but this is going to rage on. Can it be that Marabi Mekvabishvili will make it onto the podium? Alexander Dobic twice had got into that 3rd place, and twice he has lost it. It was a mistake that allowed Levent Turkman and Marabi Mekvabishvili to come through and shuffle him down into 5th place. Hans Frisch is some 4 seconds back from this battle. So Alexander Dobic at the moment not looking vulnerable, but Hans Frisch in 6th place. He's ahead of Daniel Lewis, the leading GT4 driver, in 7th place. There is 3rd place Levent Turkman. What a drive. I remind you, this is the driver who arrived in Portimao just to do a little bit of practice and a bit of testing last weekend. He got persuaded to race, and he did a sterling job coming home with 2 3rd places. He's now looking to make it 3 3rd places in 3 races, but Marabi Mekvabishvili wants to break the pattern. Meanwhile, at the front, Javier Ripoll Jr. records the fastest lap. The gap is 2 seconds between himself and race leader Joel Monegro. Out along the start-finish straight they come in towards turn 1. Levent Turkman has put and withheld so much pressure in that 3rd place. Marabi Mekvabishvili, the next one, queuing up. They've broken clear of Alexander Dobic. Dobic in that 5th place, having run 3rd for so long. So here they come, third, fourth and fifth, all running together on the track. 7 3/4 minutes remaining of round 3, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. So as we approach the last 7.5 minutes of the race, Joel Monegro leads the way. Javier Ripoll Jr. 2 seconds back, but with the fastest lap of the race. Then this fight for third place. Levent Turkman in that third place at the moment. Murabi Mekvabishvili, who's worked his way forwards on the grid, started in 6th, so has picked off car after car. Alexander Dobik started 4th, currently in 5th. Levent Turkman, who started in 5th, currently in 3rd. All fighting for that last trophy on the podium. Now, Alexander Dobik has had a chance to take a deep breath, to flex his muscles, to regather himself and to close in. Meanwhile, Javier Ripoll Jr. records another fastest lap. The lead gap is down to 1.289. Could it be that Joel Monegro is going to suddenly find the 91 car in his mirrors? Well, he's responded with a purple in Sector 1, so Monegro is not going to go quietly here, is he? So the gap, 1.289 between first and second, but the leader, Joel Monegro, responding with a purple in Sector 1. Then this battle here for third place. Turkman now breaking clear of Murabi Mekvabishvili, because Mekvabishvili can no longer attack, because Alexander Dobik is poised and ready to jump out towards turn 5. They come once again, Hans Frisch in the background, but not close enough to get involved. Levent Turkman will need to take advantage, because as long as Murabi Mekvabishvili is defending from Alexander Dobik, that allows him to put in some really quick laps and to open up that gap. That's exactly what he's done so far. Up towards turn 7 they come. Still, Turkman in that third place. Through the S's, they will come up over the hill. Levent Turkman has made a couple of mistakes on this section. Holds it all together this time around. Still looking solid in that third place. Our race leaders have already crossed the start-finish line. Monegro has responded to Javier Ripoll Jr.'s fastest lap with a lap that was significantly quicker. Interestingly, Eric Santos is back in the pits. He's absolutely fine. His car has front suspension damage, and not sure if he's going to be out for race 2. But hey, look at this. Murabi Mekvabishvili looking to the inside for third place. Doesn't quite make it stick. He thought he had an opportunity there, suddenly closing in on Levent Turkman. But thanks to Piers for information on Eric Santos in the pit. So it was suspension damage, and the team will get to work on that. Hopefully we'll see him out in the next race. Meanwhile, third, fourth, fifth, glued together, nothing between them. One of these 3 drivers is going to finish on the podium, surely. Through turn 5 they come. Levent Turkman had opened up a gap, but now Murabi Mekvabishvili has closed it down. Dare he make a challenge and risk losing the position to Alexander Dobik? Dobik fancies doing exactly what Murabi Mekvabishvili did and jumping past both of the cars in front of him. They've got less than 4 minutes plus 1 lap to do it. Hans Frisch is rushing to join this battle. He is getting closer, but time is starting to run out. 3 3/4 minutes remaining. Turkman breaks clear just a little in towards turn 9. But that gap seems to close down when they come into the last few corners and out on towards the pit straight. Murabi Mekvabishvili has Alexander Dobik. He goes wide. Murabi Mekvabishvili somehow holds on to the back end of that car. Somehow holds on to 4th place. Brilliant stuff. A nice bit of drifting. That's given Levent Turkman real breathing room here. Now Dobik sees this as his opportunity. While Mekvabishvili gets back into the rhythm, this is the opportunity for Dobik to challenge into turn 1. He ducks to the inside. Mekvabishvili thinks about defending, but he stays on that outside line. He gathers it up. He hits the braking point exactly right. And the 218 car still remains in that position for lap time performance. And that's all allowed Levent Turman to break clear. Maybe that's the gap that he needs to secure that third place. The fight appears to be now for fourth. Dobic looks to the inside of Turkmen. Once again, Turkmen to the inside of Murabi Mekvabishvili, beg your pardon. Mekvabishvili holds on to that position. Turkmen well clear in the background. Hans Frisch is there as well. 2.5 minutes remaining to turn 5 and into turn 6 we go once again. Dobic on the inside of Murabi Mekvabishvili under braking. Can he slow it down? Yes, he can. And Dobic is through back into fourth place, where he was some 20 minutes ago. Now he tries to set about Levent Turkmen. Hans Frisch joining the battle in the closing stages of this race, but has time run out for Alexander Dobic to get onto the podium, because Levent Turkmen is clear at the moment in the number 77 car. Less than 2 minutes remaining. A track limit warning has been given, and a penalty has been given to car 77 for track limits. I just have a message that says penalty on my screen for third place Levent Turkmen for disrespecting track limits. I don't know what that penalty is. I'll let you know when I find out, but it does mean that potentially Levent Turkmen cannot finish in third place. We'll keep on top of that one. But as things stand at the moment, Alexander Dobic, suddenly, having looked to be out of the equation, is back in again, challenging into turn 1, having been in 5th place. I thought that Levent Turkmen was secure to cross the line in 3rd, but maybe the tyres on the number 77 car have cried enough. He's still in that 3rd place at the moment. A minute plus 1 lap of racing remaining. Our race leader continues to be Joel Monegro in the 224 car. Now he's up at turn 7, so depending on how quickly he can get back to the start-finish line will determine how many more laps are remaining of this race. We are gripped by this fight for 3rd place that has raged on for the whole of this round 3 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. At the moment, Levent Turkmen, but with a penalty hanging over him. Also a penalty for Murabi Mekvabishvili. Again, it says penalty for track limits on the timing screen. Now, what that penalty will be will remain to be seen. We'll find that out in a bit, but at the moment, we're racing on track. And you can see 3rd place Levent Turkmen out across the line becomes Joel Monegro now. So it's going to be 2 more laps. So it will be, we reckon, a penalty for both Turkmen and Murabi Mekvabishvili, probably of about 5 seconds, which will promote Alexander Dobic up to 3rd, whether he passes or not on the track. So Levent Turkmen has finished in 3rd place in every race he's done in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He may well finish on the track in 3rd place here, but it may well be stolen away from him. So 2 cars have flashed up with penalty on the timing screen. Levent Turkmen in 3rd, Murabi Mekvabishvili in 5th. Just says penalty next to their names, but doesn't say what that penalty will be. Alexander Dobic is clear of any penalties at all that I can see. So potentially 3rd place may well be in the bag without him having to make the move out on track. I believe that Monegro has still got 1 more lap after this one. He's currently up in the S's at the moment, but he will soon be starting the last lap of the race. The battle for 3rd has calmed down somewhat at the moment. Levent Turkmen in 3rd place on the road. Alexander Dobic, has the message got through to him that there's a penalty issued to the number 77 car? Here comes the race leader once again, Joel Monegro, out onto the pit straight to start what should be his last lap of the race. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 2nd place, now having dropped back by 3.6 seconds. So 1st and 2nd fairly well spaced out. So here comes our race leader once again, Joel Monegro. 3.617. And then Levent Turkmen. So on the final lap of the race. Joel Monegro continues to control this race from the front. Has jumped in front. He picked his time. He waited for his moment. Here he comes once again out towards turn 7. Joel Monegro, Javier Ripoll Jr. behind him. Levent Turkman in 3rd place. Then Alexander Dobic. But the stewards are going to have something to say about who finishes on the podium. There's going to be no doubting at all, though. The driver that heads into turn 11, 12 and 13 for the very last time. He won both races when we were at Portimao for the season opener last weekend. He now leads the way in round 3. He exits turn 13. He sees the checkered flag. It's 3 wins out of 3 for Joel Monegro in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Out across the line next will come Javier Ripoll Jr. to receive 2nd place on the track. Levent Turkman leads Alexander Dobic. And behind them, Marabi Mekvabishvili. Dobic has a wide line out of the last corner, just showing his face, but I think he's probably going to get the podium. Then it's going to be Marabi Mekvabishvili. This is all very much subject to confirmation once the race stewards have reviewed penalties. Hans Frisch, 6 across the line on the track. He's also under investigation for overtaking potentially during the full course yellow countdown. And now on board with Daniel Lewis, the only GT4 driver, bringing it home in 7th place. No mean feat at all. Dan Lewis crosses the line to win for the GT4s and takes 7th place overall. So, the checkered flag waves. Kasper Hockerboom comes across next in 8th place. Ernst Inderbitzen and Jan Klingenberg. So, we know who the 1st and 2nd are, but I do believe that there will almost certainly be a time penalty of something like 5 seconds that will be awarded potentially to Levent Turkman and Marabi Mekvabishvili. But this is all subject to confirmation. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens. But as they cross the line, it's Joel Monegro ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. by 4.5 seconds. Levent Turkman, Alexander Dobic, Marabi Mekvabishvili, Hans Frisch rounding out the top 6. Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car. Kasper Hockerboom in 8th ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen and Jan Klingenberg. To remind you, those 2 drivers in 9th and 10th did not have ABS, so sterling job from them. And that concludes round 3 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, their first race of the afternoon. And it's a clean sweep once again for Joel Monegro. He will now have 150 out of 150 points in the overall championship. He will have 75 out of 75 in the Michelin Cup standings. A brilliant score, but Javier Ripoll Jr. did not make it easy for him. He kept the pressure on, but for maybe a couple of mistakes. I think hats off to Javier Ripoll Jr. for keeping the pressure on Joel Monegro all the way to the flag. So we wait for the 3rd place car to come in now. The timing screens are still saying Levent Turkman in 3rd. Right, 5-second time penalty has been added to the 218 car, Marabi Mekvabishvili. That is confirmed on the timing screen, but I haven't had confirmation of a time penalty for Levent Turkman. So, a little bit of mystery there before we get to the podium. We'll see who rocks up in 3rd place. I think it's probably the best thing to do, isn't it? We'll just see who arrives. No doubt about the winner, though, is there? Joel Monegro, once again, winning, but he had to work for it this time, didn't he? Well, there's Turkman's car in the 3rd place position. So nothing has been put on the timing screen. It just says penalty next to his name, but doesn't actually say what the penalty might be. But it has been 5 seconds that has been added to the time of Marabi Mekvabishvili. So one expects it may well be the same for Levent Turkman, but we'll see. There's Jaap van Lagen, the legendary driver, the current Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux champion, who has been coaching Levent Turkman. That'll do Jaap van Lagen, stock value, no harm whatsoever. So he has been doing the coaching, and a good job, clearly he has done. There's Javier Ripoll Jr. Again, had to really work. Yeah, you can see from his body language, I think he's talking about the slightly wild back end of the car in a couple of places, maybe when he went wide. Picked up a bit of gravel. There's Joel Monegro, getting used to it. And there's Piers Pryor, who's with our race winner in the pit lane.
Yeah, we've got our race winner, Joel. I can see you're satisfied with that one. Big high fives, big smile on your face.
Yeah, that was pretty good. It's my first time at this track, and so it took me a little bit to learn it in the wet, but once it's dry, it's pretty amazing.
And you had to work for that one as well. Javier was not easy to pass.
A little bit, in the beginning only.
It was good fun to watch, but talk to us about it from your perspective.
Repeat that?
So it was good fun to watch, but talk about it from your perspective.
It was probably more fun to do it than to watch it. But
yeah, I bet it was. Congratulations, another win, 3 from 3. Can you go undefeated this Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe season?
Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. Our winner there, Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic. I'm going to grab a word with our second place driver, Javier Ripoll Jr. over here, who was the one that held the lead in the early stages, but unfortunately just couldn't quite hold off Joel. You tried your best.
Yeah, we did. We started catching up a little bit at the middle of the race, but then I had to cool off a little bit the tires, and then when I tried again, the rear was a little bit loose. I was close to him at the beginning. I lost it in the last turn, and then he took like 4 arcade car distances, and it stayed like that the whole race.
Yeah, it was a good race at the start. We enjoyed watching that one. It was a good defence actually, because I mean we saw the pace that Joel had. You kept him behind for a fair while.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was decent. He was pretty clean. So hopefully race 2 we can come up again.
Hopefully race 2 you can come up again. You'll have to do the opposite though. You have to pass him in that one.
Exactly.
I look forward to that. And our third place driver, Levent Turkman, is just behind us. Well, provisionally third. We're waiting on confirmation as to whether Levent will receive a track limits penalty. For Levent's sake, hopefully he doesn't. But I'm just going to interrupt this conversation. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to grab a word with our provisional podium driver. Levent, that looked like an epic race to be part of.
Well, you could say that at least, yeah.
It was great to watch. It must have been pretty intense in the car.
Yeah, constantly two of these guys, which you know they are faster in the quali. So yeah, I was driving a little bit with scareness in my head. Yes, but it went well.
Yeah, you did. It was one corner you were ahead, then you were behind, then back ahead again, and then Marabi got involved too. I mean, that's why you come racing, I suppose. You only turned up at the first round for testing, but there's nothing like a race.
No, but you know, it's when you start this race, knowing that you're P6 or P5, then and you know these guys are behind you. You have immense pressure during 30 minutes. So, but I can handle the pressure, obviously. So.
Clearly you can. Levent, congratulations. Provisionally on third place. There's some still, the results are provisional for now, but we'll give Brian back the microphone to talk us through what was a very eventful Club Division Round 3.
It really was, wasn't it? Thank you, Piers. We will keep you updated. I'm just kind of keep an eye on my timing screen in case I get any more information. But as things stand at the moment, the 1, 2, 3 is as they crossed the line. It was a sensational round 3. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe never fails to deliver. The rolling start, they came across the line, Javier Ripoll Jr. You could see him and Joel Monegro almost getting together into turn 1, and Javier had his nose in front, turned that pole position into an early race lead. Alexander Dobik and Marabi Mekvabishvili were going wheel to wheel early on. Those early laps, a good opportunity to try and gain a few places. Javier Ripoll Jr. was soon under pressure. We got a full course yellow when Eric Santos received damage to the left front suspension and spun off into the gravel. Once we got going again, Javier Ripoll Jr. did lead, but eventually it was Joel Monegro who muscled his way through into the lead. You can see that moment there where Javier Ripoll Jr. did get a wheel into the gravel. That slowed him down and allowed Joel Monegro to open up a gap. Levent Turkman What an entertainer. He said he was going to work his way through despite all the pressure. Well, he did that. He and Alexander Domic were challenging for positions. Lots of other fights going on as well, keeping us occupied. But this one for third place, as was the case with the sport division, really, just keeping us mesmerised. It went all the way to the flag, didn't it? Alexander Domic in front, and then that big wobble there where Turkmen and Marabi Mekvabishvili were able to take advantage and come through. There was Klingenberg going wide as well, and you could see he lost positions as a result of that. The fight for third place raged on, and then it was Marabi Mekvabishvili's turn to get the back end a little bit loose. That left him vulnerable to Alexander Domic, who then set about tracking down Levent Turkmen. But nobody was going to get past Joel Monegro. Once he was in front, he'd opened up that gap, and although Javier Ripoll Jr. did close it up a few times, it was eventually going to be a win for Joel Monegro. Dan Lewis in the GT4 car doing a sterling job to come home in 7th place, and of course the win in GT4. But Joel Monegro, 3 wins out of 3 in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We're going to have to do it all again later on this afternoon, because we'll have round 4. He may well have some more cars competing with him when we head to Spain for the next 4 rounds after that as well. So let's head back down to the podium with Piers.
Thanks very much for the highlights there, Brian. Yes, we do have our podium ready, and we'll start with the Michelin Cup, the third place driver, the number 77 from the Netherlands, Levent Turkmen. Congratulations, Levent. Another podium for the MDM team. Our second place driver, so close once again, the S1 Racing driver, Javier Ripoll. But the man who can't be beaten this year so far for the track experience by Manthey team, the 224, Joel Monegro. Big cheer from the Manthey team there. And our GT4 winner from the UK, Daniel Lewis. Congratulations to our top 3 in the Michelin Cup and our GT4 winner. We will now have the national anthem of the Dominican Republic. I must say, I've never heard the Dominican Republic national anthem before this year. However, we're going to get pretty used to that as Lars Plato hands out the trophies for our Michelin Cup drivers. Third place, once again, Levent Turkmen for MDM Motorsport. Second place, the S1 driver, Javier Ripoll Jr. So close to a race win once again. And then our winners over in the Michelin Cup, Joel Monegro and Daniel Lewis in GT4. Our top 3 in the Michelin Cup and our winner in GT4 on the podium now, getting their photographs. As I mentioned, Dominican Republic, one that hasn't got the biggest history in motorsport in recent times. However, that may be about to change with the dominance of Joel Monegro representing the Dominican Republic in the best light possible. Great to see such good sportsmanship between our drivers. There was a handshake shared between all of our Michelin Cup drivers after that race, and once again on the podium. We'll see them going again for round 4, their final race today, in just over half an hour's time. But before then, we will have the 4th round and final race of the day for the sports division. That's coming up in just a few moments' time. Very much looking forward to the sport division race. We've had 2 brilliant races in Portimao. We've had 1 good race this morning. The second race of the day always throws up a bit more action because it's the last one. But we have a bit of a break before we head to Spain. So I'm going to hand back to Brian to get us in the mood for that round 4 of the sport division.
Round 4, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. And can you believe it? After this race, we're at the halfway point of the season. We have had 3 rounds this season so far, and all 3 of them have been absolute humdingers. Definitely ones to keep. Just goes to show you don't need a grid of 30 plus cars to have entertaining racing, because this has been fantastic. We have loved every lap that these cars have turned here, both Portimao and in Estoril, and this is shaping up to be a great one as well, because we have the pole sitter and winner from the last race, Milan Marchak, who starts on pole position. He has new championship leader Walter Boerkamps alongside him. And Jelte Hofner and Nick Ho directly behind them, and Marco Giltrap and Alex Ryman just behind them. So it's set to be very much a continuation of what we've been seeing so far. As things stand coming into this race, Walter Boerkamps leads Marco Giltrap by 3 points. In the championship, I believe, subject to confirmation, that Milan Marchak jumps up to 3rd in the championship with 49 points, courtesy of that win, ahead of Nick Ho, who drops down to 4th with 42 points, and Theo Elenas, who is 5th with 20 points. That is all very subject to confirmation, because my maths is notoriously dodgy, but there is no doubt that Walter Boerkamps leads Marco Giltrap at the moment. But of course it could all change. Giltrap, though, has got his work cut out in this, because Boerkamps starts 2nd, Giltrap starts 5th. So Marco Giltrap, I would say, has a reputation for maybe hanging back and letting everybody beat each other about and then come through. Will probably need to have a little bit more urgency about him in this race to try and wind in Walter Boerkamps, maybe as much as he can in the opening couple of laps of the race. We'll see how that one shakes out, but it's going to be fascinating. Milan Marchak, though, sits on pole position, his 4th pole position in 4 races. Right, I can see Piers down there, ready for his grid walk.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yes, we are down here on the grid once again as the drivers go finish their reconnaissance lap to the grid. Once again, the familiar sight of the grey Red Ant Racing car, number 96 Milan Marchak, the 17-year-old that took pole position in race, or event, the 3rd round of the championship, the first race we had today. I'm in the way, because currently Milan's doing his his grid spot marking. We featured this in Portimao, but the same again, tape going down on the white line to show, to give Milan Marchak a reference point as to where he needs to put his car on the grid, so he can be as far forward as possible in the grid box without going beyond where he needs to. Milan just getting a last moment or last word of advice ahead of the race. I'm going to jump in again. I know we've spoken to Milan a lot today already, both after qualifying the first race, but also in the lunch break. But it's worth grabbing a word with our pole sitter, because I was under a lot of pressure at the start of the last race from the driver in 2nd place, which is Walter Boerkamps. But this time, Walter is going to be starting, I was about to say alongside. Technically, it's a 1-by-1 grid stagger, so it's not alongside, but on the same row, 1 position closer. Milan, pole position once again. What have you learned from the first start that you can take into this one?
The start in the first race was perfect, so we'll try to do the same now, and we'll see where we end up. And hopefully, we can get away after the first 1 or 2 corners, so will be great.
Walter was the driver that was challenging you the hardest in the first couple of laps in that last one, going from 3rd on the grid. He's 2nd now alongside you. Does that change your approach?
No, not really. I'll try to not force anything, try to keep myself calm, and we'll see where we end up.
It seems like you've taken a step forward, both yourself and the team. I mean, the conditions are different, granted, but in Portimao, it seemed like your qualifying pace was electric, and then you didn't quite match it in the race. But the race this morning, or the first race today, your pace seemed to get almost stronger as the race went on.
Yeah, in Portimao, we made some mistakes as the team and as me. So now it's been all perfect, and we'll try to forget Portimao and focus on this.
I think that's for the best. Milan Marchak going from pole position once again, a very promising young talent, as we've said many times. Walter Boerkamps, 2nd place, his 2nd fastest lap. A reminder, the grid for this second race of the day set from the driver's second fastest lap in qualifying. The second fastest lap from Walter Borkamps was slightly faster than the driver in third place of Jelte Hofner. Just said to Milan, the last race you were the driver that challenged Milan the most on the first couple of laps. You had to go from third place. Now you've got a clear view down towards turn one on the inside. I suppose that's your goal, is to put this new livery at the inside at turn one?
Yes, that's the plan, especially if you see that he doesn't make any mistakes. I want to be in front as fast as possible.
If you do get in front, do you still think that you'll then have the pace to hold him back?
Yeah, I think then we're in clear air, and the team did an amazing job fixing the fuel issue. So if the car will stay in one piece and the engine stays in one piece, then I think I can manage.
I think you can as well. Walter Borkamps, again, a reminder, Walter, very experienced driver, 13 years nearly the senior of our pole sitter. The second fastest lap of Jelte Hofner wasn't quite as good as his fastest lap, which means that he goes from third place, one place lower than he started this morning. Let's grab a quick word with Jelte. Jelte, your second fastest lap, only good enough for third. I say only. Third is still a good position, but what's your plan for this race?
Just maximum push, see where we end up. I will see whatever happens. I will just try to get the best result possible.
Now, I can see something in the cockpit here that no one else can. Over the left air vent, there's something in a language I don't speak. It says, am I allowed to read that? Is that
Yeah, you are.
good for TV? It says
My mechanic did it.
It says Gasolina Papa Tol.
Doof.
Sorry?
Doof.
Doof. Tell us about that.
Yes, well, in where I am from, there's a guy. He's getting famous now, and he always says these lines. And my mechanic wrote this down as my motivation to push. So,
What does it mean? Does it just mean go like hell?
yeah, there's not really a meaning. He just always says it, the guy. So I like the quote.
Jelte, toof to you. Toof to you. There you go. Jelte Hofner, the young driver going from third place on the grid. I don't know whether, I just had to check whether that was PC, because you never know. I'm not fluent in any language other than English, which is unfortunately why all these grid interviews are in English. Nick Ho, fourth place again on the grid. That last race was quite entertaining.
Yeah, it was definitely entertaining. I struggled getting past Jelte, but he did an amazing job defending. But now it's another race, so let's see what we can do from here.
I must say, from my point of view, it's really cool to see so many of you young drivers fighting like veterans. You know, the racing has been so good this season, close, hard, generally avoiding contact. It's been really good to watch. I suppose it's been fun from the car as well, from the seat.
Yeah, for sure. I enjoy driving these races. So far, everyone is driving really fair and close. So let's keep it like that.
Let's keep it like that. Podium in this one?
We'll do our best.
You always do, Nick. You always do. Nick Ho going from fourth place will be hoping for a podium. Jelte Hofner didn't get the best start in that last one. Actually dropped a position. He's starting in third in this one. Nick Ho's there. Let's grab a word with our outgoing championship. Actually, before we do, I'm just going to jump in here. There's a story behind the shoes and the lipstick, isn't there? Tell everyone at home.
What?
Your shoes and the lipstick. You've got a collection of the sketches, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a collection because on race day I wear nice shoes and nice lipstick. The red lipstick brought us every time good luck. So I hope it's still today. So the red shoes and the red lips.
Amazing. And remind us, of course, your name and who you are for those who don't know you at home.
Yeah, my name is Jenny. I'm the team boss of the Team 75 with a Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, also in Carrera Cup Germany. So the team owners, my brother Timo Bernhard, and I could be the team boss on the races.
And Marco's been doing a brilliant job so far. Unfortunately, today not as well as it went in Portimao, but pushing on still. That was racing hard in that last one.
Yeah, it was hard racing. It was a good race. He started from P7 and finished on P4. So I'm quite happy because the championship, it's not a sprint. It's it takes a little bit longer. It's like endurance. So we have now the fourth race. We will see what happened. And I think he can make also the fourth round a good race.
I think so too. And I'm going to go and talk to Marco Giltrap as well and see if he thinks so too. I'm sure he does. Marco's got a lot of confidence. Marco, your team manager, Jenny, she thinks you can get on the podium in this one. Do you reckon so?
Yeah, I think we can. We actually had quite good pace in the race earlier. Made a few passes, but just couldn't quite get there.
It's difficult to pass around here, but you somehow made it work. It was entertaining for us watching at home anyway, so can we have more of the same, please?
Yeah, I'll give it my best shot. I mean, hopefully I can get past them early and get going. But yeah, I think it could be a pretty hard battle.
How was the start in the last one for you, off the line?
Yeah, actually really good. I think we made up one position and then another one in the later laps and then just caught up to the two in front and made some passes work.
Marco, good luck in this one. Hopefully you have a good start in this one. I'd like to see some more moves that we had in round 3, in round 4 as well. I mean, it's a sprint. The sport division, we always have good races, especially this season. The 2 sport division races in Portimao were excellent. The one we had this morning, also great. I didn't grab a word with Alex Ryman. Could we jump in and have a quick word? Didn't chat to Alex ahead of race number 1. I will wait until his ears are empty. Thank you very much, Alex. I know that you've got a lot going on in your ears. Alex, how was that first race for you? You looked like you were well involved in the action.
Yeah, so race 1 was a bit tricky. We struggled a bit with the setup, but I think race 2 will be quite good. Should be quite good. We did some changes, so if it's going to work, then it will be quite good.
Can you give us any more information about the changes or what you were struggling with?
So yeah, we struggled a bit with understeer almost everywhere. So hopefully in race 2 it's going to be fixed, and let's see.
Let's see. Even better pace in this one. Good luck. I'll let you plug your radio back in as well. Very good of Alex to give us a bit of time right ahead of the race. The teams can contact the drivers through the radio intercom system and the drivers back to the teams as well. Alex was getting a few words in his ears while we were talking. Multitasking on the grid, these drivers. Very impressive. Matthias Comparato. Matthias, how was that first race for you?
It was good. Now we try to have a little bit of more pace and starting in P7 now, try to be in top 5 again.
Absolutely. What do you reckon is have you made any changes to make a step forward in this one?
Yes, just seeing the video and change something in my drive to be more consistent.
Matthias Comparato, he's going from 7th place on the grid in this one in the Ombra Racing colours with the yellow flashes, number 11. A reminder, he is a very young driver as well. Was Brazilian F4 champion in 2024, 3rd place in Carrera Cup Brazil last season, and going for Carrera Cup Brazil Championship this year. Nikola Milkovic. Nikola, we spoke to you ahead of the first race. It's race 2 of the day. More of the same? Do you think it's going to be any different?
Yeah, we tried to change some things on the car. We changed the front dampers to see could we solve the problem which we had from the beginning of dry sessions, and I hope so that will be helpful for the pace in the second race. So fingers crossed for that.
Fingers crossed for that. Nikola Milkovic going from 8th place on the grid. That's the whistle. We've got Tio Elenas, didn't get a very good second lap in qualifying. He will be going from 9th place. Then 10th, we've got Luciano Martinez. 11th is Jesse Paalderdijk. And then on the last position on the grid, Levin Gelf in the 144. This is set up to be another brilliant sport division Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe race. That was a mouthful. Brian, do you know what? I think it's better if you do the talking.
Well done, Piers. There are many who would disagree with that. It's hard work out there. A good job as always. Porsche Prince Dural Division. Yes, good. Well, it has been thorough entertainment so far. 3 stonking races this season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Oh, you got me on it now. Sport Division. So, yes, here we go. This is looking very tasty indeed. Really good insight from the drivers there as well. It was good to just hear what they've been up to since the last race finished, what the team have been doing, just looking for that little bit extra. And of course, we get great expressions like toof toof. So we'll keep an eye on Jelte Hoffner, who starts 3rd. There is a toof toof parked at the side of the track. Our photographers have been getting excellent shots. I would just say that if you're able to join us, we are streaming everything as well. There's always some lively chat on the live stream. And for those that are watching us online, thank you. We hope you are being suitably entertained. And to everybody joining us around the world, enjoying Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It has been sensational so far. The next 30 minutes could be even more so. I'm looking at the weather. It's getting a bit misty. It's getting a bit dark. I don't think it's going to rain. I know there is some rain in the area, but that's not due till later on. So hopefully we're going to get the next couple of races through in the dry. Milan Marchak will certainly not be doing his rain dance. He did not enjoy the greasy conditions at Portimao last time. He did enjoy the dry conditions this afternoon, turning what was then his third pole position into a race win. He's had 4 pole positions in 4 races, and he enjoyed his first ever overall win in car racing earlier this afternoon. Would now love to make that 2 out of 2. You get the feeling that Walter Burkamps is going to spare nothing. He has no mercy at all as he tries to wrestle his way past the number 96 Red Ant Racing car. The cars start on their formation lap. Oh, springers in the air here in Estoril as Milan Marchak starts on pole position with Walter Burkamps alongside. Jelte Hofner will be doing from 3rd place with Nick Ho for company. Marco Giltrap and Alex Ryman on row 3. Mateus Comparato and Nikola Milkovic, they've done a lot of work on that car, starting in 8th place. Then it's Tio Elenos, a little bit far back than he would prefer, with Luciano Martinez, Jesse Polderdijk and Levin Gelso. It's another pole in the rookies for Jesse Polderdijk. We saw him take his first ever rookie win earlier today. He's looking to make that 2 out of 2 as well. Heading into this race, we know that Walter Burkamps has jumped to the top of the championship by just 3 points. Marco Giltrap certainly sounding confident leading into this race. Jenny Lysing from Team 75 with the red lipstick and the red shoes will be hoping it brings the good luck for Marco Giltrap, because he would very much like to take some silverware back to New Zealand in his suitcase. He has room in his luggage for another trophy, and it would be one of many that have been earned by Team 75 Motorsport over the years. Of course, Timo Bernhard, the owner of the team, his sister Jenny Lysing, who manages so very well that team, also in Porsche Mo 1 Super Cup and Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany. So we'll keep an eye on that, as certainly Marco Giltrap tries to fight his way through the pack. But what we lack in quantity, we certainly have in quality. Every single driver, when you look at them, you're like, wow, these are potential champions. They're all getting up to speed, because summer wins are made in the winter, and all these drivers will be competing in their respective championships around the world once we head into March and April. And all the hard work done now. You can see Walter Burkamps lighting up the rear tyres, bit of drifting almost down the pit straight. Remember, it is a 480-metre run into turn 1, so it's a fair old length for the drivers to get a bit of a slipstream to try and challenge into turn 1. So getting a good getaway is very important, and Jelte Hofner will be mindful of the fact that he did not get a good getaway in the first race. Will be keen to make amends for that in this race. The cars are in position. We have clearance from the back. This is the view from Marco Giltrap as we get ready to go for round 4 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here in Estoril. A good start for Milan Marchak and for Walter Burkamps. Again, not a great start from Jelte Hofner, but look at Marco Giltrap up into 3rd place on the inside of Jelte Hofner. Hofner now coming back round the outside to retake that 3rd place. Everybody around turn 1. So briefly, Giltrap did have his nose in front. Behind him, though, there is Nick Ho having a little look to the inside as well. Tio Elenos keen to get stuck in and move his way forwards after a difficult qualifying session. On board with Tio Elenos now. We're on the wide outside, muscling through. Luciano Martinez in the number 12 car. Out towards turn 5 we come once again, and heading in towards turn 6. So into 6 they come. Our race leader, Milan Marchak. Everybody jostling for positions. Piers was looking down on the start line. He reckoned that Ryman's launch was fantastic. So Ryman made a great start, and he's now challenging Nick Ho further back. Giltrap in there as well. Lots of challenging for position. Theo Elenis in the traffic, trying to work his way forwards. Walter Boerkamps in that second place, a set of purple in Sector 2. But in these early stages, we're still very much finding our feet. Our race leader, Milan Marchak. Look at this, Nick Ho on Marco Giltrap. This is not going to help Giltrap's position in the championship. If Nick Ho is able to get past Giltrap, shuts the door, but that allows Jelter Hoffner to break clear in that third place. So suddenly Giltrap, having been challenging for third, now has a car in his mirrors. Out across the line we come. There's Milan Marchak, Walter Boerkamps, Jelter Hoffner, Marco Giltrap, Nick Ho, Alex Ryman, Mateusz Comparato, Nikola Milkovic. Into turn 1 they come. Now Nick Ho has Alex Ryman. Ryman, for my money, looking like a driver who's taken a big step up over the winter, looking very rapid indeed, putting the pressure onto Nick Ho, has a little look to the inside, then a little peer to the outside, ducks in behind for the moment, but that might be a gift for Marco Giltrap, who really needs to be able to break clear a little bit from Nick Ho so that he can set about after Jelter Hoffner. Very much a deja vu situation from the previous race. There were a couple of cars running side by side in the background coming round the corner, but Milan Marchak leads Walter Boerkamps by 0.482 at the moment. Hoffner a little bit back from them, about a second back from them, and that was the side by side. It was Theo Elenis coming through on Luciano Martinez. So through he comes to take that position away, up to 9th place. In the background, the leading rookie, Jesse Polderdijk, with Levin Gelf just behind him. So Theo Elenis making up for what was a difficult qualifying session, but now making up for it. He's up into 9th place. Now look at this, a challenge for the lead. Milan Marchak has Walter Boerkamps. Boerkamps just waiting for his moment. Now he is shadowing every move in the Red Ant Racing car. The GP Elite number 30 car in second place, tucked up behind. He's going to get a slipstream. Out along past the pits they come. Surely this is going to be a challenge into turn 1. Milan Marchak will be aware that Walter Boerkamps is there. He goes to defend the inside line. Boerkamps ducks to the outside into turn 1. Under braking, Marchak has him covered off at the moment, but Marchak cannot afford to make any mistakes at all. Walter Boerkamps looking very quick, the fastest man on the track with a new fastest lap. He looks to the inside, then to the outside, trying to distract the Polish driver in the number 96 car. He goes deep into the corner. Jelter Hoffner too far back to challenge at the moment, but what a fight for the lead. Milan Marchak having to draw on all the experience, all the wisdom that he can muster to hold off the might of Walter Boerkamps in turn 5. Into turn 6 they come. Boerkamps menacing in the mirrors. Milan Marchak has it at the moment, but the gap is almost nothing. The first two having broken clear of third place. Jelter Hoffner, here they come once again. Milan Marchak just holding the racing line, keeping it exactly right. In the background, Marco Giltrap trying to close in on the battle for third as well. This is for the lead. Milan Marchak, Walter Boerkamps just shadowing him, filling his mirrors, bumping across the curves. Marchak extracting everything he can out of the lap into turn 9, 10, 11, 12, and then into 13. There looks like something hanging down slightly from the underside of the Milan Marchak car. Maybe not. Looked like there might be something there, but out onto the pit straight. Doesn't slow them down at all, has it? Out onto the pit straight they come once again. Boerkamps not as close as he was last time, but still close enough to challenge. What's he going to do? He flashes the lights in towards turn 1. They come under braking. Fastest man on the track is 4th place, Marco Giltrap. So the pack is compressing. Milan Marchak leads at the moment. Walter Boerkamps 0.3 of a second back. Needs to be careful not to overcook the tyres too early on. So maybe just allowing things to cool. He's still got a little under 25 minutes plus 1 lap to try and find a route past the number 96 car. Jelter Hoffner in a solid third place at the moment, but maybe he is going to have Marco Giltrap for company before too long. Giltrap, who's very good at just waiting, biding his time, allowing the race to come to him. But Nick Ho is just behind him. Then it's Alex Ryman. Then it's Mateusz Comparato in 7th ahead of Nikola Milkovic. There is Nick Ho in the number 98 car. He's loving it there in 5th place as he tries to track down the 4th place Marco Giltrap. The New Zealand driver will be aware that Alex Ryman is also there as well. Alex Ryman for Estonia, racing for Est1. Looks like whatever he's been doing over the winter to improve his pace has been working, because he is looking very, very quick in the Est1 number 28 car. His teammate Theo Ellis is all the way back in 9th at the moment, trying to fight forwards. Marco Giltrap just taking his time, being patient, waiting to wind in. Jelte Hofner came into this weekend as the championship leader, currently in 2nd, 3 points back. Jelte Hofner in 3rd place. Giltrap's main championship rival, Walter Burkamps, in 2nd place, leading the championship. Milan Marchak with the fastest lap, so Marchak responding to Giltrap's fastest lap, opening up the gap. Has Walter Burkamps got anything else he can bring to the table in the next 23 minutes plus 1 lap? There's our race leader, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, almost all running together. This is great racing here. Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe Sport Division. Marchak in control. Giltrap looking vulnerable to Nick Ho at the moment, but Alex Ryman is there, ready to pounce. Then a gap back to Nikola Milkovic. Here they come once again into turn 6. All these cars identical. It's all down to setup and driving skill, looking after the tyres. Milan Marchak on top of the pile at the moment. Walter Burkamps almost got in front, couldn't make it stick. In that 2nd place now. Here's Marco Giltrap continuing to march in that 4th place. Has he got anything for Jelte Hofner? There's a gap between them. Last time across the line, it was 9/10 of a second. So Hofner having broken clear. And while Giltrap is trying to defend, that can allow Hofner to break even further clear. Out onto the start-finish line they come once again. Across the start-finish line, past the pits. Milan Marchak, the gap, 0.478, so very much holding station at the moment. Burkamps just looks quick. Now he has the fastest lap, so he's closed it in just a little bit. Jelte Hofner in 3rd. So here's our race leader, the 96 car into turn 3. 2nd place, Walter Burkamps, keeping him in sight. 0.478, so a little under half a second. That could be gone in just a moment with a mistake, with a lockup, with a wheel in the gravel. Marchak having to drive with his head, thinking about everything, hitting all the braking points. Walter Burkamps will not need a second invitation. If a gap opens up in front of him, he will be there. In the newly liveried, fresh sponsored car, Walter Burkamps in 2nd place. Things finish as they are now. He will extend his lead in the championship, but Milan Marchak is not that far behind in the championship hunt. Here they come through turns 9 again and 10. Marco Giltrap in the number 66 car, numbered after the year that his grandfather set up. Giltrap Racing Team. And just behind him, Nick Ho in that 5th place. Alex Ryman, everybody holding station at the moment. But with less than 20 minutes of this race to go, it feels like anything could happen. Milan Marchak with the fastest lap, trading it with Walter Burkamps. So Milan Marchak at 139.192. Not much between them. Here comes Theo Ellis once again to the inside of Matthias Comparato. Into turn 1, steals that position away, so up to 8th place for Theo Ellis. Next up the road from him, you can see just disappearing around the corner, there's Nikola Milkovic. Now Theo Ellis continuing his fight forwards in the rookies. Jesse Polderdijk leads Levin Gelf by 9.2 seconds, so looking for his 2nd rookie win. Looking from the perspective of turn 5. So instruction has been given for car 11 and treble 1 to swap positions. So that was Matthias Comparato and Nikola Milkovic. That instruction was given a while ago, so the race stewards were getting involved in that. That was clearly an infringement between them. That all sorted itself out, and now Nikola Milkovic is up into 7th place. We ride on board with Teo Elenis, who is tracking him down and closing in on Nikola Milkovic. So there is Teo Elenis in the blue car, just going through the top of your screen. Milan Marchak leads the way, now getting on for a second clear of Walter Boerkamps. Have we seen the best from Walter Boerkamps, or is there still more to come? We cross the line again, and the gap has gone up again, 1.191. So Milan Marchak has opened up the gap further over 2nd place, looking to make it 2 out of 2 here in Estoril, rounds 3 and 4. Boerkamps clear of Jutta Hofner. So Giltrap sets about trying to track down Jutta Hofner. Giltrap 1 second behind him last time they crossed the start-finish line. But with Nick Ho very much in tow. On board once again with Teo Elenis. There's Nikola Milkovic. He hasn't taken long catching him up, has he? So now Milkovic in 7th place. Teo Elenis looking to relieve him of that. Here they come in towards turn 6. The left-hander. Milkovic picking up the curb, hitting the apex. But Teo Elenis, such an experienced pilot. A real asset to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, preparing for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and Porsche Carrera Cup France in 2026. And here he is, behind Nikola Milkovic, who I expect we will see in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux as well this year. So there may be many battles between these two cars throughout 2026. And Teo Elenis looking for 7th place from treble 1. In the background, Matthias Comparato on board once again with Teo Elenis, looking dialed in as they head out past the pits and in towards turn 1, reaching speeds close to 270 kilometers an hour in 6th gear before braking for the 2nd gear corner of turn 1. So Elenis continues his march, having started a long way back in 9th place. Our leader, Milan Marchak, 1.5 seconds clear of Walter Boerkamps. Then Jutta Hofner, then Marco Giltrap, then Nick Ho, Alex Ryman, and then that battle there, Nikola Milkovic, Teo Elenis, and now closing in on them, Matthias Comparato. Teo Elenis will want to dispatch Nikola Milkovic as soon as possible, because Matthias Comparato may well be on the back of this battle before too long. They continue towards turn 7. So Teo Elenis will want to get as close as he can through the S's as they come up the hill, so that he can maybe pick up a slipstream out of turn 13. And as they come past the pits, you see the back end sliding on the Elenis car. Maybe he's taking a bit of life out of those tyres, working his way through the pack. But this is going to be where we want to be as close as possible on the exit of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna turn 13. Out onto the pit straight they will come. Is he close enough to get a slipstream and to make a move? Running directly behind at the moment, maybe not quite close enough as they head in towards turn 1. We look down at this battle for 7th place, and still Teo Elenis can't make the move, and Matthias Comparato continues to close in on them. Again with Teo Elenis on board, you can see his perspective, you can see the car in front, you can see exactly when Nikola Milkovic is hitting those brakes. Into turn 5, they will come in just a few moments. There's a gap on the inside, doesn't make it stick. Right, now into turn 5 they come. The flat out part of the track. Nobody touches the brakes, nobody lifts off. It's called turn 5, but it's taken absolutely flat. But then the heavy braking into turn 6, taken in 6th gear at about 250, 240 kilometers an hour before they hit the brakes. And then the 2nd gear corner of turn 6. Out of turn 6 they will come, and then into 7. And then up here towards turn 8. Now closer than he's been at any point, almost pushing the car. Nikola Milkovic knows that Teo Ellenis is there. He's impatient. He doesn't want to wait for the pit straight. He has a look to the outside, trying to unsettle him through turns 11 and 12 and into 13. But now he has a car behind in the shape of Matthias Comparato, getting very close and now wanting to challenge as well. This is time running out for Teo Ellenis. If he wants to get past Nikola Milkovic, he needs to try and get this done as soon as possible. In towards turn 1 they come once again, but still not close enough when it really counts. Is he going to have a look to the inside? Not really the opportunity to dive bomb or anything like that. Car 29 has been shown a track limits warning. That's Jesse Polderdijk. Still, Nikola Milkovic holds on despite the immense pressure from Teo Ellenis. 7th place remains in his clutches. This is the closest battle on the track at the moment. Teo Ellenis now looks to the inside. If he can't get it done on the pit straight, he's going to try and do it at turn 5. Nikola Milkovic tries to give him the squeeze. The two cars run side by side. But now Ellenis will have the line into turn 6. Under braking they will come. And now, as long as he can slow it down, Ellenis will have the job done. He takes that position away and relegates Nikola Milkovic down to 8th place. Now Matthias Comparato will set about the car treble 1. But Teo Ellenis now needs to try and break clear of Nikola Milkovic. His teammate Alex Ryman quite a long way up the road. While that fighting's been going on, it's allowed the 6th place Ryman to break clear. He has Nick Ho just ahead of him. Our race leader has continued to stretch his legs at the front. Milan Marchak with the fastest lap of the race, 1.680 over Walter Boerkamps. Nikola Milkovic with Matthias Comparato now filling his mirrors. He's seen Ellenis get past. Now he's having to defend from the yellow and blue car behind him. And along the pit straight, once again we come. Teo Ellenis well clear as they cross the start-finish line in that 7th place. But Alex Ryman quite a long way up the road. Track limits warning has been given to Jelte Hofner for turn 7, and also a warning to Teo Ellenis for driving behaviour. So a warning flag has been shown to Teo Ellenis for driving behaviour. So clearly the race steward's feeling as though maybe he was a little bit robust in making that move past Nikola Milkovic. So they've got one eye on him. But Jelte Hofner with a track limits warning, he needs to be careful about that. Milan Marchak with no such issues. Walter Boerkamps not able to do anything about it. Their lap times, well, Walter Boerkamps was about 1/10 of a second slower on the previous lap, but very comparable. There is Jelte Hofner in that 3rd place. Here he comes up that little hill once again and out into the S's. Marco Giltrap, while all this has been going on, has been just slowly winding in Jelte Hofner. Could it be that Marco Giltrap can get a podium? It was 1.394 last time they crossed the start-finish line. We'll see what the gap is between them this time around. Across the line they come, and the gap is 1.7. No, it isn't. It's 0.7. Sorry, beg your pardon. 0.7 of a second. So Marco Giltrap has halved the space between himself and Jelte Hofner on the previous lap. So Marco Giltrap now starting to make inroads into 3rd place. Jelte Hofner is possibly going to feel the might of Marco Giltrap very shortly. Time's starting to run out a little bit. We're into less than 9.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. Milan Marchak looking solid in front despite the pressure from Walter Boerkamps. Has a gap of 1.851. Then it's 2.2 seconds back to Jelte Hofner and then about 7/10 back to Marco Giltrap at the moment. But Giltrap looks to be just closing up lap after lap, maybe looking to make a challenge for the last of the podium positions in the closing stages of this race. Round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. Headlights blazing as the light starts to fade here a little bit at Circuito de Estoril. The lead duo a little up ahead of this battle, 3rd and 4th. There's 5th and 6th in the background. Marco Giltrap. For Team 75 Motorsport. Closing in, comes the furthest of anybody to race here, all the way from New Zealand. Preparing himself for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia. A very competitive series in towards turn 1 once again. There's Tio Elenas, who's now well clear of Nikola Milkovic out across the line, having put 5.7 seconds, 2.85 seconds between himself. He is 5.7 seconds back from his teammates. So maybe that's about as far as he's going to go in this race. So he's put about 2.8 between himself and Nikola Milkovic. We look from the perspective of turn 5. There is the 3rd place, Jota Hofner. Can he hold on to that? Can he make it 2 3rd places on the same day? A massive improvement from his non-finish and his 12th place at Portimao last weekend. Marco Giltrap has had a 2nd and a 1st in Portimao. He had a 4th place in the race earlier today. Currently in 4th place again. By his own admission, had the car under him for qualifying, but didn't really get a lap put together. Has started both races on the back foot. Has had to surrender his championship lead to Walter Boerkamps, but very much man on a mission, very much a championship contender this season. As we look at Nikola Milkovic with Matthias Comparato, the number 11 car. Comparato, who took part in the Porsche Junior Shootout at the end of last year. You have to be pretty good to get into that. He has come from Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil, where he finished 3rd in last year's championship. Came through Formula 4 Brazil, was the champion in 2024. And here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, maybe getting himself up to speed for Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil again this year. And tracking down Nikola Milkovic in that 8th place. Less than 6 minutes remaining. All still to play for here. Nick Ho in the number 98 car in 5th place has had Alex Ryman breathing down his neck for pretty well the whole race. Ryman maybe not done yet. Nick Ho in 5th place, came into this weekend 3rd in the championship, but suddenly looking a little bit vulnerable to Alex Ryman. So Nick Ho in the 98 car, Alex Ryman for Est1 Motorsport in the number 28 car. Into turn 8 and 9 they come, and up to turn 10 and 11. So Nick Ho with a problem. So Nick Ho suddenly slowing. It looked like he might have been struggling. You saw him indicating. Suddenly Alex Ryman is passed and Nick Ho clearly with an issue. The 98 car going slowly. I get the feeling he may be about to pull off to the side of the circuit. So what has gone on with the Nick Ho car? Is there a tyre down? Doesn't look like it, but I think he's going to peel off into the pit lane. And it looks like the weekend is over for Nick Ho. Having looked so quick, and suddenly the number 98 car slows. He peels off into the pit lane and into retirement. And Alex Ryman is promoted up into 5th place. So Nick Ho bringing the car into the garage. His day is done. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Such a shame for Nick Ho coming into this weekend, 3rd in the championship. He dropped down to 4th coming into this race. He's going to drop down further now. Jelter Hoffner in third place. Marco Giltrap now with nobody immediately behind him has got 4 minutes to catch and pass the 919 car. That is easier said than done. Walter Burkamps is well clear of Jelter Hoffner. Milan Marchak has opened his lead up to something over 3 seconds. So with fastest lap after fastest lap, Milan Marchak looking very solid at the front of this field in the Red Ant Racing car. Walter Burkamps looking pretty solid in second, but as has been the case with every race this weekend, third place very much up for grabs until the very end. Less than 3.5 minutes remaining. There's Alex Ryman in 5th place, but a little bit too far back to do anything about Marco Giltrap's 4th. But Giltrap trying to close in on Jelter Hoffner across the start-finish line. He was 7/10 back last time around. Alex Ryman some 4.1 back from Marco Giltrap. So Giltrap not under threat from behind, but doesn't really seem to have the legs to catch the 919 car at the moment, although now looks to have closed in a little bit. Less than 3 minutes remaining. Time starting to run out for Marco Giltrap if he wants to get on the podium for this round 4. Jelter Hoffner continues into turn 5 once again. Up ahead of him, Walter Burkamps looks to have settled very much for second place because Milan Marchak's lead now up to nearly 3 seconds. So Walter Burkamps starting to look like he might be struggling a little bit. So I'm just looking at the lap times. Not especially slow. 1:39.826 was his last lap. Very comparable to Milan Marchak. So I think Jelter Hoffner, Marco Giltrap, just putting the pressure on as well. Looked like whatever the issue was on the right rear of the Nick Ho car, they've got the wheel off. Well, the tyre is inflated, so whether it was a brake issue or a drive issue, whatever it was, it certainly shortened the day for Nick Ho, which is a real shame. It's not often you see a GP Elite car retiring to the pits, but on this occasion, whatever it was, it seems to have terminated his afternoon. Right, on board with Marco Giltrap once again, heading in towards turn 1. 90 seconds of timed racing remaining. Our race leader is up in turn 3 at the moment. This is the battle for third. There's second, there is third. Giltrap very much with Jelter Hoffner in his sights. He's closed the gap up significantly over the last few laps. So are we going to see a challenge in the absolute closing stages of this race? Marco Giltrap clearly hasn't given up on taking some silverware back to New Zealand with him. The flat turn 5 once again into turn 6 under braking. Jelter Hoffner in that third place. Giltrap just can't seem to get that gap down on this section of the circuit. Jelter Hoffner's lap times are 1:40.1 last time around. All the cars around him were in the 39s. So Hoffner's pace not as quick as it has been during this race. 30 seconds of timed racing remaining. I think Marchak may get back to the start-finish line before the clock strikes 0, in which case there will be 2 laps remaining. He's currently coming out of turn 13 as we speak, and he's going to cross the start-finish line, I think, with a couple of seconds to go. I'm just keeping an eye on that now, and that's a bit close to call. I'm not sure whether he got to the line before the clock struck 0 or not. I think he didn't. I think there might have been about a second left on the clock. I think it might be another 2 laps to go for Milan Marchak. I've got no indication it's the last lap, but it was a pretty close cut thing. When the clock strikes 0, then the driver finishes the lap they're on, and then it's 1 more after that. And I've got no indication that there is an issue, but I do have an indication that there is a penalty being awarded to Jelter Hoffner. I've just seen this. A track limits warning for car 919 has been turned into a penalty. So third place Jelter Hoffner has a penalty next to his name on the timing screen. Now, whether that turns into a 5-second penalty or not, but it could be that Marco Giltrap does not need to overtake him, as we see another car going slow in the picture there, and that is Matthias Comparato also in trouble. So Comparato coming to a stop at the side of the track. So it's drama in the closing stages of this race. Milan Marchak's up to turn 13 at the moment. I haven't had indication that this is the last lap. It was about 0 when he crossed the start-finish line last time around. I think we've got one more. But look at this now. Jelter Hofner with Marco Giltrap challenging him, but a potential penalty for Jelter Hofner. Right, out across the line comes Milan Marchak to start his last lap now. Walter Boerkamps staying out of the dramas in second place. Just a token flash of the lights as he comes across the line, more out of frustration. Giltrap looks to the inside of Jelter Hofner into turn 1. Hofner covers it off, but Hofner goes deep into turn 1. Now Marco Giltrap pulls alongside into turn 2. Giltrap has the line and he's through. He squeezes Jelter Hofner. Hofner off the podium. Giltrap up into third place. So Marco Giltrap not waiting for the stewards to decide. So on the last lap of the race, Marco Giltrap, I told you he was patient, didn't I? Finds a route past Jelter Hofner into third place, dispatches him. Alex Ryman in the background, not able to get involved in this battle. And there may yet be more trauma coming for Jelter Hofner if the stewards do award a 5-second time penalty. We'll wait and see what happens there. But at the moment, it's Milan Marchak who leads the way into turn 8 on this, the last lap, ahead of Walter Boerkamps. The battle for third, as has been the case in every race today, settled in the closing stages of the race. No doubt at all about our race leader. No doubt at all about who is coming through to take 2 wins out of 2 here at Estoril this weekend, because Milan Marchak has been in a league of his own here around for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Milan Marchak started on pole position and he takes his second win of the weekend here in Estoril. Second across the line will be Walter Boerkamps at the top of the championship, but Marco Giltrap up to third place. It's going to be very, very tight at the top of the championship. A 5-second time penalty has been awarded to Jelter Hofner. So a 5-second time penalty. I'm just looking at the timing screen and he is going to get relegated behind Alex Ryman, because Ryman has crossed the line 3.5 seconds behind. So I think it will be just one place that he will lose. But having been in that podium position for so long, I think it's going to be potentially a 6th place for Jelter Hofner. The race directors getting involved as well. But what a dramatic finish to the race. It was a slow burner, but it kicked off at the end. Marco Giltrap didn't want to risk waiting for the stewards to get involved. He made that move on the last lap and moved through into third place, the last of the podium positions. But what a great race that was. Once again, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division delivers. It's Milan Marchak with a dominant win in the end. Walter Boerkamps in second, Marco Giltrap third, ahead of Jelter Hofner, Alex Ryman, Theo Elenis, Nikola Milkovic in 7th, ahead of Luciano Martinez. Jesse Polderdijk winning in the rookies, ahead of Levin Gelf rounding out the top 10. And we saw retirements from Matthias Comparato and Nick Ho. But remember, Jelter Hofner will be shuffled down potentially a couple of places as a result of that penalty. So Alex Ryman will inherit that 4th place. What a race once again. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. So I'm just looking at the point standings after that race. So another maximum points haul for Milan Marchak, and good points haul as well for Walter Boerkamps. So by my reckoning, Marco Giltrap and Milan Marchak will be tied in second place in the points, 7 points adrift. That's just my dodgy maths, so definitely subject to confirmation. But I believe that heading into the halfway point of the season, that Walter Burkamp leads both Marco Giltrap and Milan Marchak by just 7 points. What a comeback for Milan Marchak after what was a tough weekend in Portimao. Has still started on pole position for every race this season so far and has taken back-to-back wins. We saw him take his first ever overall win in a car race earlier on this afternoon. You've now witnessed him taking his second ever overall win. He climbs onto the roof of the Red Ant racing car and clenches his fist in delight, and now receives the congratulations from the team, from his family. But what a drive from Marco Giltrap as well to third. And what a sterling drive, Walter Burkamp's. It isn't just race wins that win championships. It's consistency across an entire season. And Walter Burkamp's extends his lead to 7 points at the top of the championship. But the challengers are closing in on him. So in the pit lane, there is Milan Marchak, who removes his balaclava and receives the congratulations from Jesse Polderdijk, the other car in the Red Ant stable, the sister car. And Jesse, of course, taking the win in the rookie race ahead of Levin Gelf. And there, Piers Pryor is once again with our race winner.
Milan, we've chatted quite a lot this weekend, haven't we? You've double pole position, double race win. I mean, I suppose that's job done, right?
Yeah, it's a perfect weekend. I can't ask for more. And great job by the team, the engineers, the mechanics, and the whole crew. I'm really, really, really happy with the result we did this weekend. And let's get ready for Valencia.
You haven't really put a foot wrong this weekend.
No, we made not a lot of mistakes, small ones maybe here and there in the race, but as I said, the team did a perfect job, and I can't ask for more.
Can you replicate this at Valencia? Have you been to Valencia since we were there last year?
I hope, I hope, but we'll see from the first test day, and we'll see what we're capable of.
Milan Marchak, your double race winner here in the sport division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've got Marco Giltrap behind me. Marco, let's come and grab you. We chatted to you ahead of the race. Jenny said you could get a podium. You reckoned you could. Here you are.
Yeah, if you asked me with about 4 laps to go, I wouldn't be so sure. But I saw he got a warning for track limits, and I thought, you know, if there's ever a time, it's now. So I really tried to apply some pressure, and ultimately we got there.
You got there indeed. It was quite a good race, you hunting him down towards the end. It must feel pretty good. Actually, to be fair, Jelter did end up getting a 5-second penalty, but you got that done on the road as well.
Yeah, sometimes these races don't look like much from the outside, but in the car I was working so hard, you know, try to catch him. So yeah, it was awesome to get it done.
Congratulations. Right, that means that almost certainly still in touching distance with Wouter as well with that podium. That's helped your championship challenge.
Yeah, for sure. We've had a couple last lap overtakes this weekend, which have been good to keep us in some contention. So, yeah, already looking forward to Valencia.
Absolutely, very much so. Me too as well. I think Wouter's already gone up to the podium. So I'll hand back to Brian to talk us through the highlights of what was another brilliant sports division race here in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Thank you, Piers. Yeah, Walter's out of here. He's going, right, apparently there's a bit of rain in the air. Oh, good grief. I've just been told it's potentially spitting with rain. So maybe Walter wants to get in the dry. But this could be interesting for the next race that's coming up for the club division. We'll let you know about that one. In the meantime, let's just have a little look back on race 4, round 4 of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. It was a much better start for Jelter Hoffner this time around. How great that was. You can see, though, that Milan Marchak was out of the blocks like the proverbial up the drain pipe. A lot of challenging into that turn 1, a lot of side-by-side racing, a little bit of bumping, but nothing too untoward. But some great passing. Theo Elenis had to come back from a disadvantaged grid position. Milan Marchak was under an awful lot of pressure to start off with. Walter Boerkamps was putting insane amount of pressure on in the opening laps, and you could see heading along the pit straight in towards turn one, looked like he was going to take the lead at one point, but Marchak just kept it cool, kept it together, and fended off the number 30 car. Theo Elenis continued his march forwards through the pack after a difficult qualifying this morning. Nikola Milkovic took a little bit of passing. They say rubbing is racing. I'm not sure if there was any rubbing there or not, but eventually Theo Elenis was able to dispatch Nikola Milkovic. In the background, Matthias Comparato was planning on doing something similar, but his afternoon was going to come to a premature end. Elenis and Milkovic running side by side, entertaining us for the vast quantity of the race, while Comparato rushed to join in. Eventually, Elenis got past, opened up a fairly decent gap, and then we looked ahead to Nick Ho and Alex Ryman. They were fighting for position, but it was all going to end in tears for Nick Ho. The 98 car slowing with problems somewhere at the right rear. Marco Giltrap had wanted to get a podium. He was pushing forwards. That was where Comparato's race came to an end. Giltrap closing in on Jelter Hofner was aware, we've heard from him, was aware that Hofner had track limit warnings and so decided to put the pressure on. Hofner was eventually going to pick up a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. That particular moment was where Marco Giltrap was able to get through to take the last of the podium positions. Milan Marchak, though, opening up a gap of 4.1 seconds at the end of the race ahead of Walter Boerkamps. Boerkamps remains and indeed extends his lead at the top of the championship, but the young Chargers are all queuing up behind him. By my calculations, we have two drivers in second place, 7 points adrift of Walter Boerkamps. It means that when we reconvene in Valencia on the 21st of February, we are in for quite a championship battle. Let's head back down to Piers, who's on the podium.
Another thrilling sport division race here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and the podium is about to go underway. We'll start with our third place driver from fifth on the grid, the New Zealander for Team 75 Motorsport, Marco Giltrap. Congratulations, Marco. Second place, the number 30 from the Netherlands, so close once again, but couldn't do it. Wouter Boerkamps, Team GP Elite helping Wouter in that one. And the winner, the man that no one could beat today, Milan Marchak. Congratulations, Milan and Red Ant Racing Team. Unbeatable today. And also our rookie winner from the Netherlands also, Jesse Polderdijk. Congratulations, Jesse. Milan, Wouter and Marco will now have the Dutch national anthem. Congratulations to Milan Marchak, our winner, but trophies for all of our drivers in the sport division handed out by series organiser Lars Plato. Third place to Marco Giltrap. Second, the GP Elite driver of Wouter Boerkamps, who I believe will retain the championship lead going into the third event of the season in Valencia. And then our winners in overall for Milan Marchak and Jesse Polderdijk for the rookies. All three on the podium, or four of them on the podium, should I say, with our rookie winner as well. Getting together for their photos. And now the champagne celebrations for all four of our drivers. We've got a few weeks before we head to Valencia, so plenty of time to get the race suits laundered. I'm going to stay out of the way. Great job, guys. Thank you very much for some excellent racing, providing us with brilliant entertainment. And we will see you in a few weeks' time in Valencia for the next round, the third event, rounds 5 and 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in 2026. Marco making his way through. So that was the final sports challenge. Sports Sport Division race of the day. There's a lot of words. Anyway, final Sport Division race done and dusted. They will head to Valencia. But as you can hear behind me, the Club Division are heading towards the grid. So I'll hand back to Brian and get myself in position for the start of the final race of today here at Estoril.
Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe, Club Division. Yeah, it is a lot of words, isn't it, Piers? We need a shorter version. PSCSE, that's what I call it. Club Division, PSCSE CD, round 4 here at Estoril, the second race. Now, look at this. Mist, a bit of rain in the air. My producer did message me to say that there was a bit of rain in the air, and it started to look a little bit like that. So this could be interesting. I don't think we are about to get a kind of torrential downpour like we had in Portimao, but it is just with the temperatures dropping. I think keeping tyres in the window or getting them in the window might be an issue. We'll see what happens there. I do not wish to be a harbinger of doom, but it's certainly not the glorious blue sky day that we enjoyed when quali started this morning. It is the last race of the weekend. So I'm told that light spitting of rain is reported at turn 4, although none of the other camera ops are feeling anything. So turn 4 is a hairpin, and that's exactly the kind of thing that can catch a driver out. We've seen it already with drivers just in qualifying or on the early stages of the race losing their back end because we don't have tyre warmers. So getting the heat into the tyres is not the work of a moment, and the grip a little bit lacking with the slick tyres. So we'll be interested to see what happens there. It is getting a bit dark as well, so it'll be headlights on. It's going to be interesting to see whether Joel Monegro can make this 4 out of 4. He's going to be starting on pole position for the second time this season. But Javier Ripoll Jr. certainly brought the battle to him in the previous race. We saw Javier Ripoll Jr. coming home in second place, just to confirm that Levent Turkman did get a couple of drops as a result of track limits. So he ended up in 5th place. 3rd place did go to Alexander Dobik in the end after the stewards had reviewed that. And 4th place went to Hans Frisch. So Levent Turkman did get that drop towards the end for exceeding track limits. So shuffled him off the podium, which is a real shame. But he has the opportunity to do it all again now, albeit from 8th place. So a little bit of a mountain to climb there. So the number 77 car down in 8th place, going to have to work his way forward. So it's Joe Monegro start on pole position, Javier Ripoll Jr. alongside. Eric Santos and Alexander Dobik will start on the next row. I'm just keeping an eye on various timing screen messages. So just making sure we're on top of all the parish notices. While I'm doing all that, we're going to throw back down to Piers for one last time on the grid.
Thanks very much, Brian. Yep, the final race of the day, drivers heading up to the grid, and it is a familiar sight on pole position. Joel Monegro for the Track Experience by Manthey team. He will be looking to take another win, making it 4 from 4 in this event. You were right, Brian. The conditions have changed literally in the last 5 minutes or so since we basically finished that second and third race of the day, second Sport Division race. Cooler, more cloud cover. I can't see any imminent threat of rain. However, it's definitely cooler, so the track temperature will be going down. Air temperature certainly cooler, darker most certainly. The drivers and teams will be having to think about that, considering whether they need to make any minor adjustments potentially to the tyre pressures. The drivers will also be having to consider if there's anything that they may need to do differently. Joe Monegro, our pole sitter, is deep in conversation, so I'll wander over to our second place driver, the driver that finished second in the first race, round 3, earlier on today. Javier, outside view this time. You went from first, unfortunately, to second. I assume you're hoping for the opposite in this one.
Yeah, let's see. We need to push this race, and that's it. Let's see. Whoever makes a mistake loses. So hopefully it's not me.
Hopefully it's not you, exactly. Have you made any changes, either to the car or maybe your outlook?
The car wasn't parked for me. We just put fuel, went out. I mean, we didn't touch anything. So.
Fuel and scent.
Yeah, let's see.
Good luck in this one, Javi Ripoll, going from second place for the S1 racing team. Last year, managed many third places. Managed a second place this year. How long will it be until he has his first win? Who knows? Maybe sooner rather than later. John Monegro is still very much deep in conversation with engineer and driver coach, so not any chance to chat to him in this one. There's a good chance we'll get to chat to him after this race if he continues the form that he has been in. Can I jump in and have a quick word with Eric? Eric, unfortunate end to that race earlier on. Didn't make it past the first couple of corners. Great job by the team to get the car up and running, though.
Yeah, I'm so thankful to them for the great work. Glad to be back here to try to make up for that.
Is the car all exactly as it should be? Is there anything you're carrying that might hamper you?
Didn't feel anything different, so they did a perfect job, I guess.
What's your hope for this one? What's your outlook?
Try not to get taken out this time, yeah. And I think that the start was good, and try to keep things in line. That's basically the main job here.
Eric Santos going from third place, also for the Track Experience by Manthey team. We mentioned, as he mentioned, a great job by the team to get that car up and running. It had suspension damage among some other cosmetic damage. Alexander Dobic, the driver that eventually ended up, I think, coming in third place. Yes, after the post-race amendments, Alexander Dobic managed to get home in third place in that one. So a podium, well, he wasn't on the podium, but a retrospective podium for him. He'll be looking to replicate that. Track limits certainly playing a part this weekend. We just seen in the Sport Division race, Jelter Hoffner, who nearly got on the podium, fourth place, did receive a time penalty. Of course, in the race that we had earlier on today, Levent Turkman in the 77, just over my shoulder there, he received a time penalty for track limits infringements. Ernst Indebitzen for the Fark Autotech team here on the inside of row 3 will be going alongside Mirabi Mekvabishvili, who, I don't know if Mirabi actually received a time penalty in that one. Yeah, I think he also received a time penalty on the last couple of laps for track limits also. So Mirabi for lap time performance will be looking to keep all four wheels, no, keep at least one wheel inside the white lines at all times. Hans Frisch on the inside of row number 4, which puts him in 7th place. Hans, can we come and have a word? It's a reluctant yes, I think. Reluctant yes. Hans, how was the race earlier today?
Yeah, it's very challenging for me, and different conditions. So now it's dry. I hope that it gets till the end. We will see.
We will see, but you've still got a smile on your face.
Please?
You've got a smile on your face.
That's the important thing. Have fun.
Absolutely. Hans Frisch going from the inside of row 4, 7th place. And then Levent Turkman, the driver that did finish on the podium, but then unfortunately post-race received that time penalty. The driver that has been very, very fast at points this year so far. Levent, unfortunate post-race taking that podium away from you. Track limits being a factor this weekend. Are you going to approach things differently in this race?
Well, it seems I have to regain the 3rd place again. So I want to go home with the trophy, right?
Absolutely. Well, that's the attitude to have, isn't it? What are you going to do to try and get that trophy in your hands?
Well, it's difficult to say. I'm going to try to catch up with the guys top 5 immediately after start, if that's possible. Otherwise, I cannot reach them anymore, I'm afraid.
Well, you did it in the first race. You can use that as a, should we say, a dress rehearsal for this one.
Oh, that's good that you remind me. Thank you.
Amazing. Levent Turkman going from the inside of row number 4. So that's 8th, so outside of row 4. Wow, my maths is really falling off at the end of the day. 8th place, but his pace certainly is better than 8th pace. So that's one of the drivers I'm looking for who's going to be moving forward in this race. Should everything go as, well, I expect. I mean, what's my expectation really mean? Not much. I can see a relax by the looks of it. Daniel Lewis, you're looking to have a nice little chin wag with the team there. What are you talking about ahead of this race? Is that not airable?
I don't think so, no.
I don't think so. Do you know what? I won't ask any more questions. What are you thinking about ahead of this race now in terms of, the final race of the weekend? You mentioned that the first race, the first laps were going to be your biggest opportunity. I don't think it was the cleanest first lap, was it? Because you had to run wide at turn 2, I think, wasn't it? Was that an avoidance or just not quite getting the start right? What was going on there?
I think that was just a little bit of a mistake from me there, really. It was just tyres weren't warm enough. I understeered, just about kept it on. And but my main goal is to just do the same thing again, will not go off. Try and take advantage of the first couple of laps.
First couple of laps is your opportunity. Daniel Lewis, the only GT4 driver. Casper Huckerboom going from the outside of row number 5 in 10th place. Casper, how are you doing?
I don't know if it's much better than the previous one. I think I actually moved 1 place forward. But what gives me, I would say, confidence is that 4 cars ahead of me, they were behind me at the last race. So let's go.
You've got chances to go forward, that's for certain. And also, you should be able to.
I must.
You must. I wouldn't say that, but you can say that to yourself. Casper, it's going to be fun. Good luck, Casper Huckerboom. Casper is going on the outside of row number 5. And then our last driver on the grid in the number 222, Jan Klingelberg, brings up our rear for Fark Auto Tech. That rounds out our 11-car grid. Back to you, Brian, for the final time this weekend. We're going racing.
Thank you so much, Piers. Great job as always. So yes, our final race of the weekend, our final race before we head into the halfway break of this short, sharp season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The summer wins are made in the winter. This series fitting very much into the Porsche pyramid, which is a great thing to check out online. Really, the whole structure of the road to professional racing. We have the Porsche Experience Center events, which is very much an entry point into Porsche racing. We have track experience, where we've seen Rennsport Academy. We've already mentioned that today, with mentoring and various track days. Then we're into the One Make series. Next up on the pyramid, we have Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup, the various challenges like this one, and the various trophy races. Then we have the GT Sport, where we see GT3, GT4, DTM, and then the top of the pyramid, drivers that become factory drivers, Porsche Juniors, and we see them in World Endurance. We've seen them in Formula E, very much the top level. And we saw the champion last year, Flint Schuring of the Sport division, who went on to win the Rookie Championship in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, and has now gone on to become the Porsche Junior. So he is on a really quick trajectory up the pyramid, up the ladder. We'd expect to see Flint Schuring. I'm hoping we're going to see him in Porsche 6 Carrera Cup Germany this year, Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, but we'd expect to see him maybe in possibly even World Endurance before too long, as indeed his brother Morris has done. His brother Morris, a winner at the Mans 24-hour race and a DTM racer. So very much part of the Porsche pyramid is a Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And as already mentioned, haven't quite got the number of cars we've expected in the past, but that's purely because we are between models. We've got the new GT3 Cup car coming out, currently in manufacture, and certainly Carrera Cup Germany, Asia, North America and Super Cup are going to be running it this year. So it does mean that we're a little bit short on cars this year. We hopefully that will rectify next year. But what we have lacked in quantity, we've certainly not lacked in quality. We've had some great racing, some of the best racing ever in all the 4 seasons of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe so far, I would say. And we have one more left today. And there is a David and Goliath story, if ever I saw one. Dan Lewis, the only GT4 car, against the mighty GT3 cars all around him. He's done a sterling job so far, coming into this weekend second in the overall standings. Of course, as the only GT4 driver, he is the leader of the GT4 Championship. Scant consolation. He got a 7th place in the last race. He had a 6th and a 5th at Portimao. Well, let's hope this is not an 8th. But he is starting from 9th. So it'd be quite good if he could improve on that. But as you say, that is a car that has significantly less power than those around him. And he would be quite happy if it did actually start raining properly. Levent Turkman, well, he's already said, I'm not prepared to go home without a trophy. He's got a fairly tall mountain to climb there. He's starting in 8th. So he's going to have to overtake 5 cars if he wants to take a trophy home. But we've already seen how good he is. We've already seen Jaap van Lagen beaming in the background because he's been involved in coaching. So Levent Turkman, let's keep an eye on him. I'm pleased we've got a camera on board this car because he might be one who comes through the pack and through the traffic as he tries to fight his way forwards and get to that silverware. It is Joel Monegro who starts on pole position, but Javier Ripoll Jr. has proven that he is nobody's fool. He is not prepared to lie down and let somebody else win. So we are now getting ready for the start of the rolling lap. I think somebody say to me there's a bit of rain in the air still. Turn 3. So I'm being told there's a bit of rain in turn 3 and 4. Oh, this could be exciting, couldn't it? So just when we thought we were going to get an entire weekend in the dry, potentially the weather might yet have a say in the outcome of this weekend. We're getting ready to start round 4 of the Club Division Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The formation lap is about to start now. So safety car will pull away and the cars will start on that important lap. This is going to be very important because into 3 and 4, the drivers will be very keen this time around to check quite how much grip there is going to be when they come around at racing speed next time around. So the headlights are on, the mist is descending. It's spring in Portugal as the cars start on their formation lap, and it is Joel Monegro who leads them around with Javier Ripoll Jr. on the front row alongside him. You can see the wind picking up a little bit as well. On row 2, it's Joel Monegro's sister car, Eric Santos, both for track experience by Manthey, with Alexander Dobik, who was looking very useful in that last race. He will be challenging from there. Ernst Inderbitzen, minus ABS, has Marabi Mekvabishvili for company. And Hans Frisch has Levent Turkman, who wants a trophy, from 8th on the grid. In 9th place on the grid, Dan Lewis from the UK, the Soul GT4 car, with Casper Hockerboom, who says, I am going to be going forwards. And then Jan Klingenberg bringing up the rear, another of the non-ABS cars. Everybody else has ABS and traction control fitted, which may well be necessary, especially in turns 3 and 4. At the moment, cars are heading up towards turn 6, so they will already have had a chance to find out what the grip levels are like, but the cars will be weaving to generate the heat in the tyres, in the brakes, ready to start this race. Once again, it will be a rolling lap, so they will start side by side with pole position on the right-hand side of the circuit as opposed to the left-hand side, which is what it would be for a standing start. So on the dirty side of the track, but with the advantage into turn 1 given to the pole position car. So it's going to be an interesting half an hour, 30 minutes plus 1 lap here to conclude our time at Estoril. Right, I'm hearing that car 9 has spun in turn 3. Ernst Inderbitzen. Well, I said this is the opportunity to find out where the grip was or indeed wasn't in these conditions, and I believe we've lost Ernst Inderbitzen. At least he has spun in turn 3. He's been able to rejoin as far as I can see, but that tells you that conditions really are very tricky. Now, Ernst, who's qualified in 5th place, so that's a really good job from him. Looks like he's been able to get it all back together again and get back into position. But I think this could be a very, very tricky opening couple of laps here for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. The car's now starting to grid up. We wait for the safety car to duck off into the pit lane on the right-hand side of the circuit. There's the pit lane, and there goes the safety car. Now, Joel Monegro and Javier Ripoll Jr. lead the pack through the pit boxes to receive the green flag, and we are racing here for the final time at Estoril this year. cars fan out in towards turn 1. Can they get it slowed down? Joel Monegro has the racing line. Javier Ripoll Jr. knows that grip might be a little bit lacking on the outside, so tiptoeing a little bit tentative into turn 1, but he's done it into that second place. Eric Santos into third. This is where there have been reports of a little bit of moisture, so the cars are going to be very wary here, at least the drivers are, as they head around turns 3 and 4. We've got a yellow flag at turn 6. I'm not entirely sure why we have a yellow flag at turn 6, because we haven't actually got there yet. About to find out, because turn 6 is coming up any second now. So I'm not sure why. Is it rain? It may be. We see windscreen wipers going on the Alexander Dobic car. So the yellow flags have been shown at turn 6, which is where we're looking at now. There's no stricken cars. The yellow flag is now cleared, so the race continues. But interesting to see some windscreen wipers are operating on some of the cars. And that's including our race leader, Joel Monegro. So challenges further back. Alexander Dobic, Marabi Mekvabishvili, Levent Turkman trying to charge his way up through the pack. So this is going to be fingertip stuff. 28.5 minutes plus 1 lap of racing in changing conditions, in cooling conditions, with grip potentially reducing as this race progresses. So Alexander Dobic has Marabi Mekvabishvili covered off at the moment. It's Joel Monegro who leads the way, 1.1 clear of Javier Ripoll Jr., then Eric Santos, then the car you're looking at there, Alexander Dobic with the windscreen wipers running, Marabi Mekvabishvili and Levent Turkman. Turkman challenging already, Marabi Mekvabishvili. So up into 5th place for Levent Turkman. Great stuff. He started 8th and he's already made up 3 places. So Levent Turkman, what a move from him. Now he's going to set about after Alexander Dobic. He wasn't joking when he said he wanted to take a trophy home with him, was he? So he is tracking down the number 33 car, Marabi Mekvabishvili, who has proven to be very useful and was very quick in the previous race with that 6th place after a penalty. Will be wanting to come back at him, but that is going to be a challenge. Turkman certainly looking on rails, on board with Dan Lewis. You can see the windscreen wipers are on intermittent, which means there's a little bit of moisture in the air, but not enough to cause a problem at the moment. But the GT4 driver would be happy if it rained a bit harder. He's in 9th place at the moment, 8 seconds back from the leaders. Up ahead of him, Ernst Indebitzen, who's already discovered how little traction there can be out there. You can see a bit of rain on the lens of the camera as well. So conditions starting to become a little bit more challenging. Marabi Mekvabishvili, I think he might have been caught napping a bit by Levent Turkman and fancies trying to get back at him. Alexander Dobic up ahead in that 4th place. So Turkman certainly fairly audacious as he charges his way through the pack. Here comes Alexander Dobic in 4th place, out along the start finish straight. And out towards turn 1 we come. Joel Monegro continues to stretch his legs. A fastest lap of the race, a 1:43.774, which is quite a lot slower, a couple of seconds slower than we had in the previous race. So the track is definitely a bit slower. 26 minutes remaining. It is Monegro who leads from Ripoll Jr., Santos in 3rd, and then this fight here for 4th place. Alexander Dobic, Levent Turkman, and Marabi Mekvabishvili. A little bit of a gap back to Hans Frisch. So the drivers need to keep it within track limits. We're looking down as the cars head into turn 5. Taken once again, flat out. And then towards turn 6, that's the flat out turn 5. Then into turn 6 we will come. The left-hander under braking once again. There's Daniel Lewis in the GT4 car, the Porsche Cayman. Beautiful little car, but a bit of a minnow amongst these cars around him. And looking to try and put a move on Casper Hockerboom if he can. If he can get past a Team GP Elite car in a GT4 car, he really will feel like he's done a good day's work. He's closing in on him. Up into turn 8, 9, 10, 11. sweeping left, right, then into the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, turn 13. So Murabi Mekvabishvili, we just saw him briefly on camera there. He's fighting, and there we're looking again from the perspective of Daniel Lewis. Out along the pit straight he comes. Windscreen wipers going. Heading in towards turn 1. So, no, that's Alexander Dobic coming under pressure from Levent Turkmen. So Turkmen continuing his march forwards. He wants some silverware. Oh, he's gone a bit deep out of the corner there. Needs to be careful of track limits. That was turn 2 into turn 3. Slight uphill section there as well. He's already incurred the wrath of the stewards for track limits. He would have learned from that one. And now monstering Alexander Dobic for 4th place. Still a little way back from 3rd place Eric Santos, about 2.3 seconds. Well, that's what Alexander Dobic is from Eric Santos. So if Turkmen can get past Alexander Dobic, he will have to make up about, as things stand at the moment, 2.3 seconds to Santos. There's Santos disappearing through your picture there. Then here's Dobic, Turkmen, Mekvabishvili, and Hans Frisch, who just quietly gets on with it. Does Hans Frisch in the number 92 car. Got a 4th place in the previous race. No dramas, just always there. And there he is, joining the back of this queue. Now, Hans Frisch may well be a factor in this race before too long. 23 minutes remaining. So still plenty of time for Levent Turkmen to get past Dobic. You see rubber thrown up in the air, a lot of marbles off the racing line here. Just shows you how much tyre degradation there is here, even in cooling conditions. There's Dobic along the pit straight in towards turn 1. Turkmen having a look to the outside. The 2 cars make contact. Turkmen into the barriers and out of the race into the gravel trap. He went for the challenge of Alexander Dobic. The 2 cars made contact. Dobic defending that position. He's got damage as well. The 2 cars getting together, both of them out of the race. We're going to get a very least a full course yellow, probably a safety car for Levent Turkmen. And that's the car rising up into the air. A fair bit of damage there, a fairly large impact with the barrier, and into the gravel track he comes. So full course yellow at the moment. So we've lost 2 cars as a result of that. Alexander Dobic defending the position into turn 1. Turkmen looking like he was on rails, looked like he was going to challenge for that position. Heading into turn 1, the 2 cars made contact, and it's taken both of them out of the race. Dobic is gonna, well, looks like he's gonna try and crawl back to the pits, but his afternoon is most certainly over, as indeed is the case for Levent Turkmen. So there is the Levent Turkmen's car in the gravel trap. There is our hard-working race marshals just working to get the car towed away. And just checking in with Levent Turkmen. Right, let's have a look here. So into turn 1, and whether Dobic didn't see Turkmen there or not remains to be seen. But the stewards will no doubt take a look at that. But the net result is both cars out of the race. Into that turn 1, a very fast part of the track. We're braking from somewhere in the region of between 250, 270 kilometers an hour into a 2nd gear corner. Meanwhile, I'm told by Piers that there is rain in the pits. He's got rain on his iPad. Quick, get under cover. But it does indicate that he's going to get a little bit slippery out there. The incident that we've just seen is under investigation. No surprises there, but whatever happens is certainly not going to affect the outcome of this race now. Right, I think Piers has some news for us down in the pits.
Well, it's not technically news, but it poses an interesting question for the drivers and teams. We're under full course yellow now, and may well be for a little while. The rain is definitely falling. I don't know whether you can see it actually falling on my shoulder and my iPad, but it's falling in the pit lane. Not heavy enough to make a jump now, but a driver, for example, Alexander Dobic, who I think is actually coming into the pits in the back of shot, who's maybe out of the race at this stage. With this rain, it could be worth risking maybe going out on wet tyres with the hope that you get basically a free or far less penalising pit stop to go onto the wet tyres. The wet tyres are prepared for Alexander Dobic. I don't know whether he'll be able to continue. In fact, here he comes in. Certainly a front left puncture. Don't know if there's any other further damage. Let's have a quick look, shall we? Definitely a front left puncture. I think the door's had a bit of a dent. But I think we've got a leak as well. Yeah, we've definitely got a leak in there. So Alexander Dobic's race is over, unfortunately. That contact not only causing the tyre to jump off the rim, but also further damage to the radiator as well. So Dobic's race is over. But just a question mark over whether slicks will be used for the remainder of the race, as the rain is falling heavier by the second. I wouldn't say it's wet rain yet, but it could be. Brian, back to you.
Thank you, Piers. Wet rain as opposed to dry rain. That's very interesting. Interesting speculation as well. Of course, it could all change. We've got less than 19 minutes remaining. We're still trying to get the Turkmen car removed from the circuit. And of course, while the cars are circulating under full course yellow, the tyres are cooling down. So they say safety cars breed safety cars. Well, potentially full course yellows breed full course yellows, because the tyres cool down, the brakes cool down. So when we get back racing again, the drivers are going to need to be very cautious with these cooling conditions and with potentially rain falling. There's a lot of money's worth of car hanging from a cherry picker there. The crew doing a sterling job getting Levent Turkmen's car out of the gravel. Of course, the gravel trap does exactly what it says, traps the car, but it does mean you have to have some pretty industrial machinery to then get it out. But they're doing a good job looking after the number 77 car, and it is taken to safety. So I would like to think that we will be back racing again before too long. The marshal's doing a bit of a sweep up, just making sure there's no debris, so that's all good. So I would expect us to be coming out of full course yellow maybe within the next minute or so, just as soon as this is all clear. You can see the field coming through. Of course, full course yellow, as opposed to a safety car, means that in theory the gaps should remain the same. Well, of course, drivers accelerate and decelerate at different times. But the 80 kilometers an hour, if everybody is circulating at exactly 80, then the gaps should remain the same. According to the timing screen, the gap between Javier Ripoll Jr. and Joel Monegro is just 0.8 of a second. So it's impossible to caution the race without advantaging or disadvantaging somebody. At the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr. A little bit closer to the race leader. And I'm just looking to see if we get any indication. Right, you can see the countdown. What a great graphic that is. 1, go. We are green there. Oh, great time to be on board with Dan Lewis. You saw the Genioma system there counting down from the full course yellow and back to green flag. Oh, that was great insight there. And we are racing once again. 16 and a half minutes plus 1 lap remaining. The rain is starting to come down. The grip is at a premium. At the moment, it's Joel Monegro who leads from Javier Ripoll Jr. Those first two are well clear of third place Eric Santos. Here we go then. That is first and second. This could be about he who doesn't make mistakes. Into turn 6 we come under braking. Monegro does a nice and neat braking into turn 6. Javier Ripoll Jr. going quite deep into the corner, just exploring where the traction is or indeed isn't. Into turn 7 they come once again. Now up to turn 8 they will come. That's your race leader, Joel Monegro, into 8 and 9. Windscreen wipers going. Tricky conditions here. That looks like Kasper Hockebom. And he is currently in 6th place, so he's made good progress forwards. He's got Ernst Inderbitzen and Jan Klingenberg for company. They're probably questioning their decisions to run without ABS now, because Daniel Lewis is up behind them and now fancies an opportunity for the minnow to jump the shark. So Daniel Lewis at the back of that queue in the GT4 car, the only GT4 car in the race. And he has put it to such good use, both in Portimao and here in Estoril. The front of that queue, 6th place Casper Huckerbom. Then Ernst Inderbitzen in the silver and red machine. Dan Lewis to the inside of Jan Klingenberg now. They run side by side out along past the pits. There should be more grunt in the Klingenberg car, but Daniel Lewis gets the job done under braking. Can he get it slowed down? Yes, he can. So Lewis moves up another position, up to 8th. He'll now set about after Ernst Inderbitzen. We're on board with him briefly. So good job from Dan Lewis. So Ernst Inderbitzen next in the number 9 FAC Autotech car. And Casper Huckerbom also very much within reach for Dan Lewis. This could be quite sensational if he can move forwards from there. We're over halfway point of the race. On board with Dan Lewis in the Porsche Cayman. In towards turn 6 once again. The left-hander, Dan Lewis, looking to be well under control. Has left Jan Klingenberg behind as he sets about after Ernst Inderbitzen in the number 9 car. At the front, Joel Monegro continues to lead, but Javier Ripoll Jr. keeping him in sight. Just keeping one eye on that, just 6.5 tenths between first and second place. So Ripoll now having taken it down to 0.478. So Ripoll Jr. closing in on the leader here as we look into turn 1. Joel Monegro coming under attack from Javier Ripoll Jr. Now that really is something. So Monegro with the fastest lap of the race, but Javier Ripoll Jr. has closed in on the race leader and is looking potentially to make a challenge for the position at the front of the field. Remember, Joel Monegro has won every race this season so far. But maybe these tricky conditions suiting Javier Ripoll Jr. better than Joel Monegro. So towards turn 6 once again. Windscreen wipers going certainly on Monegro's car. Lots to be keeping an eye on here. 12.5 minutes of this race remaining. Looking on in the Porsche experience. Hello, everybody. We hope you're enjoying the coverage here. We most certainly are. And there is Joel Monegro. Javier Ripoll Jr. putting the pressure on. And look at him closing up under braking into turn 9 and around to turn 10. Are we going to see an audacious move from Javier Ripoll Jr.? He has been absolutely loving his time in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And that could be about to show if he can make a challenge. Surely not on Joel Monegro. It was 0.478 last time around. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. I think the gap probably fairly similar. 0.567. So Monegro's found about a tenth on that last lap. Into turn 1, but that could all disappear in a moment. Fascinating stuff. Monegro leads the way. 11.5 minutes remaining. Daniel Lewis now up with Casper Huckerbom. So he's dispatched Ernst Inderbitzen while we've been looking at the leaders. Now challenging for 6th place in the GT4 car. Here he comes out along the pit straight in towards turn 1. He's got the line into turn 1 as well. He has that inside line. So Dan Lewis continues to pick off the places. Has he got it? Has Casper Huckerbom with a little bit more grunt, holds on to 6th place for the time being. But what great progress from Dan Lewis in the GT4 car, continuing to pressurize Casper Huckerbom. Looks to the inside, looks to the outside. Huckerbom holding on to that 6th place, goes deep into the corner. Daniel Lewis looking nimble in the Porsche Cayman. Here they come. He goes to the outside. Great work here. Brilliant driving from Dan Lewis. Great racecraft. Into turn 5 they come. On board with Dan Lewis once again into turn 6. Is he going to make a challenge here? There's a gap on the inside. Huckerbom moves to close it off, but Dan Lewis needs to be patient. They're a little way back from Hans Frisch, although there are cars behind Dan Lewis, so he needs to pick his time so as to not let Ernst Inderbitzen back in. But Inderbitzen has his own problems with Jan Klingenberg, currently pressurising him for that 8th place. But this is a fascinating battle. Dan Lewis to the inside of Kasper Hockerboom. Hockerboom shuts the door. They take a different line through turns 9 and 10. Up the hill they come. And now Dan Lewis with a nose in front. Through into the S's they come. Into the Parabolica, Ayrton Senna. But what a great drive from Dan Lewis to steal away 6th place. And look at this for the lead as well. Joel Monegro, 9.5 minutes remaining, is under immense pressure from Javier Ripoll Jr. Brilliant. So now Javier Ripoll Jr. looks to the left. Monegro goes to shut the door. Still holding on to the lead of the race. This is the most vulnerable Monegro has looked this entire season so far. Javier Ripoll Jr. appears to have the bit between his teeth as he challenges the 224 car. Continuing on his way, our race leader Joel Monegro, but can he hold on for another 9 minutes plus 1 lap, because Javier Ripoll Jr. has looked the quicker of the two and indeed has the fastest lap of the race. Javier Ripoll Jr. senses an opportunity to take the top step of the podium. Joel Monegro, who has won every race this season, suddenly looking vulnerable with 8 3/4 minutes remaining. Javier Ripoll Jr. putting the pressure on in every way that he possibly can. What can he do now as they head out towards the pit straight once again? Is he going to make a move? Out past the pits they come. It is 985 meters flat out in towards turn 1. Javier Ripoll Jr. continues to set fastest lap after fastest lap into turn 1. You can see Monegro a little bit wobbly on the brakes in towards turn 1, but not being challenged this time around. Javier Ripoll Jr. been shown as half a second back, maybe just getting a bit of temperature into the tyres, maybe cooling the car slightly, maybe just waiting for the right moment to pounce on the race leader, Joel Monegro. Monegro still very much in the lead of this race, but has not looked this much under threat at any point so far this season. Into turn 5, again in towards turn 6. Now, Monegro responds with a purple in Sector 1. So, setting the fastest Sector 1 of anybody so far in this race. But Ripoll is not letting him get away. Less than 7.5 minutes remaining. Monegro has responded a bit to the attack from behind. A penalty has been awarded to car 218. So Marabi Mekvabishvili has a penalty for disrespecting track limits. So the car that is in 5th place will have 5 seconds added onto his time at the end of this race. So Marabi Mekvabishvili once again falling foul of the stewards. That will advantage Daniel Lewis, who well, it won't really, because he's a little bit too far back from Marabi Mekvabishvili to take advantage of that. So I think Mekvabishvili will hold on to that position despite the 5-second penalty. Our attention turns back to the leaders. Another 10th to Joel Monegro. He sets a fastest lap again. So Javier Ripoll Jr., have we seen the best of him? Is there any more to come? 0.644, the gap between first and second. Javier Ripoll Jr. getting so close to getting in front of Joel Monegro. But now with 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, Monegro looks to have responded. 3rd place, Eric Santos, running a couple of seconds clear of Hans Frisch, who once again has been quietly getting on with it in the number 92 A-Works by Katana Tools car. He's 1.6 seconds back from Eric Santos. So maybe Hans Frisch making a challenge for a podium position. It could yet happen, because we've still got 5 3/4 minutes remaining. Everybody is transfixed by what we're seeing here in Estoril here for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, round 4 of an 8-round season. The windscreen wipers are going still on the cars, so the rain is coming down, but not enough to make that much difference to lap times at the moment. But we've still got to hold on for another 5.25 minutes plus 1 lap. Monegro, after some sketchy laps where it looked like Javier Ripoll Jr. might well get past, looks to have regathered himself for the time being, but there's still 5 minutes remaining. It was 0.644 last time across the line. The gap now 0.999, so 1 second between first and second. Maybe Javier Ripoll Jr. has done all that he can do. He brakes as late as he can into turn 1. But Joel Monegro has this now back under control. Our focus is also on the battle for third place. Eric Santos in the 221 car has Hans Frisch closing in on him. The gap between Santos and Frisch, 1.293. So there may well yet be a change to the podium before this race is done. Hans Frisch in the number 92 car. He got a 4th place in the earlier race this afternoon. It would be 4th place again, but can he get on the podium and demote Eric Santos? A 5-second time penalty just confirmed, and it looks, no, it is the same one for Murabi Mekvabishvili. I thought he'd got a second one for one moment, but that was just confirmation on the timing screen. So Murabi Mekvabishvili with a 5-second time penalty. Unfortunately, Daniel Lewis just a little bit too far back to be able to gain from that. So Mekvabishvili will hold on to that 5th place if things remain as they are now. I think 6th is about as far forwards as Dan Lewis is going to be able to get in this race, but it's still a monumental job done in the GT4 car. But podium not done and dusted yet. That is Eric Santos in the sister car to the car that is leading the race. Javier Ripoll Jr. in the middle of a sandwich made up of track experience by Manthey cars. Out across the line we come once again. Let's have a look. The gap down by about a 10th. So Javier Ripoll Jr. continuing to keep the pressure on all the way to the end of the race. Just 3 minutes of timed racing remaining. Joel Monegro looked to be a little bit vulnerable for several laps, but has responded. Now Javier Ripoll Jr. drifting the car around the corner. He is throwing caution to the wind. He is giving everything to try and catch Joel Monegro. What a stonking drive from Javier Ripoll Jr. sliding the car around the corner, giving it absolutely everything that he can. Meanwhile, Daniel Lewis still has Casper Hockerboom challenging him for that 6th place. So Hockerboom coming back at Daniel Lewis. Remember, Hockerboom has more horsepower, more grunt. That GT3 car versus the GT4. Can Dan Lewis hold off Casper Hockerboom into turn 1? He comes. Hockerboom to the outside. He's going to sweep round the outside. The might of the GT3 car relegating Dan Lewis down a position. But Dan might not be done yet. 2 minutes remaining to try and get back past the number 8 car. He looks to the inside. He doesn't find a gap this time around, but he's got less than 2 minutes to get past. A track limit warning has been shown to 2nd place Javier Ripoll Jr. for turn 13. So Javier Ripoll Jr. having to be careful on board with Dan Lewis. You can see how on a knife edge it is in these greasy conditions as he tries to retake that position from Casper Hockerboom. 6th place up ahead of him. He worked his way past, but now Hockerboom coming back with 1.5 minutes remaining. Is there anything that Dan Lewis can do to get back into that 6th place? The gap between 1st and 2nd up to 1.4 seconds. So maybe we've seen the best of Javier Ripoll Jr. in this race. But 3rd place still up for grabs. There's Eric Santos in the silver, red and black car. Behind him, Hans Frisch in the yellow and black car into turn 1. Windscreen wipers going, headlights blazing. Hans Frisch will be trying to put the pressure onto Eric Santos in the last minute of times racing of this race, trying to force a mistake, trying to find a route past to try and take some silverware home with him. Less than a minute remaining, 45 seconds. Our race leader's up at turn 6 at the moment, so the clock is going to strike 0 before he gets back to the line. So after this, it will be 1 more lap remaining after this. I've been told that Ripoll has 3 track limit warnings. So certainly his 2nd place well, it's not looking too much under threat because Eric Santos is such a long way back that actually Javier Ripoll Jr. could afford to take a 5-second time penalty and not lose position, but he still wouldn't want to do that, as our race leader currently is up at turn 13 at the moment. I don't think he's going to get back to the line before the clock strikes 0. No, he doesn't. So he's about to start the last lap of the race any second now. Here he comes out across the line. So one more lap remaining of round 4 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. It looks as though Javier Ripoll Jr. has thrown everything at it and has not been able to make it stick. Hans Frisch has received a warning for track limits as well in turn 13. So Frisch in that 4th place needs to tread carefully in this final lap. He still would want to get past Eric Santos, but it looks like he's just too far back to challenge him now. Joel Monegro leads the way into turn 5 for the very, very last time. And then in towards turn 6, he will come in very slippery, darkening conditions. Joel Monegro looked under pressure, but now he's broken clear of Javier Ripoll Jr. He won both races in Portimao last weekend. He won earlier on this afternoon in race 3 of the season. And now he's into turn 7 to try and make it 4 wins out of 4. Here he comes in the number 224, track experience by Manthey Racing Car, up into the S's for the very last time. Joel Monegro has had a lot more pressure in this race than we've seen for a long time, but he's held it all together. He hasn't put a wheel wrong. Now he's into turn 12 and up into turn 13 for the very last time into Parabolica Ayrton Senna. He will exit turn 13 onto the pit straight. The checkered flag will be waiting for him. It's 4 wins out of 4. A clean sweep for Joel Monegro in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. Javier Ripoll Jr. did everything that he could to try and catch him. A sterling drive through into second place. We still wait for Eric Santos to emerge ahead of Hans Frisch. Frisch put the pressure on, but maybe track limit warnings in the closing stages put paid to that. And it's going to be Eric Santos who crosses the line in 3rd place to take the last of the podium positions ahead of Hans Frisch. Then Marabi Mekvabishvili will come in 5th place. He has that 5-second time penalty, but he's so far ahead of Kasper Hockerboom that it won't be an issue for him. Hockerboom, who got back past Dan Lewis. Lewis has kept the pressure on all the way to the flag, but it looks like it's going to be Hockerboom. We're riding on board with Dan Lewis now into the final corner for the very last time and out onto the pit straight. Hockerboom retook that 6th place. Dan Lewis, what a job he did in the Porsche Cayman against the mighty GT3 cars to take 7th place ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen. Jan Klingenberg are non-finishers as a result of the collision earlier on. Alexander Dobik and Levent Turkman to round out a thoroughly entertaining, once again, round 4 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division. So Joel Monegro will continue to stretch his legs at the top of the points charts with 200 out of 200 in the overall standings. Javier Ripoll Jr. eventually in 2nd place, 2.3 seconds back, but still a long way clear of Eric Santos in 3rd place. Then Hans Frisch, Marabi Mekvabishvili, Kasper Hockerboom, Dan Lewis in the GT4 car in 7th ahead of Ernst Inderbitzen, Jan Klingenberg, Alexander Dobik and Levent Turkman. Of course, all of these results are very much subject to confirmation and the race stewards with track limit warnings. There will no doubt be bits that have to be looked at. Cars have to be scrutinized as well. But the top 9 scoring points, I don't think that Alexander Dobik and Levent Turkman did enough of the race to earn points, which is such a shame. Both drivers really competitive, have been entertaining in both rounds, but it all ended in tears in that incident into turn 1. Here comes Joel Monegro, and here comes Javier Ripoll Jr. into Parc Fermé. I think Javier Ripoll Jr. can congratulate himself with a job well done. At no point did Joel Monegro have it easy. And I'm sure that when Piers speaks to him in a moment, he will testify that Javier kept the pressure on all the way to the end. But 4 race wins out of 4. Who can stop Joel Monegro as he continues to stretch his legs at the top of the championship? Eric Santos in the background, and there is Javier Ripoll Jr. Could not have done much more than what he did. And congratulates the race winner, which is great. Good to see some great sportsmanship here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And good clean racing as well. I know we had that incident into turn 1. I think that's the first real incident like that we've seen this season, to be honest. It has been great racing, a lot of respect between all these drivers. But Joel Monegro is the man to beat. He is the one that they're all going to have to try and catch, and there'll be a lot of head scratching before we head to Valencia on the 21st of February to see what they can do to reel in the number 224 track experience by Manthey car. So there he is. He's about to remove his helmet, and yet another trophy that will go back to the Dominican Republic in the luggage of Joel Monegro. And there I can see Piers, who is once again with our race winner.
Yeah, making sure you're looking nice and smart there, the team, doing a good job. Joel, I mean, what more can we say? 4 races, 4 wins. Again, every time Javier pushes you hard. It's good to see the good sportsmanship, but you came out on top. It must be a great feeling.
Yeah, next time I'll send the bumper to his house. He can keep it. I'm joking. It was good fun.
Good race indeed, and it also good to the team to reward them for all their hard work.
Absolutely, they did a great job. We prepared a lot for this race, mostly in the rain. It didn't rain in race 1. Here we got slicks in the wet, which is awesome. So that's really fun.
It looked like when the rain first started to fall, that was when Javier really had a bit of a pace advantage over you. He closed the gap, but then as it dried out again, is that when you felt like you had a bit more pace?
A little bit. I wanted to figure out where there was grip and where there wasn't, and so I was taking it easy on the corner entries. Just, you can't undo a bad corner entry. But once I figured out where there was grip, then it was easy to get back up to pace.
Joel, congratulations, the man that can't be defeated this year. I'm going to grab your teammate, Eric Santos. Eric, come on in. It'd be great to hear from you. We spoke to you on the grid. Team did a great job to get you on the grid. A podium was a justified reward for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, up to 30 minutes before the race, we didn't know if we were going to make it or not. Glad we did. I think the race was good. Had a little problem with pace after the virtual safety car. Got a lot of pickups, so it took me a while to get rid of it. But then I think I was able to improve the pace and then keep the third position. So happy with the podium.
Eric, congratulations on the podium. Well done. And I'm going to grab Dan Lewis, our GT4, our sole GT4 driver. Even though he is the only GT4 on the field, that didn't stop him getting properly stuck in. That looked good fun out there, Dan.
Awesome. A lot of battles. I weren't very quick, but I don't mind. I just had a bit of fun and I really enjoyed myself there,
Yeah, getting your elbows out in amongst the GT3 cars there. Looked like straight line speed's not an issue, and you managed to get enough in the corners, but every now and again, just, it would look like a good race.
Yeah, the lack of error, I think, compensates for our lack of power, but getting my elbows out through the chicane was a great move, and I loved it. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we've got plenty of screen time, so you can watch that back later. I'll let you go and get prepared for the podium.
Awesome. Cheers. Thank you.
That's Dan Lewis, our winner in GT4, getting well inside the action with the GT3s. And I'll hand back to Brian to look over the highlights of the final race of this weekend.
Thank you so much, Piers. There were plenty of highlights in that race, weren't there, with the light fading and the rain starting to come down. It was another great race. It was Joel Monegro who started on pole position with Javier Ripoll Jr. alongside everybody charging into turn 1, not knowing quite how much grip there was going to be. Monegro with a nose in front. We thought he might just check out and disappear off into the distance, but Javier Ripoll Jr. had other ideas about that. Levent Turkman was making great progress moving up through the pack. He had got past Marabi Mekvabishvili and then was challenging Alexander Dobik. And it was a good, clean challenge until this moment when the two cars got together. A fairly sizable impact with the barrier for Levent Turkman, taking him out of the race, also taking Alexander Dobik out of the race. Such a shame. Brought out the full course yellow. And after that is where Dan Lewis really came alive. He said he was loving getting his elbows out. Well, this was him getting his elbows out as he then started to pick up car after car, picking them off. It was Jan Klingenberg first and then those in front of him. But at the front, we had a challenge for the lead. Javier Ripoll Jr. putting the pressure onto Monegro, while Dan Lewis then picked off Ernst Inderbitzen and then Casper Hockerboom. Really, really good stuff here. The two orange and white and black cars running very much together. Unfortunately for Dan Lewis, Casper Hockerboom got the better of him. But look at that, coming up through the chicane, a little bit of a nudge. But eventually Hockerboom came back at him. At the front, the pressure was on all the way to the end for Joel Monegro from Javier Ripoll Jr. The pressure was on Casper Hockerboom as well. And Dan Lewis holding on to that position for much of the remaining part of the race. And you can see how hard Hockerboom was trying, eventually sweeping around in turn one to take that position back. But it was going to be a win once again, the fourth out of 4 races for Joel Monegro. He really has stamped his authority on the championship. He still has a perfect score. And as we approach the halfway point of the season, must already be thinking about the title. But we head to Spain in a couple of weeks' time for the next 4 rounds, and everything could change. At the moment, though, Javier Ripoll Jr. in Parc Ferme congratulating Joel Monegro on good, clean racing, entertaining all of us and concluding some great racing here in Estoril at Circuito de Estoril to finish our stint in Portugal for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So now it's time to head back down for the very last time to Piers, who's on the podium.
Brian, thank you so much for taking us through all of the races today. Your commentary always gives flavour to the races, and we've had some great racing, including that last race, which was the final second round of the second club division race today. And we now have the podium for that very race. Our driver in 3rd place in the Michelin Cup for the track experience by Manthey team, all the way from Brazil, Eric Santos. Big support from the track experience by Manthey team. Another driver who's come a long way, flying over the ponds to take another 2nd place with the S1 Racing Team, Javier Ripoll Jr. Congratulations, Javier. But the man who cannot be beaten, 4 wins out of 4 races this season so far, also from the track experience by Manthey team, Joel Monegro. And let's not forget our lone GT4 driver, the driver that got a lot of airtime in that race from getting stuck in with the GT3s for the race car consultant team, Daniel Lewis. Great job, Daniel. We will now have the national anthem of the Dominican Republic for Joel Monegro. Trophies now handed out to all of our podium drivers by series organiser Lars Plato. 3rd place, the Brazilian Eric Santos. 2nd place, Javier Ripoll Jr. What's it going to take for Javier to get a win? Well, it's going to take a mistake, I reckon, from Joel Monegro. Our eventual winner, 4 races, 4 wins for Joel Monegro, and Daniel Lewis taking the win in GT4 as well. Getting well stuck in. Congratulations, all of our drivers raise their trophies aloft and get a photo opportunity in the podium. That's it. Estoril racing done now. We look ahead 3 weeks' time to Valencia, where these drivers will do battle once again. And now an opportunity for the drivers to celebrate. What a wonderful race it was. What a weekend we've had here. What a day of racing at Estoril. And great celebrations, especially from Javier Ripoll Jr. Enjoying, and great to see the sportsmanship once again from all of the drivers. That's sort of something we often see from the drivers in the club division. We'll see all of these drivers back, as far as I'm aware, next time out. A final round of applause from all the teams for these drivers. Congratulations to all 3 of the Michelin Cup drivers and GT4 driver Daniel Lewis. Brilliant, brilliant racing. Well, that rounds off our racing here at the Estoril circuit. 4 races we've had, 2 qualifying sessions, 2 in the sport division, 2 in the club division, and it's been a roller coaster ride. The rain starts to fall, just staying out of the way of the drivers while the racing was going on. Of course, we had plenty of that rain in Portimao. Dry race day here in Estoril. We look ahead now in 3 weeks' time. The 21st of February is when we next go racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's going to be at the Valencia Ricardo Tormo circuit. We're going to have some more drivers. Wouter Borkamps leads the way in the championship in the sport division, having only taken 1 win at the first race of the season. What's going to play out in that? So the club division, the man that can't be beaten, Joel Monegro, 4 wins out of 4 races. Javier Ripoll Jr. taking second places left, right and centre. Can he be beaten? We'll find out. Thank you very much to Brian Oliver, as always, for commentating through all the races and giving us all the action. Estoril circuit staff always do an amazing job of hosting us here. All the marshals and staff are allowing the racing to go ahead, and Alpha Life for bringing the broadcast. And thanks also to you at home for watching. We hope you'll join us in 3 weeks' time on the 21st of February at Valencia.